Test mic 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oke, halo guys, welcome back with me Fedelish, your online friend saya. Ini kita bakal lanjutin lagi dan mungkin ini bakal bisa habis karena kalau nggak salah ingat tuh dia ada 11 chapter dan kita udah masuk chapter 10. Ya, kalau bisa langsung habisin aja sih. Oh ya, kita sambil baca live chat. Hai Ahmad Rafi, welcome to the stream. Kedua, halo Anya Budi, welcome to the stream. Big video. Welcome to Chaos World. Continue. Dan kemarin ternyata Serika itu ada yang ada sesuatu dengan Serika pokoknya ya. Dan ternyata dia dalang di balik ini semua, cok, si Serika. We have no updates on the person of interest in the case. Takuru Miyashiro. The police have said that their reason for issuing a warrant that reveals a minor's real name was the grave importance of this case. I woke up with a dull ache in my head and an unpleasant sound in my ears. I must have been sweating. My clothes were wet and sticky. Where am I? Oh. I had never seen the ceiling or smelled this smell before, but then I remember. This was Frisia, Momose's company. I didn't feel like I had slept at all. I put my hand on the cushion of the sofa I had been lying on and slowly sat up. After what happened, when the last moment of the dream came flashing back to me, I looked at my shadow. I could still feel the sensation of her motionless, but still warm and living body. My hands were shaking, but they were the color of human skin. Back then, they had been stained dark red. Stained with no nose. Why? Why?
大丈夫ですか?
Oh, Hinaya Rimura. Kok suaranya mirip Onoe? Are you okay? Kirain Onoe. Arimura was sitting on the sofa across from me. She winced when she looked at me.
すいません。
Sorry.
大丈夫なわけ。
Of course you're not.
コーヒーでも。
I'll go make some coffee or something. She stood up. I didn't want any. I didn't feel like eating or drinking anything. But I couldn't even muster up the energy to refuse. That's how exhausted I was. The government human rights department, the lawyer federation, as well all major non-profits have given their tacit assent to the use of the body's real name, to the boy's real name. Public opinion by and large agrees with them. It's just like what happened 6 years ago.
西條匠ですか?
You mean with Takumi Nishijo?
ええ。
Yes.
ニュージェネレーションの狂気の犯人として祭り上げられ、それを覆して一躍有名人になった。
They said he was main suspect behind the new generation madness, but he proved them wrong and became famous. Kunosato and Momose were talking in front of the TV. The people on TV were still saying that I was the one who was behind the killing. It didn't seem real. When they said my name, it felt like they were referring to some other Takuru Miyashiro who lives somewhere else in the world. Momose looked over me. Look over at me.
おはよ
Good morning, katanya. I tried to say something back, but the words got caught in my throat. It felt like if I said something, all the feelings bottled up inside me would come pouring out at once.
新庄ちゃんから連絡。
Kepencet, cok.
つの
Baca backlog deh. Shinjo got in touch with me. He said that the news is calling you a person of interest, but for some reason, the police have decided you're the mastermind behind these crimes,
ノノを殺害した犯人としても
including the death of Nono Kurusu.
クルスノノの司
He
法
managed
解
to
剖記録
get
を極
me
秘で回しても
Nono
らった
Kurusu's top secret autopsy report, and it all looks very bad for you.
多分捏造でしょうね。そもそも正規の手続
It's
きすら踏ま
probably
れてい
all
ないから
fake. They haven't even gone through the right legal channel. Autopsy report. I couldn't process the phrase. I heard it, but it didn't make sense.
お前がここにいることはまだバレていない
The police still don't know you are here at Frisia. They're searching around Hekiho Academy and Aoba dorm. Their voices got further away. I could tell they were saying something to me, but I couldn't figure out what. That's strange. They should be trying to give me information about what's happening to me right now. Information? Why? Would it help? Help with what? What could it help me so? No matter what I do, it's too late. Kunosato slammed her hand down on the desk and looked up surprised.
どうなんだ
Well,
心当たりはないのか
do you have any idea? Huh? Idea about what?
尾上セリ
I
カが行き
asked
そう
if
な
you
場所
had
に
any
心
idea
当たり
where
は
Serika
ないの
Onoe
か
might
と聞い
go.
ている
あなたが丸一日眠っている間にね、新庄ちゃんと一緒に
In the last day, while you've been asleep, we went to her place with Shinjo, but no one was there. Day? So today was November
部屋に
5th.
あった PC から
We took the data off her computer and copied it,
結
but
局
we
手
didn't
がか
find
りな
any
し
clues. We have no idea where she
居所
could have
の
gone.
しかもあなたが犯
And
人
now
と断定されてしまったものだから
that it's been decided that you are the
いくら新庄
criminal,
ちゃんが頑張っても
even Shinjo can't use
彼女を
official
公に
resources
捜
to
査する
search
こと
for
が
her.
できなくなった
警察から何か
The
の動
police
きが
are
おか
acting
しい
strange.
完全にはめら
Someone
れた
set a trap, and we walked right into it.
こうなると手がかりはお前だけだ尾上セリカと幼馴染だったのなら
Which means you're our only clue. You're Serika Onoe childhood friend, so you must have some idea. Serika's childhood friend? Yeah, that's right. Serika was my childhood friend. He had always been with me since I was little. We did everything together. So why? Why would Serika? Kunosato grabbed me and pulled me close enough that I could feel her breath on my face. Hmm?
いい加減にしろ
Stop screwing around, this is our
せっかくのチャンス
chance.
を無駄にさせる気
Do you
か
want to waste it? Huh?
ずっと探してきたギガロマ
We
ニアッ
finally
クスの
know
シリア
the
ルキラーが
Gigalomaniac serial killer is. If we can find her,
そこから
we might be able to find them.
いい加減にしてください
Enough. A loud voice echoed off the wall of the room. I had thought Arimura had gone to make coffee, but at some point, she had walked over to me and started to glare at Kunosato.
妹さんに続いてクルス先輩をお姉さんを
First, he
亡く
lost
した
his
ばかりなん
younger
ですよ
sister, and now he
それなのに
lost his older sister, Kurusu, and yet you are still
有村
Arimura. Come to think of it, she had been really worried about Kurusu, so I promised that I will find her. So, why? Why did this happen? She glanced at me for just an instant, and her lips were trembling.
もう少し言い方があるでしょ久野里さん
Can you try and be a little more sensitive, Kunosato?
相変わらずだな
You never
お前は
change, do you?
何がですか
What?
兄弟のこととなるとすぐにカッとなる
Whenever somebody's sibling is involved, you get testy. Arimura swallowed her words. It was as if she had been stabbed. She clenched her fists tight, as if trying to stop herself from doing something she might regret.
私は優しくできる人間が限られている
There are very few people I'm capable of being nice to, and unfortunately, Yugigalomanics aren't included. Whoosh. Kunosato let go of me and spoke, her voice as cool as ever.
最低
You're a horrible person.
お前相手に嘘をついても仕方がない。
There's no point in lying to you. All I want to do is find the killer and whoever is behind them.
だからって。
But still, Harimura's phone vibrated in her pocket. She looked annoyed when she took it out, but her expression changed when she saw the screen. Kenapa tuh? She tapped the screen and put the phone up to her ear.
もしもし、ウキ。
Hello, Uki. Is everything okay? Yeah. I see.
そっか。
Wait a moment.
ちょっと待って。
First, put Hana
その
on.
前に花に変わって。
Uki? Hana? Come to think of it, where were they right now? Was something terrible happen to them? Because of me? Harimura was speaking crisply and clearly into the phone while I was still struggling to even think. She reminded me a lot of Kurusu.
花、
Hana,
聞いて
you're
るよ
listening,
ね。
right? We're still
じゃあ
stuck
まだ
here.
動きようがないの。
So stay with Uki and Yuto, okay?
ゆうとくんもだけど、
Yuto's in bad shape,
かなり参っ
but
て
so
る
is
から。
Uki.
お願い。
Thanks.
じゃあ、ウキを出して。
Okay, put Uki on for me. Then she handed me the phone. Oh,
宮代先輩の声。
she says she wants to hear your voice. Say something.
あ
Oh, okay. I took the phone and gently put it up to my ear. Hello? Oh, Takuru. It's Uki. Her voice was even weaker than usual. I could hear a tiny noise behind her.
ごめんな。
I'm sorry, Uki. It's my fault. No, I'm fine. But there's so many people from the media, and the police are here, and they search your room, and no news too. And the doctor went somewhere and hasn't come back. I don't know what to do. That hadn't come back. Huh? Were the police still questioning him?
本当に。
I'm really sorry. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I heard a tiny sniffle on the other. I know things are worse for you than for me, so I have to stay strong, don't I? I'm Yuto's big sister. We... Her voice was strong, but I could still hear the tears.
宮代先輩。
Miyashiro, it's time to hang up. If any of the police in Obadorm hear her, they'll know where you
バ
are.
レます。
Harimura took the phone from me. She talked with Uki a little while more and then hung up. I couldn't forget the sound of Uki tears. And then I finally realized that all I had done was apologize. I hadn't said anything to make her feel better. My home, Obadorm, was being ripped apart by a police officer looking for clues. I could imagine Uki and Yuto's there, sobbing and not knowing what to do.
ダメだ。
No.
行かなきゃ。
I have to go. Go to where? The next thing I knew, I was staggering forward. I got off the sofa and headed for the front door.
宮代
Miyashiro,
先輩。
Kurusu was gone. So was Yui. So I had to be there or Uki and Yuto. My hand touched the doorknob. When I slowly opened the door, everything started to feel less and less real, and I watched my body move like a character in a movie.
宮代ちゃん
Miyashiro?
どこへ行くつもり
Where
だ。
are you going? To Obadorm. If I don't go quick, Uki and Yuto.
待ってください。
Wait, you can't go
外に出ちゃダメ
outside.
です。
Harimura grabbed my arm.
報道では
The news
まだ
hasn't
写真は
shown
出て
your
ません
picture
けど、
yet, but the
ネッ
people
ト
on
に
the
は
net
あち
have
こち
it.
に顔写真が貼られてしまっ。
話してくれ。
Let me go. Ugh. Kasare. Arimura screamed and her hand was knocked away.
先輩。
Miyashiro, it was only when I saw the look of shock on her face then I realized I had used my power. I could see the D sword, the symbol of my useless power, which couldn't even protect the girl I love.
なんだよ。
What good is this thing anyway? Damn it. Damn it. Miyashiro! My body started running on its own. I ran out of Frisia without knowing what will happen if I left. Oh, kita balik ke Obadorm ya, lari ya. I hadn't run that far, but my muscles were starting to scream. I couldn't stop moving. Things in front of the train station were the same as ever. Nobody noticed me. There was a picture of my face out there, right? So why didn't anyone notice me? I didn't understand. Had it all really happened? Or did everyone here not know what had happened yesterday night? Have to get back. To Obadorm. The police were at Obadorm, ripping apart the place I loved. They had decided I was the killer, and they had even searched Nono's room. Why? That night, I had asked Shinjo to let me take Nono's body to the hospital. My memories cut out after that, and I could only remember a few things. I remember being taken to Frisia and screaming and sobbing there. And then, that's right, that's when I had heard the news that I was wanted as a person of interest in the case. God damn it. Momos had given me something to drink and some medicine. It was probably a sleeping pill or something to calm me down, to keep me quiet. I didn't want to sleep because Kurusu, the one I loved, was dead. And it was Serika Onoe, my childhood friend, who had killed her. How could I sleep? Wah, itu sih udah pusingnya. But I had spent the whole day on a sofa, asleep. I ran. I was too tired to run straight, but my body was heavy, like lead, and wasn't doing what I told it. But I kept running. No one noticed me. Why are you walking around like everything's normal? Why are you smiling and shopping? What the hell is wrong with all you people? A Warren? What the hell? Why would I kill Nono? I staggered, tripped, and fell. I must have skinned my knee because it started to feel like it was burning. Once I fell over, I couldn't get back up. It was all I could do to roll over, and then I realized that I knew this place. This is... I look around and shiver. This was the place. This was the place where my best friend had carved my little sister into tiny little pieces. I felt a sudden, strong urge to vomit. Was it because I had been running for so long? Or was it because of my memories of this place? What the hell? Why the hell will I come here now? I thought I had been running the right way, but I was in such a hurry that I had taken a wrong turn. If this was some kind of trick that God was playing, what the hell was he bringing me here for? Was this his way of telling me that I could go back to that night and reset everything? But that was impossible. With every passing hour, things got worse, and there was no changing the past. God damn it all. I punched the ground with my full strength, not caring about the pain. Again and again. My hands wouldn't stop. I wanted to destroy it. Did I want to destroy the ground or my hand? Or maybe myself? Or the way I was feeling? God damn it all. Are you alright? I suddenly heard a voice. I looked up and saw two boys about college age. Are you not feeling well? Suddenly, the look on one of the boys' faces changed. He stepped back and dragged the other way. What? Shit, dude. What are you talking about?
宮代拓だこ
That,
いつ
that's Takuro Miyashiro.
は
Huh? I stood up in surprise. I had no idea who these people were, which meant that my photo really was on the internet. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach when I stood up. It took me a second to realize I had been kicked. Wah, ditendang kita.
バカ
What the hell are you doing?
あ
Huh?
あ
He's the serial killer, right? Don't worry. No way a wrinkly whim like this is going to beat me.
待てって今警
Hang
察
on,
呼ぶか
I'll call the
ん
cops.
な必要
Don't
ね
even bother. Something hard hit my face, my shoulder, and my stomach. Again and again. I wiped the blood coming out of my nose with my arms. I couldn't keep my eyes open.
ほら
What's wrong, murderer?
よ人
He started to get excited and yell as he kicked me. I opened my mouth to tell him that he was wrong, just as he kicked me in the stomach, and drool and vomit came pouring out. Oh. Stop it. Why is this happening to me? I heard the sound of shattering glass and the impact stopped.
おいこら
Hey, you
ガキ
little
ども
shit. What do you think you're doing to my
どの大
friend,
事な
huh?
友人に何してくれてんだああ
Uh,
大丈夫
okay,
か
Taku.
タク
Gensan juga ada main nih kayaknya nih. Gen took me by a quiet, lonely route to his fortress, Miyashita Park. Of course, the police had come to the park in draft as well, but Gen and the other homeless had told them nothing.
足りめえだろ
Of course not. My
世の
country does
国
not
は
abandon its
腹
comrades.
を見捨てたりはしねえ
Thanks to them, the cops didn't even know which trailer house was mine yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Hello, Nepu. Welcome to the stream. It felt like a long time since I had come here, even though it hadn't been that long at all. The two boys who had attacked me must have called the cops because I could hear sirens going by in the distance. This place probably wouldn't be safe forever either. You know, Taku. Ken took out another bottle of liquor and started to sip from it. Ken fell silent. He looked at me like he was trying to work himself up to say something, and then looked away and took another drink. I had never seen him like this before. I wrapped my arms around my aching body and waited for him to speak. And after a long time,
ジョーちゃんのこと聞いたぞ
I heard about the lady. Ah, a pain worse than the one from my injuries ran through my whole body. The news wasn't talking about anything else, so it wouldn't surprise me if Gen knew
お
about it.
めえじゃねえことぐらい世にはわかる
I can tell you ain't the killer. I'm of noble blood, after all.
でもよタ
So
ク
you know,
ジョーちゃん
Taku,
はその本当に死んじまったのか
is she really dead? This time, I could hear what she was trying to say. Was Nono really dead? I sat in the familiar RV asking myself the question again and again. Gan took a sip from his bottle and waited for me. I don't know how long it took me to do it, but I slowly nodded.
モノは
Nono
もういない
is gone. I looked down, feeling like I had admitted to some horrible, unfixable mistake.
なんでだ
Why?
ジョー
He's
ちゃんは
one of those
幸せにな
people
ら
who
なきゃい
deserve
け
to
ね
be
え子だろうがよ
happy in life. I couldn't lift my head at all. But for some reason, I didn't cry. The sun set and another hour passed. I never did make it back to Albador. Gen's friend had told me that the police were watching it and it was impossible to even get close. I had tried to go anyway, but Gen took a gulp of liquor and said this to stop me. You know,
タク
Taku.
よ今逮捕されちまったら お前の負けっつもんだぜ。
If you get arrested now, you lose.
それこそおめえを待ってる嬢ちゃんたちがビービー泣くんじゃねえ
Isn't
の
that
か。
going to be what makes the little kids waiting for you cry, huh? Lose. And then remember what I had been thinking the last time I was in this room. It was like the killer was a player in the game challenging me. That player was, though I still couldn't believe it, my childhood friends. I had kept losing to every move she made, and she had stolen the people I had cared about. What if I had been able to win the game? This whole nightmare, it never will have happened. Right?
ゲンさん
Ken,
悪い。
sorry, but I need your help with something.
うん。
Sure
いいぜ。
thing, but it costs money to
た
hire
だし
me.
世を雇うには金がかかる。
But it costs money to hire me. I'll put it on your tab so you can pay me once it's all done. Again, gulped down the last of the alcohol from his cup. Gak boleh gitu, Len. Hello, Mixer. Welcome to stream. I went with Ken and a few of his friends to a certain condo in Daikan Yama, deliberately choosing the route with the least amount of people. We passed by a police officer several times, but because of Ken and the other, no one suspected me.
あそこがそうなのか。
Is that a place? Yes. Just
中に
help me
入る
get
時だけ
inside. I can do the rest myself.
あとは僕だけでやれる。
わかった。
Sure.
さっさと済ませちまいな。
Make it quick. This was Serika's house. It was where I was heading that night I had lost Kurusu. I had come here a few times, though not often. When I had just left Aoba dorm and gone to Miyashita Park, I didn't know how to get food or do my laundry, and Serika had helped me out. I had used her shower and sometimes even stayed the night. Of course, nothing had happened between us. I looked up and saw the light were off. There is no sign of any police or detective. Okay, let's go. I took Ken inside and left the others behind. I went to Serika's room and used my power to open all the locks. I had taken Ken with me because I couldn't really boot my power on its own. Ken's eyes had gone wide when he had seen the door open, but all he said, guess I must be drinking too much.
ありがとう。
Thank you, you can go home now.
じゃあ、
Sure,
気
take
ぃ
care.
つけてやりな。
Ken patted me on the back and left. Once I had watched him go, I went inside. I tried to sense if someone else was in the room before I turned the lights on. There was no one there, including Serika. Once I was sure I was alone, I turned on the switch. It was a normal room. If anything, it was a little more grown up than you would expect from a teenage girl. The room wasn't especially messy. Shinjo and the other had supposedly come here once, but they hadn't ransacked the place in their search.
どこへ行ったんだ？
Where did you go, Onoe? Momose had said that they had found nothing here to indicate where Serika had gone. I would come here because I wanted to know what Serika was really after, but what was I supposed to do now? And when I did find Serika, what will I do then? Ask question. If I did, what kind of answer will satisfy me? What kind of answer will be good enough?
満足なんか、
Satisfied.
納得なんか。
Good enough? That was impossible. I turned on Serika's computer without even being sure what I should be looking for. I opened each file I could find and looked inside.
やっぱり
Nothing.
何もない。
None of the files were important, just like Momose had said. There was a folder marked Newspaper Club that was filled with information about the case, but it was all stuff I had already seen at school. That's right. What about drawers? Okay. I flinched back when I saw what was inside. sumo sticker, and not just one or two. There were tons, and all of them were the real. Okay.
なんでここに
What are these doing here? I barely managed to look away for my vision dim and I pass out. When the sticker disappeared from my field of vision, I forced myself to take control before the horrible delusion overcame me. Sweat bit it down for my forehead. Okay. I quickly tried to shut the drawer, but then I heard a metallic sound inside. Huh? I rummaged through the drawer with my hand, taking care not to look at the stickers. I touched something hard and flat. I pulled it out and quickly slammed the drawer shut. What is this? Huh? It's my... Hah? HP kita berarti? It was my phone. And not the new one I was using now. It was the one that I had dropped at AH Tokyo General Hospital and never found after that. I fearfully turned it on. And I saw the picture I had set at my wallpaper. Balik-balik kok pendece ada kiriman IG-an aku umur 9 tahun sekarang. Thank you, Fed. Gak ada anjing, gak 9 tahun bangsat. Udahlah. Gak usah disapa makhluk kayak kau, cok. It was the photo I had taken with everyone.
両手を壁につけろ
And on the wall,
Yukurida.
slowly. Kok dia tahu? Suddenly the door opened and I heard the click of a cocking gun behind me. I almost turned around, but a low voice told me to stop.
おかしな真似はするな
Don't try
言
anything.
う通りにするんだ
Do what you are told. Oh no, that was definitely a cop. Was I going to be arrested here? If I was, that would be the end of everything. I wouldn't be able to escape no matter what excuses I tried to make.
ユド
Yuto,
ユキ
Yuki,
父さん
Dad, I'm sorry. I won't be coming home.
僕はも
You're a gigalomaniac. If you use your power, you can escape easily. A tempting voice said from somewhere in my mind. But if I ran, it would mean I was the killer. If it ever went through trial, it will look bad.
だったらさ、殺しちゃえば OK だよ、タク。今なら目撃者もいないしね。
Udah luangin waktu kesini malah diusir dah lah. Bah yang mau tamatin Insight lah. Insight mah easy bro. 3 jam juga tamat. Masa nggak tamat-tamat? Then it's okay to just kill him. Taku? There aren't any witness here. I heard a voice I recognized in my head. Was I hallucinating from exhaustion? Or was Shay using telepathy?
貴様こんなところで
What
一
are you
体何
doing,
を
huh? The man I thought was a police officer suddenly sounded surprised.
宮代君か
Miyashiro-kun? Huh? It was only then that I realized who it was. I twisted my upper body to look at who was behind me.
新庄さん
Shinjo-san? Aku stuck kejar-kejaran nama Putri Duyung. Putri Duyung? Maaf ya timingku cupu. Iya kamu cupu dasar.
宮代君じゃないか
It is you, Miyashiro.
新庄
Shinjo.
さん
I almost collapsed from relief. Shinjo put his gun away and sighed as he walked over to me. It's always the same thing with you, isn't it?
心配かけるんじゃない
You worry me. He made a fist and poked me on the head. Pada masih ke umur 9 tahun. Gak ada anjing 9 tahun anjing gak ada cok.
百瀬さんから連
I
絡
don't know
を
what
受け
to
た時
do
は
when I
どう
got
しようかと思った
called
ぞ
from Momose. Where have you?
今までどこに
He stared at my face.
どうした
How did you
その傷
get hurt like that?
ご
Oh,
これは
this is... I explained what happened this afternoon. I see.
そうか
Seen just like again.
自分が置かれてる状況くらい把握してるだろ
You know the situation you
ガ
are
ツ
in,
リ外に
right?
出るんじゃない
You shouldn't be going outside. So,
それで
what are you
ここ
doing
には
here?
な
After a long enough pause that Shinjo started to get suspicious, I answered him
わ
honestly.
かりません
I don't know.
何
What?
探すつもりでした。
I was planning on
Right,
looking
so-
for her, but then I realized
でも、探してどうしたいのか、だんだん
I don't know
わ
what
から
I
なくなって
had found, what I would do when I found her. Why had Serika done this? Was she really responsible for everything else that happened too? If she said yes, will I believe her? If she said yes, what will I do?
僕は
What do you think I want to do,
何を
Shinjo?
これを
I'll
渡して
give
おく
you this. Apa tuh? Shinjo took something out of his suit pocket and handed it to me.
申し訳ないが中は改めさせてもらった。何が手がかりになるかわからなかったから。
But I looked inside it. I didn't know what might be a clue.
青葉寮を捜索していた時に
I
出てきた
found it when I was searching Obador,
本来君
honestly.
たちだけが読むべきものだった。
Your family should be the only
警
one
察
to
の
read
他の連
it,
中に
but
は
the
読ま
rest
れ
of
て
the
いないが
force hasn't seen it. I'm
すま
sorry.
ない。
Shinjo bowed his head a little. On the front of the envelope was written to my beloved family, and on the back, the name Nono.
ノノ
Nono? I opened the envelope and there were several sheets of paper inside. They were covered with rows of neatly handwritten words.
大切な家族
To my beloved family.
大切な家族へ
I'm writing this
も
in
しもの
case
時の
something
ために
terrible happens.
これを書いていきます。今までありが
Thank
と
you
う。
for everything.
私の部屋に残っているものは好きに使ってください。
Everything in my room is yours to use.
家具はできれば次に家族になる人のため処分しないでくれると嬉しいです。
It would make me happy if you kept the furniture for the next person who became a part of our family.
父さんへ
Dad,
病院の仕事を
I'm
手伝え
sorry.
なくなって
I
ごめ
won't
ん
be
なさ
able
い。
to help around the clinic anymore.
やりかけていた事務の書類は診察室の引き出しの中に入れておきました。
All the paperwork I haven't finished is in the drawer in the exam room.
借りていたままの医学書は
The medical book I
私の部屋
borrowed
の本
are
棚
on
に
my
置いてあり
shelf.
ます。そういえば
You know, when I
私
said
が
I
看
wanted
護
to
師
be a
になりたい
nurse,
って
all you
相
said
談した
was,
時、父
oh,
さんは一
I
言
see.
あの時は
I thought you might have been
反対され
opposed
てる
to
の
it,
かな
but
って
you actually
ちょ
knew
っとしょげた
what I
りもした
wanted
け
to
ど、
do a long time ago, didn't you?
私と患者さんが話してるのを聞いた？
Did you hear me talking with one of the patient?
な
Or
んと
did
な
you
く
just
分
know
かってたの
somehow?
かな。きっかけは
It started with
タクルのリハビリの手伝いをしてい
what
た
you
時
said I
に
was helping
父さんに
Takuro
言われ
with
た
his
言葉。
physical therapy. You're doing a great job for someone who hasn't gone to school. I'm
なかなか
impressed.
きっと父親というのはそういうものなんでしょう。
I'm sure that's just the way a father is. I love the rules you made for our family.
私は好きでした。
Thank you.
くれぐれも飲み
Please
すぎには
don't
注意
drink
して
too
くだ
much.
さい。ゆう
To
と
Len, don't drink too much to Len. Yuto and Uki.
大変な時なのにこん
I'm
なことに
sorry
なって
this
し
is
まってごめ
happening
ん
at a time
ね。
like this.
ゆいのことは
I can't make any
言い訳のしよ
excuses
うもあ
for
りま
what
せん。
happened with Yui.
止めること
I
ができ
couldn't
なか
stop
っ
what
た
happened. It's my
私の責任です。
responsibility.
ゆうと
Yuto,
口
I'm
うるさい
looking.
お姉ちゃん
I'm
で
sorry
ご
for
めん
being
ね。
such an obnoxious
今になって思うと
sister.
ちょっと厳しすぎたかなと思って
Maybe I
います。
was a little too strict.
あなたは男の子なんだから
You're a boy,
もっと自由にやりたかったでしょ
so
う
you
ね。
probably wanted to have more freedom.
ウキ、
Okay. I don't think it
家族にとって
matters how long someone been
一緒
a
にい
part
た
of a
時間の
family.
長さな大切なのは
What matters is
目
how
の
much
前
you've
で
seen
どれ
them
だけ泣
laugh
いたり
or
怒ったり
cry.
したか、
How much you've seen of each
どれだ
other
けみ
at
っと
your
もないと
worst.
ころを見せ合って
How many feelings you've shared.
あなたは
You're
Takuro's
Takuro's little
妹で
sister.
ユウトのお姉さんで
Yuto's big
父さ
sister.
んの娘。
You're dad's daughter. It will be
女の
hard
子一人じゃ
being
大変だと
the
思う
only
けど
girl. But I know you
よろ
can
しく
do
お
it.
願いね。そして
And
タクルへ、
lastly, to Takuru,
あなたと
I'm
約束した
sorry
のに
for breaking my
破って
promise.
しまってごめんなさい。
I guess I'm a bad sister.
これがどんな結果になるかわかりません。
I don't know what's going to
い
happen,
え、
but
たとえどんな
no
結果
matter
にな
what
ったとしても
happens, I know
き
you'll
っ
be
とあな
mad.
たは納得できないでしょう。でも
But if something happens to
もし
me,
私に何かあったとしても絶対に
promise
復
me
讐しようなんて思わないで。
you won't think about revenge.
今回のこと間違いなくあの子が関係しているから あなたは理由が気になるでしょう。
I know she's in
で
fault,
も、そ
and
れ
I
を探ろ
know
うと
you
しない
want to
で。
know why, but
とに
don't
か
try
く
to find out.
危険なことは
Don't
し
do
な
anything
いで。
dangerous.
できることなら、
If you can,
もう能力のことは忘れてほしい。学校でもっと友
if you
達を
can,
作って、
forget about your
彼女を見つけて、
power, make more
その
friends
子の
at
ために
school,
素敵
find a
な男の子
girlfriend,
になりなさ
and be
い。
best boyfriend you possibly can.
あなたがいつもバカにし
Go
てい
on
る
a
よう
fun
な、
date
どうで
and
もい
talk
い
about
話で
stuff
も
that
しな
doesn't
がら、
matter, like the people you
楽
always
しい
make
デー
fun
トを
of.
あなたが時間の無駄だと思っているような、
Go out with your
どうでもいい
friends
遊
and
び
do
を
some of those
友達
things
と
that
一
you
緒にしな
always
さい。
said were a waste of time.
だって、
You
文化
look
祭の
like
準
you were
備をし
having
てい
so
るあ
much
なたは
fun at a
楽
culture
しそうに見え
festival.
たもの。
And when you were talking with you and Yuto at home,
私、あなたが他の人と自分は違う
every time you say you were
って口
different
癖の
from
ように
everyone
言うた
else,
びに、
I always
なぜそ
wonder
こまで意地になるんだ
why
ろ
you
う
had
っ
to be
て。
so stubborn.
確かに、
True
あなたに
that
は
you have
他
a
の人
power
にな
that
い
no one
力
else
がある。
has. It's true that your
他の
family
人が
might be a
言う
little
普通とは
different.
でも
But
だからといって
It doesn't mean
向きになって
it doesn't mean you have
自
to
分を
get
孤独の
so
中へ閉じ込
stubborn
めるの
about
は
trapping
どう
yourself
か
in
な
a
って思
lonely
う。
shell.
私にはあなたがたく
It's
さんの人の中
It
に溺れ
always
てし
seemed
ま
to
うのを
me like you were
こうなっている
afraid
ように
of
見えた。
being this one face among the crowd.
埋もれてしまう程度の自分だと思いたくない。
You were
そんな風
scared
に
to think that
怯え
you
ているよ
would
うに見え
be
た。
the kind of person who wouldn't stand out.
でも
But I don't
私は
think you
そうは
are.
思わない。
Not to me.
私の中で
Even if you are doing the same thing as everyone else.
たとえあなだって
Because
私の
you're
大
a part
事
of
な
my
家族だ
family
から。
and I love you. Damn.
あ、でも
But
髪
please,
は染めてほしくないな。タクルには
don't dye your
絶対
hair.
に
It
似合わ
will
ない
look
と思うし。
terrible. Anyway, back on
これは
topic.
余談。最後に
Fine. I finally, sorry. I
タクル
wanted to
にずっ
write
と聞
down
いてほ
the
しか
one
った大
thing
切なこと。
I
ここ
had
に書き
always
残そうと
wanted
思
you
った
to
けれ
know,
ど
but I couldn't.
ダメでした。
Please forgive me.
いつかどこかでそれを知っ
When you
たと
find
き、
out
あ
someday
なたはきっと私のことを軽蔑し、
you're going to
そして
despise me
嫌うでしょう。
and you're going to hate me. Why? Why we are going to hate her?
でもどうか
But please,
私がタクルのことを思う
never
心
doubt
だ
my
け
love
は、
for you.
私は
I
あ
love
なた
you.
のことが好
If
き
you
です。
can believe no matter what,
この気持ちだけ
those
は
feelings are real.
嘘じゃないと信じてもらえるなら、
That's enough to make me
それ
happy.
だけで私は幸せです。
Damn.
そろそろ行かなきゃいけない時
It's
間
time
に
for
なり
me
ま
to
した。
go. I'm sorry
勝
for
手な
being
こ
so
として
selfish,
ごめん
Takuru.
ね、タクル。
And I'll say it one more time.
もう一度言うけれど、
Think about
復
revenge.
讐なんて絶対に考えないで、
Don't do anything
危険な
dangerous.
ことは何もかも忘れて、
Forget everything
他の人と同じ
and
日
live
常を
the
し
same life
だけ
as
ど生まれ
everyone
ないよう
else
に
does. But don't get
強く
buried among the
っ
crowd.
かりと過ごしていってください。できることなら、この手紙が読まれるようなことになりませんように。
I pray that you never read this
2015
letter.
年
November
11
3rd,
月3日
2015.
のの。
No, no. Whoa. Huh?
네.
Tears started to pour from my eyes as soon as I finished. I tried to wipe them away, but they wouldn't stop. I fell to the floor, holding Nono's letter in my hand. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop sobbing. As I cried aloud in my mind, I was apologizing to Nono over and over again. November 5th, 2015, Thursday. Same time. Frisia Incorporated.
そう。わかったわ
I。see. Yes. Understood.
宮代ちゃん。
Miyashiro was at the killer's house, he says. Momose moved the phone away from her ear and relayed Shinjo's message to Kunosato. Kunosato stopped typing at her computer and grabbed the phone away from her.
新庄さん、
Shinjo put Miyashiro on. I want to ask him something.
確認したいことがある。
He must have not liked the answer she got back because she looked annoyed.
だったら、
And bring
なる
him
べく
here
早
as
くこ
soon
ち
as
ら
you
に連れ
can.
てきてくれ。
I've more or less finished my search of the data.
データの洗い出しと
I
検
just
索が
send
終
you
わ
a
った
message with the result.
結果は落ち込んでいる時
Give
間
him a
などない
swift
と
kick in the ass and tell him he can cry later. Momose arched her eyebrow as Kunosato hung up.
ちょっと厳しいんじゃない？
That was a little harsh, don't you think?
事実です
It's the truth. That's not what I meant, Momose began.
近しい人が亡くなって
You
し
know
ま
what
った
it's
気持
like
ち
to
は
lose someone close to
み
you
おちゃんも知って
too.
るじゃない。
Kunosato looked down as if searching her own feeling. Yo, Asu help me Cho. Kenapa Amaldo? Waduh, welcome to the stream ya. Kenapa Amaldo? But then she looked up like nothing had happened and turned back to her computer.
私は
I only care about myself.
失恋した男女
The
同士
idea
が
of a
くっつく
boy
よう
and
な傷
girl
の舐め合いは
who've both lost the one they
同
love,
情するのも
consoling one another disgusts me. I don't give sympathy, and I don't want it either. I can't hate you, Feta.
舐め合いかどうかはともかく、私は同情って優しさだと思ってるわよ。
Aku mau dikepalain, Omaldo. And I think there is nothing that pushes a person away so much as saying, I know how you feel, so hang in there.
何も言わなくていいのよ。そういうのは
You don't
自然
have
に
to say
伝わるもんだ
anything.
から。
People can just tell.
きちんとそうすることができる人
Being able to do that is part of being an adult. Kunosato chuckled as she looked at the screen.
私は未成年です
I'm a minor. And then Momose chuckled too.
それが問題なのよね。
That's a problem, isn't it? He sighed.
あら、有村ちゃん。
Oh,
寝て
Arimura,
ていいのよ。
you can go to sleep.
特に休んでないでしょ。
You haven't gotten any rest, right? Kunosato turned and saw that Arimura had gotten off the sofa. She looked like she wanted to say something, but instead, she just took a deep breath.
大丈夫
I'm
です
fine. Anyway, what did you find? Arimura looked genuinely relieved when she heard that they had found Miyashiro.
そうですか
See,
よかった
glad.
有村
Arimura,
お前尾上の過去を聞いたことはあるか
have you ever heard anything about Onoi's past? Erlan gua telepon gak jawab, cih, emang sombong emang. Kan tidur bocahnya kocak. Cok, bocah tidur ya. Huh?
尾上の過去
Better welcome to the stream ya Galon ya. Onoi's
そうだ
past.
な
When she was in elementary
例え
school,
ば
for
小学生の
example.
時の話とか
He was caught off guard by the sudden question, but Arimura was able to answer quickly.
宮代先輩の幼馴染だっていう
Just
ことだ
that she
け
was
ですね
Miyashiro's friend, nothing
そ
else.
れ以外は何も
She had only gotten to know Sarika about a month ago, and all they ever told was the case. She didn't know a lot about Sarika's private life.
どんな些細なことで
Did she ever lie about her past? It doesn't matter how
尾
small
上
it
が
was.
嘘を言っていたことはなかった
ないと思います
I don't think, Seri.
セリ
She didn't lie very much.
嘘が少ない人でした
It
か
was the
ら
truth. Arimura was capable of recognizing even common courtesies and joke as lies. Tidur pasti aja bro, harusnya udah bangun. Enggak, kayaknya ini bangunnya nanti subuh. Enggak, ini si Omal tuh kenapa ya, Jir? And that was the real reason why everything said at school was a joke. Mari kita tanyakan. Napa lau? Nothing made her more upset than when she was talking about something serious and the person she was speaking with responded with a lie. That's why she told jokes. Everyone around her joked back. It was a lot easier that way. But out of all the people she knew, Ito and Sarika from the newspaper club were some of the ones who liked the least. They just weren't any good at it. But to Arimura, there was a greater blessing than the other could imagine. That was why it had been such a shock. It might not have been as bad for her as it was for Miyashiro, but she felt like she had been betrayed by someone who was more than a friend. Oh, malah katanya pengen mendengar suara tampanmu itu bang, apa iya itu mah kamu kali Len. Aduh, kamu gak usah sundere gitu Len. Bobo Om Alda, ih sundere kalian ini. Pau lihat Pau, ada yang sundere Pau. Jangan malu-malu gitu dong Len. Oh jadi gitu Len ternyata. When Kunosato realized that she wasn't going to get anything useful out of Arimura, she turned back to her computer. Jangan begitu, jadi ketahuan kan? Ketahuan kan? Emang kuping orang tua mah beda. Oh gitu Om XY. Jadi kupingmu beda Om XY. Are you finding anything out about her? Nothing. We're getting nowhere. She sighed and flicked the monitor with her finger. This is a detective agency, and we've got Shinjo's network too. Finding people and doing background checks should be the easiest thing in the world. But I can't find any information on her that dates back from before middle school. The first we see any information is November 2009. Kok sekarang udah tidak ada info? Apakah event info sudah dilarang negara? Waduh, dilarang gimana, bre? Arimura gasp. That's the month of the Shibuya earthquake, isn't it? More specifically, 2 weeks after the quake, on November 21st, I found her record at a hospital affiliated with AH Tokyo General. But there is no data from before that, no birth certificate, no school record, not even a family register. Belum ada film bagus lah. Sekarang juga lagi nonton anime gua. Jadi masa anime diinfo nobarin mending rebahan di kasur gak sih sambil nonton anime. What's more, Kunosato face took on an even sterner look as she called up another medical chart. Oh yeah, Om XY, yang itu bagus tuh Om XY. Yang kemarin aku bilang itu loh. Yang ada di Muse. Yang kalau di Muse itu wisata terakhir gadis apa gitu. Yang gambarnya kayak loli tapi nggak loli. 2 orang yang kayak abis yang perang gitu Om XY. Itu bagus sih, aku baru nonton 2 episode atau 3. Bagus sih. It belong to. Yang lu ngasih ke gua tapi udah episode 3. Iya. Bagus bro itu bro. Hakuru Miyashiro. Post war itu. Sorry, thanks for the meal. Don't worry. To be honest, I'm sick of this stuff. After I finished eating the calorie block, Shinjo threw the wrapper in the trash. Whenever he was running around on a case, he always kept 2 or 3 with him, he said. I ate them a lot too, so I knew what he meant about being sick of them. I ate the chocolate ones a lot. Lebih bagus itu apa tanya di Evil bang? Tanya di Evil beda genre. Kalau ini slice of life land. Kalau tanya di Evil kan dia kan ada ini. Dia di warnya malah. Dan dia ada dendam cowok sama kami sama anjir. Super cap. Hah? Bukan. Ini cowok. Coba buka YouTube. Oh, slice of life tapi pas habis masa perang. Pokoknya dia itu kemarin sih ceritanya ini. post post malah ini kayaknya post apokalips kayaknya, bukan post war lagi. Pokoknya udah nggak ada manusia ceritanya, sisa mereka berdua gitu ceritanya sejauh ini. Oh ini Shoujo Sumatsuryoko. Shoujo Sumatsuryoko. Ryoko. Girls Last Tour. Inggrisnya Girls Last Tour. Bagus itu. Alpha Apocalypse. Emang iya. Emang iya, Len. Bohong kamu, Len. I see. I didn't know how long I had been crying. But it was the first time I had cried until my lungs and throat hurts. Shinjo had offered me a handkerchief and quietly waited a long time for me to finish. After I had fallen silent, and I couldn't find any new tears to wipe away with the handkerchief, my stomach suddenly rumbled. Until then, I hadn't even felt like drinking water, but after a full day of no food, my body had begun to demand it. Shinjo was fiddling with his cell phone. He seemed to be checking his messages. And then he turned to me questioningly.
Miyashiro-kun,
Miyashiro?
すまないが
Sorry, but I need to ask you
聞きたいこと
something.
があるんだ。
I could tell he was asking if that would be okay. It felt like the tears were about to start again, but I held them back. I looked down at Nono's letter. I had been holding it so hard it had gotten crumpled in my hand. Don't think about revenge. Pernah lihat kayaknya. Lupa kan? Udah tua ya lupa, wajar sih. Don't do anything dangerous.
分かってる。
I know.
大丈夫だか
I'm
ら。
fine. No. I'm not fine at all. I'm not.
全然大丈夫じゃないけど。
But
大丈夫じゃないけど。大丈夫。
I'm fine. Tahu aku udah lama itu anime kan, emang iya. ...2017... ...nggak lama-lama amat lah. Oh ya, jangan bolong-bolong minum obatnya, McFly. Udah tua harus minum obat rutin sesuai anjuran dokter, betul. I touched the latter as gently as I could. And then I looked at Shinjo with tear-swollen eyes and nodded.
どうぞ。
Go ahead.
何
What
です
is
か
it?
尾上セリカのことだ。
It's about Serika Onoe,
久野里さんと
Kuno-san.
俺、
Me and
それに
Momose have
百瀬
all
さんも
looked
調べ
into
た
her.
が、不明な点が
There
多
is
す
just
ぎる。
too much we don't know.
覚えていることだけ
Just
で
tell
構
me
わ
what
ない。
you remember. Give me
最
your
も古い
oldest memory
で
of
きれ
her,
ば、最初に出会った頃のことから、
preferably of the
全てを話してほしい。
time when you first met. I was unsure how to process the complicated feelings I felt when he asked me that question. It was painful and unreal to think that my oldest friend was a killer. It made me furious that I had lost my best friend and both my sister at the same time. It made me sad to think the letter that Nono had written to me and to realize that I might never feel better again. Aduh, aduh, oh my XY. The fuck, oh my XY. Kamu masih begitu? Oh, dibajak. It made me feel pathetic to realize how I didn't want to admit that Serika Onoe was the cause of it all. It all mixed together, and like a swarm that threatened to draw me down. It pulled me deeper inside the abyss of my memories. Emang di usia segitu lagi lucu-lucunya,
俺と
Len.
出会ったのは
When I first met Onoe, it was before I had started elementary school. I couldn't remember the exact date She was my next door neighbor and would come over and play a lot. Yes, that's right. I was born in 1997, so if it was school, the same year I started to elementary school, it will be around 2004. We played together almost every day. She was like a little sister to me. I remembered that at first I had read her picture book and that I had only just learned to read myself, and her family was a lot like mine. Max, tadi Fedelish curhat katanya pengen ada viewer baru. Kamu ada saran nggak, Om? Biar mana ada cok bangsat tahu nggak curhat ke kau ya? Mana ada curhat anjir? Udah nggak pernah curhat ke kau, nggak ada ini lagi, nggak ada ngomongin viewer baru anjir. I'll tell you about mine. Sekalinya hoak parah ya. I was an only child and both of my parents work. Masa nggak pingin loh? They both work at an IT company back when there weren't very many of those. I think they met each other there. Work was all they care about. It was only years later that I learned that normal people didn't eat all 3 meals with a babysitter. About the time I started elementary school, I started going online using one of their old computer. Open cam buka baju goyang sampai bawa. Oh gitu. Oh my soy. Emang mesum bocahnya. It was common for me to be up past midnight even then, but my parents didn't know. I think they didn't care. I can remember at least 2 birthdays where they just left me a present and a note saying they were sorry they couldn't make it. The year after the last one, there wasn't a present, and the year after that, there wasn't even a note. Part of the way through elementary school, I mostly stopped going. I think it was 3rd grade. My mom happened to be home, so she picked up the phone when the teacher called. She looked annoyed when she talked to them. She said her husband was the one who took care of all that and hung up. She didn't tell me to go to school, or even that I didn't have to go, and that he didn't even know the teacher's name. At the time, I learned online that this was what they call low-level child neglect. Serika was the same. Actually, she was worse. She always used to tell me I was lucky because I got a card. Oh, a credit card. I didn't have a babysitter then, so I had to get my own food. Once I had learned how to use the card, I would split the food I bought with Serika. I don't think her parents hit her or anything either. Oh, there was one time she came over to my house really scared. Her parents had tried to force her to go to a hospital, she said. No, I don't know the detail, but they said all kinds of mean things about she was crazy, how she was abnormal. So I think it was psychologists or psychiatrists or someone who worked at a hospital like that. She cried a long time. I let her stay in my room for a while. My parents never cleaned it, and they never looked inside it. Yeah, thinking back, we were probably together all the time when I was little. No, I've never met Serika's parent. He said they were almost never home. I don't think I ever went to her home either. They didn't have a computer, so there was no need to go. Huh? I'm not sure. I don't think she went to school a lot. I never saw her playing with anyone but me, and we were busy finding information on the internet. So we were much smarter then. No, never mind. When we were in the 4th grade, 2 years before the earthquake, we heard a rumor about Amy, an urban legend. Gue juga nggak punya komputer, beliin om ada, minta mau Max itu. We both went to the basement and the hospital to look for it. Yes, AH Tokyo General Hospital. We like stuff like that, both me and her. That's where we saw the experiment being done on Minamisawa. We got scared and ran. I couldn't even imagine what it was that I was seeing back then. That was the first time she and I snuck in anywhere. Serika, I think she was scared. I remember thinking that I needed to protect her. But we were both about equally excited. It was a chance to know something no one else knew. Serika told me I should go to school and tell everyone what I saw, and so did I. And so I did. Everyone told me I was lying, of course. So then I started going even less. I started researching the sumo sticker and stuff. We tried making a web page about it together. When we were in 6th grade, the new generation madness happened. That was 2009. It was like we had gone crazy. At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we live in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer following the news. When something big like this, like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. We stayed up all night in shift following the case. Sometimes we will use our cell phone to read the internet as we actually went out to the crime scene and took pictures. More murders kept happening, and eventually they started to say Takumi Nishijo was the killer, but that turned out to be wrong. Serika and I were both very excited. He seemed so cool. Proving your innocence means getting the right information and shoving it in the faces of the people whose information was bad, right? It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do then, and I guess I'm still trying to do now with the newspaper club. Serika said he was amazing. I agreed. When the earthquake happened, Serika and I were near the O-front building. Nishijo was doing something there and we wanted to see. And then there was this high-pitched noise and everything went white. And then it happened. At first, we didn't think it was an earthquake. We thought it was a bomb or something. The ground bounced up and down like a trampoline, and several of the telephone poles near us fell over. I could hear screaming and the sound of breaking glass. Someone yelled, "Earthquake!" That's how I knew it was an earthquake. Anyway, Serika and I ran away so we wouldn't get caught. And we wouldn't get caught up in the people panicking. We didn't know where we were running, but we didn't want to be there. We got caught up in the crowd, and Serika and I were quickly separated. When that happened, I got scared, and all of a sudden, I couldn't move. Oh, gak bisa gerak. Gempanya berapa SR itu bang? 8 skala Richter ya? I got pushed over and fell, and then I crawled behind something. The shaking had stopped, but that had scared me more than the quake was the way everyone around me had changed in an instant. Oh my god, yo. It went a long time in that spot, unable to move. The idea of going home never occurred to me. There was no way I could rely on my parents for help. And at the time, I thought that no place in Shibuya was still standing. I didn't know what to do. And then I found Serika passed out near me. She must have been pushed down and hit her head. Or maybe she hadn't been able to handle what she was seeing because she had passed out. I decided that I had to save her. The information online said that Yoyogi was relatively undamaged and the hospital were accepting patients. I carried her on my back and started walking there. Save her bang, iya. And then... No, never mind. Anyway, I just kept walking and finally I reached AH Tokyo General Hospital, which had been turned into a temporary shelter. Serika looked like she was in pain the whole way there. She didn't wake up. I saw my parents there. And then I collapsed from a terrible headache. That's all I remember from the earthquake. When I woke up, I was in Aoba dorm and a year had passed while I was in a coma. And that's where I met Nono and the others. You need to save her, please, I'm begging you, Fet. Nah, ini kelihatan nih abis minum 1 botol. Maboknya kelihatan. Sorry, I'm fine. I heard what happened then from Nono and Serika. Serika woke up at the hospital, saw me unconscious. She stayed with me the whole time, and when AH Tokyo General overflow, I was moved to one of the other hospital in their network, and she came with me. Enggak ya, aku mah bukan lah. Kamu kan pemabuk. Kemarin aja nyekok-nyekok. Parah sih. Ada aku bilang jangan gitu. She wasn't in good shape either, and I guess she didn't want to go home. She refused to leave my side, and when the people from the hospital saw her, they put her into care, counseling in. Her parents died in the earthquake, she said. So did mine. Gak deh, aku kan guys. Oh, padahal aku udah bilang jangan kan deh. Enggak mau tahu, harus gitu. Gila gak lo? Given the circumstances, the hospital didn't seem to mind her staying there with me. But once things started to calm down, they sent her home. She found some relative who agreed to help her get a place. The one she has now. And then every day she came to visit me in the hospital. No, I don't know. I think she said they were relatives who lived a long way away. No, I don't know their names. I'm sorry. Some time passed, and since there was nobody to take me in, I was moved to Albador. But she still stayed with me the whole time. That's when she met Nono, I guess. They were good friends. When I woke up after more than a year, I had trouble moving. Nono helped me with my physical therapy. Serika would come check in on me all the time, and Nono would happily tell her my progress. Family was very, very important to Nono, and Serika was the one person outside the family she called by her first name, not her last. The two of them would go out and visit all the different crepe shops in Shibuya, and since Serika didn't have any interest in makeup or clothes, Nono will take her shopping for them. Sahabat sejati itu sahabat yang menepati janjinya, Lan. Bukan hoyo-hoyo 1 minggu. Masih dibahas anjing, udah lewat asu. They really were good friends. But after my therapy ended, I could walk. I started going to school more and more. Yes, that middle school. I was given special permission to be in 2nd year, along with other kids my age. Serika did the same as a 1st year student. No, best of friend. Oh, yeah. After the earthquake, while I was in a coma, she has started going to school. Aduh, apa-apa sama stream. Padahal nggak ada bocahnya, anjir. Asal nyebut aja, anjir. It was hard living on her own, but Nono will take care of her, and her relatives sent her plenty of money. She seemed to be doing better than she was at her old house. Dia mah takut sama lu, Lem. Ngeri katanya, serem. No, there was nothing strange, I think. Makanya dia nongolnya selalu di luar lu kan. Dia serem, ada tabako, ya kan? Ada galen, ada. I went to Heki Ho Academy because they offer free tuition bener, for orphan of the earthquake. Itu namanya ramah kepada viewer, bro. Walaupun sedang tidak nonton tapi disapa enggak ya. Itu namanya orang gila anjir. A year later, so did Serika. We both joined the newspaper club and did things there. It was exactly as you saw it, I think. She spent a lot of time with us at school, but she had her own friend in her own class. She wasn't part of any of their group, but it didn't seem like they were ignoring her or anything. I had never seen her. I had never seen her with anybody suspicious, and she wasn't the type of person to keep secret. When I didn't have a charger, she would just hand me her phone and let me use it. That was the kind of girl she was. Jadi aku orang gila bang? Iya. Yes. Reika was a normal high school kid, just like us. November 5th, 2015, Thursday. The same time, the street of Shibuya. Reika was running. She was out of breath and had terrible headache. There was sweat all over her body, and it wasn't from exhaustion. Running a few minutes wasn't enough to tire her out compared to what she had to do to her mind and body to commit the murder. This was nothing at all. Crap. She touched the small cut on her stomach as she ran. She felt slick blood and a sensation she was long since soiled. She'll probably have to stitch it up, but if her organ were in rupture, she would be fine. She was used to getting stitched without anesthetic. She didn't even need a towel to bite down on to relieve the pain. The needle didn't even need to be a medical one. But this is terrible headache. As new to her, Sarika stopped when she saw there was no one around. They're slowing me down. She punched the wound on her stomach hard, 2 or 3 times. The sensation of fierce external pain, a sensation she was used to, ran up her spine. Organnya rupture bang. Kamu harus cari donatur organ baru. Iya. Ngapain cari? Kan udah dapat kemarin. Kata dokter, kami sudah berusaha semaksimal mungkin. Oh gitu, Len. She had hope that it will alleviate the pain of her headache. She hoped that her brain will decide the pain of her open wound was more important than the headache. But the headache didn't stop. It felt like a cold needle was being driven into her head without every heartbeat, as her mind screamed at her that something was terribly wrong. He knew why. The struggling against his power did this to me. Her head hurt, but her mind was still capable of clarity. Her foe was far stronger than she had expected. Mind control. An unimaginably horrible form of hypnosis, which could make anyone do whatever you wanted. When he was an ally, she had thought it was the greatest power imaginable. Now that he was an enemy, it seemed like the worst. No, that's not right, she laughed to herself. He hadn't been an ally. He hadn't been a helper or a co-conspirator either. If you could call him anything, he was a blackmailer. The phone in her hand trembled. It wasn't the one she had used when she pretended to be a normal person. She had destroyed that a while ago, so that police couldn't track her. It was the one he had given her for communicating with him. It probably belonged to someone they had killed, or perhaps he had used mind control to steal it from someone who never even knew it was gone. She stared at the screen for a moment, but finally decided to answer it. How's your stomach? Sorry, you attacked so suddenly, my body just moved on its own. Lion, you were expecting it. I call you your mind. You must have found something funny because the man on the other end laughed. That's just like you. That's the way kids should be though. So, you can at least tell me why, right?
白々しい
You know damn well why. Serika's voice was filled with rage. He knew, and yet he asked anyway. It was either a sadist or some kind of sick-headedness. The methods he came up with for his murders always felt like one big joke.
どうして宮代拓郎を主犯に仕立て上げた一連の事件は全て南沢千里の犯行として決着させるはずだ
Why
ったろう
did you make Takuro Miyashiro out to be the killer? The plan was to make it look like Senri Minamisawa was behind this. Are you saying I was responsible? Of course, you were asshole, she thought. A warrant had been put out for Miyashiro only a few hours after Nonokurusu's death, and in a way that would normally never be possible. There was no way they would give a minor's real name out in the span of time unless he had used his power.
一体どういうつもりだ
Yang mati dulu, masa depan masih panjang. Iya, live your life, accept your situation and rise above it, face reality with stoicism and a smile. Iya, bubub. What the hell are you thinking? He has learned too much. I'm actually compromising for your sake.
何
What? Your mind reading power has helped me a lot. I might have had to kill him, but instead, I'm just going to have him arrested as the killer. She hated the fact that she was on the phone. Without being able to see him, she couldn't read his mind. She wanted to know what he was really thinking.
南沢千里より彼を犯人
It's
として
just
祭り
better
上げ
for
た
your
方が都合が良く
plan
なっ
if
た
he's
だ
the
けだ
criminal, not Senri Minamisawa, right?
余計なことを知って
He'll
い
be
る彼
locked
は
away
世
where
間
he
に出
can't
てこ
tell
なくな
anyone
る
anything,
その
and the
上
press will
自
think
分
that
の
he
姉と
was the
妹を
one
殺した
who
主
killed
犯
his
ということ
sister
で
and talk
話
about the
題性を
story
持つ
even more.
その方が
That
歴
will
史シール
attract
に注
even
目
more
が集まるから
attention
な
to the sumo seeker.
しかも
And
犯人
do
と
you
して逮
seriously
捕されて
expect
終
me
わ
to
りだ
believe he'll get
宮
off
代拓郎は
with
最
this
初の犯行である
unrest?
9月7日
As
時
of
点
the
で
first
す
murder
でに
on the
18歳だ
September 7, Takuro Miyashiro was 18 years old.
犠牲者は7人
There were 7
未成年と
victims.
しては
No
犯罪史
minor
上最
has
多
even committed that
今の
many
世論の
murders.
流れなら十中八
The
九
way public opinion is going, there's a 99% chance he'll get the death penalty. Did you think I wouldn't know that? We won't know until he goes to trial, will we?
どうせお前が操作するんだろ
And
う
when
な
that happens, you'll be controlling the whole thing. Sarika yelled into her phone, and the man started laughing again. She didn't know if it was because she had yelled or because his slaughter pissed her off. But the headaches got worse, which only made her madder. I will pick up my cane and defend you to my last breath because I love you. Yeah, boop boop. You really are great. Why not come back to me? Your power of bread value to me, and you're smart. You have guts to.
ふざけるな
Shut the hell up.
彼が無
His
事である
safety
こと
was the one condition I had for helping you. You're also stubborn.
それ以外の
I
こと
don't
に
care about anything
私
but
の価
that.
値などない
Takuro Miyashiro's survival. That was the one thing she had cared about since she came into this world. Being a murderer. Being an accomplice to murder, using her mind-reading powers to find psychic. She had done it all for that reason, but no. So let me ask you then, what will you do now? You're not going to take him and run, are you? Serika managed to stop herself from speaking. He was right. She had thought it was the only way. That's impossible and you know
やっ
it.
てみなければわ
We
から
won't
ない
know until we
お
try.
前の力は確かに脅威に見
Your
える
power
が
is a trap.
委員
But
会の
maybe
末端
there's
がで
not
きる
much
ことに
someone
は
solo
実は
on
限
the
界があるんじ
committed
ゃないのか
Totem Pole can actually do, so is there. That's why he had come to her for help, alright? She thought that this was her only chance to save Miyashiro.
現に彼
The
はまだ
police don't have
警
him
察
yet.
にもお
That's
前の手
because
に
you
も
don't
渡
know
ってい
where
ない
he is, do you? You've got me there. That's right. I'm all the way at the bottom of the org chart. I don't even know who the main members are. And then he spoke in a voice that sounded a little too deliberate. He could sense his lips curling into a smile. Maybe I'll start with Frisia. He finally gave a small gasp. She had thought that that's where he was hiding to. How did he know about Frisia? When she whispered that to herself, he said, "Listen, they told me all about Frisia. Don't you know how much she and Nono trusted me?" Don't you know how much he and Nono trust me? Ini mah si dokternya gak sih? Bokap ininya? Bokap panti asuhannya? Hah? You're not a mistake, you are wonderful. Yeah, boop. Oh my god.
死ねクズが
Die, asshole. Serika hung up the phone and started to run, ignoring the pounding in her head.
なるほど
I see. So that's it, Kunosato said in a voice that was almost too soft to hear. And then she put her hand up to her head and started to think. I told Kunosato the same thing I had just told Shinju. Shinju had brought me back to Frisia and given me a stern warning not to leave again. Then he had quickly gone back to his investigation in theory looking for me.
本当にもうバカなことはやめてくださいね、宮代先輩。
Stop being stupid, Miyashiro.
まったくよ
That's right, Arimura was crying and screaming.
泣きながら
They're going to arrest
先輩が逮捕
Miyashiro.
され
It was a
泣いて
mess.
ません。
I was not crying. Both Arimura and Momose were worried about me. I was glad for that. The only ones who knew the truth were the three of them: Shinjo, Kazuki, and Uki. We may have different goals, but if nothing else, they knew I wasn't the killer. They were working to find the real killer, Serika. Only now did I realize how stupid it was for me to run away. Compared to this morning, the thick fog in my brain had lifted a little. No, I'm fine. Don't think about revenge. Don't do anything dangerous. Live the same life as everyone else does, but don't get buried among the crowd. The words in the latter were like heavyweight, keeping me grounded.
宮代
Miyashiro,
有村
Arimura.
はい。
Huh? Kunosato turned away from the computer screen and toward us. Her expression was even sterner than usual.
前にも言ったと思うが渋谷地震の際に目撃された
Apa tuh,
白い
Len?
光が
Apa tuh, Len, artinya, Len?
お前たちギガロマニアックスの発生に関係していると
I've said this
私は
before,
確信している
I think, but I'm absolutely certain that the white light seen during the Shibuya earthquake is in some way responsible for your power.
震源域の中心付近にかつてプラネタリウムがあったのは知ってい
You
るだ
know,
ろう
there was a planetarium near the epicenter of the quake, right?
そのプラネタリウムはある企業によって買い取られたのだが新庄さんの聞き込みによればそれ以降不審な男たちが目撃されるようになったそうだ
Oh my god. Jangan bunyikan sangkakala. Jangankan bunyikan sangkakala. Jangan ditiup, Len, sangkakala, Len. Chaos Child sudah berjalan 40 jam. 30 jam lagi menuju. Bang, ganti game. Mana ada 40 jam, bro? Mana ada, cok, 40 jam? Chaos Child baru 29 jam, cok. The planetarium was bought out by a certain company, and according to Shinjo's investigation after that purchase, suspicious men were seen there many times.
しかもそれと並行して
And at the same time, there were multiple witnesses to the incident that sound like real booting.
さらにその企業
Loh,
は
terserah aku mau bilang berapa
例の
jam, emangnya
AH
kamu
東京総
siapa?
合病院と深い関係があることも分かった
Maaf, aku bukan siapa-siapanya kamu ya. Ya maaf ya, Senpapi ya. Ya maaf. Ya aku bukan siapa-siapanya kamu kok. Sorry. Ya udah. Gimmick stream lucu? Nggak ada. Nggak ada lucu-lucunya. Siapa yang bilang lucu? Nggak usah ketawa lu. We also know that this company is deeply related to AH Tokyo General Hospital. So,
つまりどういうことですか？
what are you saying?
ここからは推測だ
This
が
is just hypothesis, but I believe that just like the basement facility,
ギガロマニアックスの実験か何
planetarium
かに
was
使わ
being
れて
used
い
for
たの
some
ではない
kind of
かと。
gigalomaniac-related experiment.
ところがあの地震でプラネタリウムは破壊さ
But
れ
that earthquake destroyed the planetarium, or
ある
no,
いは逆
it's
に
also possible that
プ
the
ラネ
one
タリ
of
ウム
the
での
Earth
実験にトラブルがあって
that one of its experiment went wrong and caused the earthquake. Oh, you see. Either way, they were experimenting on some factor that created gigalomaniacs, which was then scattered around the surrounding area. That's what I think.
それが白い
That
光だと
white
考えている
white light was. Ini kan channel family friendly emang ya. Jangan lupa untuk like, share, subscribe dan nyalakan lonceng. Emang iya, emang iya Len. Some kind of materials that brought out the gigalomaniacs power from your brain, I guess.
物質じゃなくて電磁波みたいなものだとか
It might not have been
エネルギーとか
matter,
そういう
to
ものか
have
もし
been
れないけど
electromagnetic wave, energy, or something similar.
ああ、つまり
Ah,
アレルゲンみたいなもので
so
す
like
ね。
an allergen.
全く違うちょっとばかり聞きかじっただけの言
Not
葉を
even
使うな
close. Don't use word
バカは黙っていろ
whose meanings you don't really understand. It makes you look like an idiot who needs to shut up. Hmm? Arim Rafran. Emang yang tadi artinya apa? Kok ini tipsless. Allergen. Normally used to refer an antigen that stimulates an allergy response. Antigen cause a reaction within the body's immune cell, yeah, and is then ejected from the body by antibodies within the bloodstream and bodily fluid. However, when this immune response is too strong, allergy symptom. Oh, iya sih. Oh. Dengan like kalian membantu, emang iya nggak ada kayaknya nggak ngaruh deh, nggak tahu dah. Aku jujur masih nggak tahu faktor pengaruhnya si like itu ke channel. Arim Rafran, the two of them still weren't getting along,
こうして
and so this
光を浴びてしまった多数
also
の人
factor,
間の脳に
whatever it was
発生因
was
子が
sent
与え
into
られ
the
たと考え
brain
ら
of
れるが
a lot of different
た
people,
だし
but not all of
全
them
員が覚醒した
awaken.
これまでの研究によれば脳がまだ発達段階で活発
Pengaruh
に
bang,
活動
jadi
し
lebih
ている
senang
若
aja
い
oh
人
gitu.
間その中で
Oh nggak tahu ya udah, like ku
脳
tarik
への
dulu.
負荷
Iya
が非常
iya.
に高い事象を経験した者だけに能力の発現が見
My
られる
research has shown that this only occur in the young, whose brain were still developing. Oh. Particularly who's experiencing something that put them in state of extreme stress.
はい。
Right. I nodded. I knew exactly what she was talking about.
能力者の能力は
Itu biar channelmu masuk
Sono
home
dekigoto.
jutaan orang Indonesia bang. Oh
Toyoi.
begitu
その
senpapi.
出来事に対して
The
どん
nature
な
of
心
their
理的作
power
用が
is
働いたか
dependent
に依存している
on what the something was, or more accurately, how their minds reacted to it.
その話、みんなでしたことあり
We've
ます。
talked about that. The wish you
どんなことを
made
望んだ
is
かで
what decided
能
your
力が決まる
powers,
って
right?
ありていに言えばそういうことに
More
なるな
or less. When I had woken up from the earthquake, I had felt a lot of stress at the way my body wouldn't move. I never wanted to go through that again. Not only was there the threat of not being able to move, there was the terror that came with wondering if I might stay like that forever. That's why I had gained my power of psychokinesis. Satu lagi itu sama dengan 100 saweria. Oh begitu. Satu like setara 3 permen mil kita. Oh begitu. When I was telling that to Kuno Sato, my mind flashed back to how Nono helped me when my physical therapy. She had done her best to cheer me up. at times kind and gentle, and at times strict. She was always there for me. But now she was...
ダメだ
No,
しっかりし
get
ろ
a hold of,
足をた
get
く
a hold of yourself. Takuro Miyashiro. Panjang-panjang 6 orang yang udah like. Enggak, di aku 8 like. I forced myself to snap out of it. And then I realized that Kunosato was staring at me. Excuse me.
宮代拓の能力は
Your power
サイコキネ
was
シス。
psychokinesis.
その発
The
生要因は
cause was
過
your
酷なリハ
difficult
ビリ。
physical therapy. That's what I had thought
お
wrongly
前のこ
when
とを
I
調べて
investigated
そう
you.
思い込んでいた。
6 orang keren. Mana nih 6 orang keren? Kalian keren banget. Iya. For some reason, she looked frustrated.
思い込んでいたって
Wrongly?
安易な判断と思い込み。私もまだまだ未熟だ。
I made the easy
本当なら
assumption, which
もっ
means
と
I still
早く
have
思
a
いつ
lot
い
of
たどり着けて
learning
い
to
たかも
do.
しれない
I
な。
should have thought of Serika Onoe a lot sooner.
どういうことですか
What do you mean?
今も言ったろ。能力者はいずれも地震の時に
What I just
ギ
said,
ガロマ
all
ニア
the
ックスの
psychic
発生
develop
因子
their
を
power
浴びて
after
能力を
being
発現させている。おそらく
My guess is that the
あの過
earthquake
酷な
put
地
you
震が
under incredible stress
彼らに
and
強い
gave
ス
you
トレスと
something to
願望
wish
を
for.
与
And that was the
え、それ
trigger.
がお前もそうだな。
That's how it was
Arimura.
for you. Right, Arimura?
ええ
Yes. Keren banget super Fedelish. Semoga rezekinya lancar, kerjaan lancar, hidup lancar. Iya, gila. Kalian semua jadi orang yang agamis sekali ya, mendoakan gitu ya. That's what she had said before. That how her power had woken during the earthquake, and that had cause was that she wanted to know the truth.
山添由紀もそうだ。
The
佐
same
久間
is
先生
true.
からのレポートによれば、
Uki Yamazoe,
能力の発現は
Dr. Sakuma's report
やは
say
り渋谷地震の直
that
後
her
だった。
power developed right after the earthquake.
それと、パイロ
And
キネ
Rico
シストの
Haida,
ハイダリコ。
pyrokinetic.
Ano
We
na no
finally
kotong
finished
yoyak
our
sila
research
biwata
on her. Kunosato pointed to a corner of her screen. He was displaying the data about pyrokinetic that had threatened us.
ハイダリコは
Rico
渋
Haida
谷
was
地震
burned
で
on her
顔にやけ
face
どを負い、
during the
他
earthquake,
の能力
and
者
like
と
the
同
other
様、
psychic,
その
developed
直
her
後に
power
覚醒
immediately
して
afterward.
絶望感による過
In
度
her
のストレ
case,
ス
it
と
was intense stress
他の
caused by
人間に
despair
自分と
and
同
a
じ
dark
絶望を与
desire
えてや
to
りたい
make
という
others
暗
share
い
her
願望
fate
が
that connected
発生因子
the
と結び
two.
これで
Fedelish
分かったら
Jaya, Galon. Absen
もちろ
lalu
ん
dong,
全ての
welcome
能
to
力者を
stream.
調べたわけでは
Semoga
ないが
rezeki Fedelish lancar tahun ini. Semoga
Watashi wa
resolusi
shiro
jadi
kagiri.
VTuber terkabulkan.
Zenyi.
Aduh,
例
resolusi
の
apa
白い
nih?
光を浴びた直
Now
後
you
に
understand,
能
right?
力を
Of
得て
course. I haven't investigated every psychic, but every single one I know awoke to their power right after being struck by that white line.
1年以上のタ
No
イ
one
ム
in
ラ
my
グがあったも
data
の
set
なら
developed their power a year
私の持っ
later.
ているデータの中にはいないんだよ。
I started to understand that Kunosato was trying to say. And then I felt an awful sensation.
情報を精査
When
し
I
たとこ
went
ろ
back
によると
over the information, I found that
能
there
力
is
者の
always a
力が
major
発
side
現する際
effect
には
whenever
必ず大きな副作用が起こる。
a psychic first manifests their power.
耐え難いほどにひどい。
An unbearable
頭痛だ。
headache.
これは血管拡張によるものだと思う。頭痛
I
の原因
believe
の
it's
中で
due
は
to
極めて
expansion
ポ
of
ピュ
the
ラーで
blood vessel.
片頭痛と
That's
診断される
that's
人
an
にも
extremely
血
common
管が
reason
拡張するた
for
めに起こる。
headaches, particularly migraine.
ギガロマニアックスの
Some
場
of
合
our
の血
data
管拡張
indicates
は
that in the case of
発生因子が引き
gigalomania,
金となって
the causal factor is the trigger that
それに
results
類した神
in
経伝達
excess
物質
of
が過剰に
dopamine
分泌される
and
のが
similar
原因。
neurotransmitter. Some of our data indicates that in the case of a gigalomaniac, the causal factor is the trigger that result. Okay,
というデータが出ているが、
this in turn result in the swelling. Then she paused. She was probably giving me time to think.
そこで
So Miyashiro,
宮代に質問だ。
did you feel any terrible headaches during your physical therapy?
リハビリの時にひどい頭痛を
I
経
couldn't
験したことはあるのか？
Any pain in my head just from the rest of my body, particularly my joints?
いえ
No,
おそらく
I
な
don't
いと
think
思い
so.
ます。
なら、
Then there should have
他
been
の
a
能力者と
moment
同じように
during the earthquake when he
地震の際に
experienced a
ひどい
terrible
頭痛を経
headache,
験した瞬間があっ
just
たは
like
ず
the
だ。
other psychic. I could hear my heart beat loudly. My vision started to blur, and then my heart beat so loud that I could hear it.
その時
What were you doing then? I had a bad feeling. What was I doing then?
いや
No, let me rephrase.
正確に聞こう。
During the earthquake,
地震の時に
what was your
お前は
wish?
何を望んだ。例えば
Did you want to
危険を回避
maybe
するために
move away some
瓦
rubble
礫を意のままに動かしたいと望んだのか。
so you could avoid some
それでサイ
danger?
コキネシスを
Did
手
that
に入れ
give
た
you
のか。
Did you want to maybe move away some rubble so that you could avoid some danger? Did that give you your...
違う。
No, that wasn't what I wanted. My wish then was...
僕が望んだのは
Oh no way. Sarika, save me. Please. For a moment, it felt like a headache I had experienced during the earthquake had come back, and I grabbed my head in pain. I tried to get the idea out of my head, but it wouldn't disappear. No, that couldn't be right.
どうした。
What's wrong? Kunosato stared at me. Her expression was as stern as ever. Eventually, she did something to her computer. It displayed a different set of data than before. For some reason, it felt like I was being driven further and further into a dark cave.
これは尾上のカルテだ。日付は2009年11月
This is
21
Onoe's
日。
medical chart. It's dated
AH
November
東京
20,
総合病院の系列病院に
21st,
残っていた。
2009. It was a hospital affiliated with AH Tokyo General.
お前は地震の後、ここに入っていたと言っていたな
You。said you were a patient here after
ということ
the
は、
earthquake, right? Which
お前に
means
付き添っていた尾
that
上も。
this is where Onoe will have been given her counseling.
ところが、
But there are no records
尾上の記録は
of Onoe
こ
prior
れ以
to
前
this
の
date.
そうでしたね。
Correct,
百
Momose.
瀬さん。
We couldn't find her family register or anything else. Momose said, but her voice sounded unreal, far away. It's
ありえな
impossible
いですよ。だって尾上は小さい時から
that
僕
Onoe
と
always been with me.
家が隣同士だっ
They
たら
live
しいな。
next door, right?
そうです。
That's right.
当時、
At the time, we
お前
lived
が
in
住んでいた
6th
マンショ
floor
ンは
condo,
6階の
Your
角部
name
屋。
and your neighbor were
隣
named
の住
Arai.
人の名前は
They were
荒
an
井。
elderly couple who had
経営していた会社を引
retired
退した
from the company they
年金
ran.
受給者の老夫婦
They
だ
had no children.
子供は設けていない。
My heart beat louder. It was aggravating me. It was a strange sensation. I was hearing all the words, but I couldn't understand what they meant. Even my breathing was getting
違いま
faster.
す。
No, she lived next to me.
Onoe wa
Her parents were
tonari ni
neglecting her.
その両親とやらに
Did you ever meet these
会ったこと
parents
はあ
of
るの
hers?
か。
No, right?
尾上には当
You
時
said she didn't have
他
any
に友
friends
達がいなかったそうだが
before the earthquake. Did you actually see her talking to
そもそも
anyone besides you?
それは
That's... I hadn't. But that was because she didn't have any friends. When we sometimes went outside, she was always with me. She never left my side for an instant. Kunosato tapped at the keyboard at the screen change.
これは
This is
お
your
前
chart.
のカルテ
It
だ。
was also found at the hospital.
その系列病院に残って
If
いたものだ。
only I had found it sooner, she whispered. At some point, I had started crying. I couldn't see the screen through my blurry
お
vision.
前が昏睡状態に陥った原因は不明
It
とされて
says
いる。
the cause of your coma was
発生
unknown.
因子のことが解明
They
できなかっ
probably
た
had
んだ
no
ろう。
idea of the presence
だ
of the
が、
causal factor.
その代わ
Instead,
り
it has notes.
別の
It
病
has
院の
notes from a
精
psychiatrist
神科
at
の診
another
察記録が
hospital.
追記されている。
Another hospital? Psychiatrist? I had never been to another hospital. It must have been some mistake.
2006年の日付
It's
か。
dated.
お前が小学3年の時だな。
So when you were in third grade,
イマジナ
heavily
リーフレンドへ
reliant
の
on
過度の
imaginary
系統
friend,
と
it
診断
says.
されている。
Wait, what? Bener kan yang kemarin Nau bilang kan? Jadi Onoe ini imaginary friend kan? Tapi problemnya si Onoe kok mereka bisa tahu kalau itu kalau misalnya itu imaginary friend, kenapa yang lainnya pada tahu? Imaginary friend?
簡単に言えば
A friend
空想
who
上の友
only
人の
exists
こと
in
だ
your fantasies.
空
In my
想
fantasies. That's not true. A voice in my head said over and over. Aku juga gak punya temen. Iya, iya.
イマジナリーフレンド自体は
Imaginary
珍しいもの
themselves
じゃな
are
い
very common. It's not a disease.
そもそも病気ではな
Around
く
30% of
幼児
infants
の3割
have
近く
them.
が何もない空間に話しかける子供に対して幽霊が見えていると
There
決め
are
つけるオ
fans
カルトマニア
of
たち
the
がいる
occult who say that when an
そういうマ
infant
ニアの
talks
話を
to
聞いた
empty
ことぐら
space,
いあ
it's
るだ
because
ろ
they can see ghosts. I'm sure you've at least heard of those stories, right?
嘘
You're lying.
だが
But very few
思
people
春期ま
maintain
で
their
イマジナリ
imaginary
ーフレン
friend
ドを持
until
続している人
puberty.
間となると
It's distinct
その
from
数は激減する。
dissociative identity disorder. But if
乖
you
離
ask
性
me,
同
the
一性
symptoms
障害
are
とは区
almost
別されている
identical.
がお前の話に出てく
The
る
Ono way you
地震
described
前
from
の
before the
お前
earthquake was
お
always
前は
jealous
常
of
に
you, right?
羨んでいたな同じネグレクト状
He
態にあ
was
りな
also
が
a
ら
neglected child,
Oh,
but she
no,
said
basta
that you
to.
were better off than her. I tried to yell at her to stop, but might throw her too much for me to speak. The taste of blood filled my mouth. I must have bit my lip. I started crying without even realizing it.
イマジナリーフレンドの大
The
半は
vast majority of
友好的な
imaginary
ものとして存
friends
在す
are
る
friendly. That's because they fulfill the
それで自分
desire
の
of
承認
for esteem. No,
自分に不利益な事実を
transference of negative
空想上の
fact
友人に
onto
押
an
し付けるのは
imaginary friend is actually something
む
more
しろ同
commonly
一性
seen
障害に多く見られ
in
る症状
identity
なのだ
disorder, but
違うって
I'm
言って
telling
るだ
you,
ろ
you're wrong. Kunosato words were called an uncompromising.
頭がおかしい
It was an Onoe who was told
またもじゃ
you
ない
she
と
was
言われたのは
crazy or
己
abnormal,
じゃないそれを己に押し付けた
It was you.
お前なんだよ
and you
Miyashiro
transferred
Takuru.
that onto her. Takuru Miyashiro. Don't lie to me.
宮代先輩
Miyashiro. I felt a soft hand on my shoulder and turned to look. It was Arimura. She looked at me like I was a young child in need of tender care. Stop it. Don't look at me that way.
久野里さんは
Kunosato
嘘はついてない
is telling the truth. All the feeling inside me went cold when I heard her words. Arimura said she was telling the truth. But she was.
だけど
But then,
そんなこと
I didn't want it to be true. Because if it was,
ノノを殺した
then I'm the
のは
one
この
who killed Nono.
ノノを殺したのは
Then that means in the
結
end,
局僕ってこ
I'm
と
the one who killed her.
そこまでにしてもらおう
That's
久野
enough.
里美代
Miyo Kunosato. I suddenly heard a voice. What? I turned around and saw someone in front of door. It was someone I knew well.
おの
Onoe? That's right, it was Serika Onoe. She was different in every way from how she had been at the newspaper club. There was an expression on her face that I couldn't read at
貴
all.
様
You.
待て
Wait,
争
I'm
う
not
意
here
志
to fight.
ふざけるな
The hell you
本当
aren't.
だ
It's true.
有村ひなえ
Ina Arimura,
それを
can you
しまって
put
くれ
that
ないか
away? Arimura had unleashed her D-sword. She was glaring at Sarika and pointing it straight at her.
お前たちに危
If I
害を
wanted to
加える
hurt
つも
you,
り
I
な
wouldn't
ら
just walk
こん
in
な
the
に堂
door
々
like
と
this.
姿は見せない
Wait. Why was Sarika here? What was she doing? Was she saying she wasn't here to fight to make me let my guard down and then kill me? No, forget that. Why did she kill Nono? All these thoughts slipped through my mind before I could really think about any of them. But then they all came together to form the biggest question of all.
目の前の
Did
こい
I
つを
create her?
そう
That's right.
今思ってる
It's
通
just as
りだ
you're
よ
thinking, Takuru.
宮代拓
Sarika was looking me dead in the eye. Was she reading my mind? It felt like she could read everything I was thinking.
私は
You created
お
me
前に生み出された存在だ
during the earthquake.
あの時にな
What she said was the one thing I didn't want to admit. So I found myself looking toward Arimura, who had drawn her D-sword and read it again. Arimura slowly nodded. I nodded slowly without taking her eyes off of Serika. I knew that it was her way of saying that she was telling the truth. But still, in my heart, refused to admit it. That's lie. It has to be. because Serika was as important to me as Nono. The phone started to vibrate in someone's pocket. Serika's expression changed infinitesimally.
私のスマホだ。
It's my phone.
ポケットに手を
I'm
入れる
putting
ぞ。
my hand in my
他のも
pocket.
のは出さない。
I won't take
Dakara.
out anything else, so got it.
いいな。
Serika looked at Arimura as she spoke. Arimura was instantly able to tell if she was telling the truth.
言ってることは
スピーカーにしろ
Put it on the
疑
speaker.
り深い
You're a
女だ。
suspicious woman. Serika nodded and took out her phone. She went to put it on speaker mode, but before she did, she looked up. Her eyes met with mine.
宮代拓郎。
Takuro, get ready for something else.
お前は
You're
これまでと
about
同
to
じ
be
か
hit with
それ以
something
上のシ
that's
ョ
the
ックを
same
受ける
as
ことになる。
or greater than
お前の心
anything
が
that's
壊
come
れるの
before.
見たくない。
I don't want to see your mind destroyed.
一体何を
What are you? What are you saying, Serika? Before I could ask, she put her hand to the phone.
よう、フリージアには着いたか
Did you make it to Frisia? I had heard that voice before. Again? Bener, cowok. But I couldn't tell whose it was. No, that wasn't right. I didn't want to. It was rare to hear his voice from Serika's phone anyway. Whenever he needed something, he would always call me or Nono.
どうしてここにいる
How
と
did you
分か
know
っ
I
た
was here? I guess that's a stupid question.
まあな。
Yeah, and if I told you that, you would go running straight there. I had never seen Serika spit like that. And this time, her face was red with anger.
どうだ
So,
タクロはいるか
is Takuro there? When I heard the name Takuro, I shivered. I knew it. There was no way I could mistake that voice. I knew why Serika had told me to be ready for a shock. That voice.
なあ、タクロ。いるんだ
You're
ろ
there, right?
俺だよ
It's me. It was the voice of my father, Wataru Sakuma. I couldn't speak. The ground beneath me seemed to shift, and I felt sick. The phone seemed to stick out clearly while everything else faded away.
佐久間先生
Dr. Sakuma.
ち
So,
そういうことか
that's it, huh?
こちらの動きは
They knew everything we were up to then.
おい、タクロ。
Hey Takuru, you listening?
もしもし。
Hello?
とさん
Dad? Why?
おう、やっぱいるじゃね
Oh,
えか。
so you are there.
なんだ
What? Oh
ま
no,
だ
it hasn't
お前
told
聞
you
いてねえ
yet.
のか
Told me what? Told me what? And why that? And why was that calling Serika's phone?
全部の絵を
Oh
描い
no,
て
and
た
I
の
planned the whole thing. I didn't understand what he meant, but I could hear my heart pounding
今
loudly.
回起きた一
We
連の
planned
事
the
件
whole
の
thing
最
from the
初から
start. It was a lot of work, you know? Oh no, and I had to work as a team to get all this stuff ready.
一緒にするなよ。
We were not a team. I flinched away from her. Sarika was staring at the phone with a look on her face that I had never seen before.
失礼ねえな
But it's the truth,
事
isn't
実
it?
じゃねえか
We
二人で一
both
緒に
work
頑張
hard
って殺して
to
きた
kill them all.
未来予知の大谷も
Otani,
感情
the
移入の
Proc,
高柳も
Akayanagi,
思考盗撮の
the one who controlled emotion, the mind reader,
更新でバイトしてた兄ち
What
ゃん
was his
は
name?
何つったっけな
the one who worked at Koshin.
まあいいか
Well, it doesn't matter.
渡部も
Watabe,
ハイダ
Haida,
もノノも
and Yui, and Nono too.
皆俺とお前の
You
せい
and I
だ
accomplished all that together. That was my dad's voice. There was no mistaking it. The names Yui and Nono echoed in my mind. Accomplish together? I felt like I needed to vomit. The taste of my stomach acid rose into my mouth. I fell to my knees, unable to stand. Drool and vomit dribbled out the corner of my mouth and onto the floor. Harimura was saying something to me. I could hear the words, but I couldn't understand them. This was a dream. It was just a bad dream because why would Dad do that?
顔を上げろ。
Look up. Dad and Sarika had killed them? Killed Yui? Killed Nono? Killed two of our family?
こっちを見ろ。
Look at me. What? What the hell? That didn't make any sense at all. What the hell is going on?
こっちを見ろ。
Look at me,
Miyashiro.
Takuro Miyashiro. Our eyes met. Serika was looking at me, her expression fierce.
大丈夫だ
Everything will be fine. She looked straight into my eye.
私がいる
I'm here for you.
大丈夫だ
Everything will be fine. Fine? How could anything be fine?
随分な言葉だな。
That's quite the statement. Serika's eyes narrow as she looked at
安
Kunosato.
心しろ
Don't worry,
黒
Mio
里に言う
Kunosato. I have no
今更お前
intention
と
of
分かり
trying
合
to
おう
make you
などお
understand.
前たちの側に
Nor
立ちた
do
い
I
と
want to be on your people's side. Kunosato and Arumura went pale.
お前
So that's your power.
思考
Mind reading.
頭の回転が
You're
速い
sharp.
な
That's right. The same
So-
thing Kakita had. Hey, Taku, you listening? Come on, tell me you're there.
父さん
That boy. Let's go. I told you. Ono and I did it. But why?
佐久間渡は
Wataru Sakuma works for the committee. Serika said the word like she was disgusted by it, and when Kunosato heard it, her face filled with anger.
正確に
More
は
precisely, a very small organization that works for them.
病院
It
の
was
近く
one of the
ギガロ
ones
マニアックスの
doing
研究をしてい
gigalomaniac
た
research in that
連
basement.
中は
They
渋谷
decided
地震の
that
影
the
響で
psychic
イレギュラ
accidentally
ーに発
created
生
by
してしまった能力者を邪魔
were
な
a
存
threat
在
to
と
their
捉え
plans, so they
飼ってい
hunted them down and killed them.
た私はそ
And
れ
I
に協
helped
力
in
してい
exchange
た
the promise to allow you to live. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The air was just leaking out of my mouth. That? Was that?
このよ
Ono
お前
eh?
本当にタクルを連れて逃げる気か
Oh, dari tadi live chat masih jalan. Anjir, dari tadi live chat jalan, cok. Bajingan. Yui, padahal kamu adalah gitaris yang keren. Apakah ini game bermain anime Tokyo Magnitude 80? Earthquake. Iya, Sen Papi. Thank you udah mampir. Tadi live chat jalan, anjir. Oh no, are you seriously planning to take Takuro and run?
お前は約束を保護
You
に
broke
した
your promise. I'll do what I want.
そうじゃなくてよ
That's not what I mean. Do you think that's possible? Just a second.
ぼちぼちだな
Yeah, seems okay. Just turn on the TV. Anyway, any channel is fine. What?
いいから
Just do it. You've got a TV there, right? Someone, probably Momo, said turn on the TV. The voice of the TV announcer filled the room.
続きまして渋谷で発生した
Breaking
連
news
続猟奇事
on
件
the
に関する
Shibuya
速報
serial
です
killings.
未成年の実名を公表し
This
たことにより
case
注
has
目されている今回の事件
attracted
です
a
が
lot of attention because the police used the suspect's real name despite his being minor.
先ほど重要参考人として指名手配され
Kuru
ている
Miyashiro, who is
宮代
wanted
拓郎
as a
君本
person
人から
of
報道機関
interest
に
in the
メールで
case,
連絡が
has
入り
just
ました
sent a message to the media. What? Serika turned and looked at me. I don't understand. I
そ
didn't
の
do
メール
that.
には
The
明日
message,
渋谷で開催
delivered in the
され
form
る
an
渋谷
email,
復興
says that he plans to take his life tomorrow in the middle of the Shibuya Restoration
警
Festival.
察はメールの中に
The
犯人
police
しか知
say
り得ない情
that the
報
message contained information known only to them and the killer, and so they've decided that it was sent by Takuro Miyashiro himself. I could hear myself. Jack the Ripper terkencing-kencing liatin emang iya Len. Short scream. What the hell was this? What was going on?
佐久間
Takuma, you. Well, you say you were going to take Takuro and run away. So I had to come up with something to get you to change your mind. Don't worry. That part about taking his own life was just an exaggeration. Everybody participating in the festival tomorrow, which is to say, will be searching for him so that they can watch him die. He can try hiding at Frisia, but all I had to do is leak a little bit of information on the internet. And that will be the end. There's no place for him to hide.
ゲスが
Go. Oh no, what will you do?
タクロを諦めてくれるんなら俺はこれからもお前と組んでやっていきたいと思ってんだまだ狩りは
If you're willing to give up on Takuru, I would still like to work with you. There's still hunting to be done after all. There was a short silence. Hearing the two of them talk about me didn't seem real. It was like watching the world from the other side of a pane of glass.
わかった。
Fine.
ただし、
But I have one condition. Oh, what's that?
お前を
Let me kill you. Huh?
今どこにい
Where
る
are you right now? Tell me so I can come kill you. His voice suddenly cut off. There was a heavy silence as he tried to figure out what she meant.
つまり返事はノーって
In other words, the answer is no.
宮代拓は
Takuro Miyashiro is the reason I exist. I won't let anyone hurt
本
him.
気で言ってんのか
Are
よ
you serious?
地震の日に肉
It's
体を
been
得た
6
から
years
6
since I
年
became real during the earthquake. I've been killing people for it ever since. Don't underestimate me. I heard what sounded like an animal's laugh. It was my father's laugh. The one I had always heard at Alba dorm.
強がりってのも
It's so
なかなか可
cute.
愛いもんだな
When they're stubborn, you just got your stomach ripped open and you think you can kill me. Fine, I'll play along.
いいぞ付
Come
き合
to
って
where it all began, okay?
始まりの場所
Where it all began.
わかんないか
I don't know what I mean. Where everything about this case.
6年前の事件も
No,
含めて
this and one that happened 6 years ago.
あそこか
There, huh?
そう
That's right.
そうだよ
Let's see if we come match the time too. It will be more dramatic that
お
way.
前の死に場所に
It's
はぴったり
perfect
だろ
place for you to die, isn't it? Of course, bring Takuro too. Ayo Noe, jangan kalau Noe. And then suddenly I heard the cold electronic beep of an ended call. Everyone but me was looking at Serika and her phone. I was still kneeling on the floor, unable to move. Suara apa itu?
11月6日
It is now
0
midnight,
時になりました
November 6th. Our next stop story. Takuro Miyashiro. Each time I took a breath, more cold, nasty sweat poured out of my body. What was going on? What the hell was happening? I've been asking myself the same question for a long time now.
立てるか
Can you stand up? Serika scrolling over me, her hand. Len. Imagine orang lain masuk ke live chat ini, Len. Lu dicap orang aneh, gua sih. Gue bilang lu predator dan lain-lain, orang percaya, Cok. Her voice was different, but it was the same Serika. Yeah. I went to grab her hand and stand up like I always did. Aneh sih. Ya gimana? And then I smack it away without thinking. No, that's not what you want to do. My hair was still a mess from everything that had happened, but I could feel my temperature rising. I thought once more of my sister death, and my rage was just barely enough to support me. Jangan lupa minum ya, teman-teman. Tapi ingat, Wataru apaan, Cok? Kamu adalah pembunuh berantai. Oh, si bokapnya ya. The urge to vomit had left me at some point. Dan kamu mengakui pembunuhan kamu. That's right, she killed Nono. Serika held the hand I had knocked away close. She looked back at me. Why are you looking like that? Like you are hurt.
他に取る手段が
There
な
was
かった
nothing else I could do.
クルスノノには正体
Nono
を感づ
Kurusu
かれて
knew
しまった
who
か
I
ら
was.
何
What?
私は
I had to keep
私の
you
ままで
alive without being
お
mind
前を
control
生存さ
myself.
せ続けなければいけなかった
And he was in the
そ
way.
のためには彼女が邪魔だった
Ingat kata Gustavo, nosotros somos bandidos, nos sapos hijo de puta. Beda anjir, itu kan cepu anjir kalau yang si Gustavo bilang. Yang ini kan yang dia bilang kita memanglah bandit tapi kita bukan pencepu kan. I had to keep you alive without being mind control myself, and she was in the way. Itu modar kan Gustavo-nya kan. Without warning, her body floated up and slammed into a nearby wall. There wasn't even time to think about it. I used my power without even realizing I had done so.
ふざけんなよ。
What the hell are you talking about?
お前とノノは
You and Nono were.
友人では
We
ない。
weren't friends. I have no
私には
friends. She knew what I was thinking.
それが私の
That
能
was
力
my
だ。
ability. I've used it to keep you safe.
お前を守り続けてきた。お前に生み出されてから。
Ever since you created me. Keep me safe, you liar.
嘘ではな
I'm
い。
not lying.
だから嘘はやめ
Stop
ろ。
lying. What? Why are you smiling?
相変わらずだ。
Never changed.
自分にとって望まない情報が出てくると、まず逃避から
Whenever
入
you
るんだ。
encounter information you don't like, your first instinct is to run away, isn't it?
幼い頃か
That
ら
hasn't changed
変わっていない。
since you were little. Stop it.
私を生み出した時
It
も
was
そうだっ
like
た。
that when you created me. It was like that, sorry. Betul, ini main bunuh-bunuh trajectory perlu bangga.
私は
You created
お
me.
前に生み出された
and
そお前を生き延びさせる
Keeping
こ
you
と。
alive was the only thing that mattered.
私にとって
Nothing else was
お
important.
い、くだらない思い出話なら死んでからやれ。
You can talk about old times after you're dead. There was a low, fierce voice. It came from Kunosato. Kamu harus mencontoh Gustavo, harus diam-diam ya. He went over to Serika and grabbed her by the neck, then slammed her into the wall. Ugh,
文句はないよな。
you don't mind, do you? I could hear a horrible creaking sound coming from Serika's neck. Maybe she couldn't breathe, because her mouth looked like it was gasping for the air.
お前たち
The way you
委員会の
commit
そ
the
の理屈
people
じゃ
thing means you can do whatever you want to the people who don't matter, right?
やめなさいミオ
Stop
ちゃ
it,
ん
Mio-chan.
黙れ。
Shut up, I'm going to kill her.
らしくないな。
That's not like you. Your
思考
thoughts
が
are
めちゃく
mess.
ちゃだ。
It's like your whole head is boiling over. What?
私は委員会に協力していたが、属してはいない。
I have the
お前の
committee,
アメリ
but I
カ時
never
代の
belonged
件
to
と
them.
は
I have nothing to do what happened to you in America.
勝手に
reading
私
my
の
mind.
心を読むな。
Kamu bukan Iori di Grandwood-nya. Ini juga kecekek-cekek. Emang gitu. Kunosato hand stuck deeper in Serika's throat. What are you talking about? You think about it.
何を言ってい
That's
る
why I can see it.
まあ、考える
Well, I
な
guess
と
it's
言っても
impossible not to think of something like that. I've never really seen the white bear evac
直に
for
感じた
myself
のは
like that, like this before. White bear evac. Open. Useless. A strange phenomenon observed in human thought. People who are told to suppress certain thoughts or not remember certain things actually think and remember more strongly than those people who are not subjected to such suppression. Comes from an actual experiment where subjects were shown a photograph of a white bear and told to not think of it. Oh.
初めてだな。
お前、
You.
別に
I'm not making fun of
バ
you.
カにしてい
Don't you
るわけ
take
じゃ
your
ない。
hands off me?
目的は
I told you, I'm here to
話をす
talk.
ること
And
だ
if
と
you
言っ
want,
ただろ
I'll tell you everything I know about the
う。
committee.
有村がいれば
With Arimura's help, you can
本
know
当のことかどう
if
か。
what I'm saying is true, right? Serika glanced at Arimura. Arimura took a frightened step back and then looked at the two of them. Kunosato let go, violently. Her hands were shaking, and there were red marks on Serika's throat. Waduh, ini kesukaannya Galen nih. Galen kan suka cekek banting anjir. Nah, terus ada suara gitu lagi. Len. Kunosato took a long breath to calm herself down.
今回の事件を含めて、こちらが聞いたこ
Tell
と
me
に関
everything
して
you
全て
know,
話せ。
including what
分で言った通
you
り
know about the
有村がいる以
case.
上
Like you said,
Uso
with
をついても
Arimura
無駄
here,
だ。
there's no point in trying to lie.
ああ
Yeah,
それから
that don't read my thought
今のよう
when
に
you
私の思
talk,
考を読んで会話をするな。
and don't read my thought when you talk.
頭
When
の
I
中
think
が
of
能力
psychic
者に覗
looking
かれ
at
ていると思
what's
う
inside
と
my head, it
吐
makes
き
me
気がす
sick.
る。
わかった
Fine,
そ
is
れで
that
構
okay
わない
with you?
か
Serika suddenly looked at me. Tapi sumpah ini gue di live-nya terlalu aneh gak sih? Enggak. Enggak, bagi gue sih enggak. Tapi kalau bagi orang lain nggak tahu ya. I couldn't speak. Why was she asking me?
知りたいんだ
You
ろ
want to know the truth, right? What?
お前は
You
新
came up
聞部の
with
部
a
室
lot
で
of
いろいろ
theories
な
in the
仮説を
newspaper
立てて
club
は
room
事件
as
の
you tried
全
to
容を
figure
追って
out
い
the
た
case. You got pretty
確かに
far,
いい
but
と
you
こ
made
ろ
a
まで
mistake at the
佐久
end.
間や組織の存在に気づくことができなかった
You were unable to find out about Sakuma or his organization. I made a mistake. That's right, I screwed up at the very moment.
私が全
I
て
know
知っている
everything
お
about the
前がずっ
case.
と追ってきた
You
事
spent so
件の
much time
全てを
trying to figure out. Her word made me angry. It was as if she was going to tell me everything as a favor.
バカにするなよ
Don't insult me. I don't care
僕は
about the
もう
case anymore.
何
What? Serika seemed surprised. What difference did it make now? You and Nono were gone because I had tried to solve the case. They weren't coming back. And
復讐なんて
don't
絶対
think
に
about
考えないで
revenge. Don't do anything dangerous.
何もかも忘
Forget
れて
everything and live the same life as everyone else does.
だけど埋も
But
れない
don't
よう
get
に
buried among the crowd.
強くしっかりと過ごしていってください
もう
I'm not going to do anything else that's dangerous.
クルスノノのせいか
So it's Nonokurusu's fault. Damn it, she was reading my thought again.
心配しな
Don't
くて
worry, I
も
won't put you in
私が
danger. In fact, it
お前を
will
危険な
help
目
me
に
a
遭わ
lot
せない
if you stayed safe.
だが
But you
委員
need to
会
hear
と
about
事
the
件のことに
committee
関して
and
は
the case.
お前も
You'll
聞い
need
て
it to
おけ
protect
や
yourself.
めろ
Stop it. I screamed. I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it, Serika. Stop talking like you're on my side. You're the one who killed Yui and Kurusu. And you're the one who did that to Ito.
理屈より感情を優
You're
先するのか
prioritizing your
それ
feeling
が
over the
情報
fact.
強者の取
Is
るべ
that
き
what a
態度
writer is supposed to do? No.
うるさい
Shut up. Serika, stop. Yamiro. I know that. But what if I can't help it? I can just calm down and listen to you.
今だけ割り
Just
切
try
るん
to
だ
keep cool
Don't say.
for now.
More
This will
jiki
end
ketchup
soon.
がつく。
And no matter what happens, you'll never
そして。
see me again.
何
What?
だから
So just
今
stay
は
calm,
割り切ってく
listen.
れ
And you only
長
have
く
to
て
help me
24
for
時間
20,
ほどの協力
24
体制
hours at most.
それに
And Miyoko no
黒
Sato.
里美代
Serang pria juga punya perasaan, Serika. Serika pointed to the girl who had been strangling her only a few moments ago.
取引だ
Let's make
お
a
前の
trade.
望み
I'll
を叶
grant
え
your
てやる
wish, so I
その代わ
want
り
you to keep Takuro
今後は
Miyashiro
ね
safe. What?
なんだと
What did you say?
順を追って
I'll
話す
start from the beginning.
その
If you have
途中で
questions, ask
だ
them.
が
But
その
Can
前
I
に
sit
座っ
down
ていい
first?
か
A stomach injury
壁に
opened when I
叩きつけ
got
られた
slammed
時
into the
に
wall.
腹の傷が開いた
Serika went to the sofa and sat on the edge. Only then did I remember what that had just said. That he had cut open Serika's stomach. When she sat down, she put a hand on her stomach for a second and I saw it was stained with blood. But what was eerie was her attitude. She had been careful not to put pressure on it when she sat down, but she didn't look hurt. It was as if injuries like that were an everyday occurrence for her, and she's given up on things ever getting better. The Serika I had always known seemed like a different person.
佐久間にや
If
られたという
Sakuma
こと
Teki,
は
does that mean he has a D-sword too?
質問は
Should I start by
佐久
talking
間の
about
ことから
Sakuma
でいい
then?
のか
No, what Serika didn't even bother wiping the blood off her finger.
いや
No.
おい有村
Rimura, come over here.
なんですか
お
What?
前も座
You
れ
sit down. This is going to take a while. If she lies, tell me right
こ
away.
いつが嘘を言ったらすぐに教えよ
Kunosato didn't wait for Arimura's answer. She turned back and sat down across the Serika. Arimura still looked scared of her. But
はい
okay, there's thing I wanted to
私
know
も
too.
聞きたいことありますから
He sat down next to Kunosato. I didn't want to go near her. Image of you and Nono's death flashed in my mind, and I couldn't think straight. There was no telling what I might do if I got close. I ended up leaning against a wall.
百瀬さん、
Momose, I want
新
Shinjo
庄さん
to
に聞
hear
かせ
this
たい
too.
話です。
Call him and put it on
電話を
speaker,
して。
would you?
わかったわ。
それから、
And I'm sorry what I just did.
何が？
Or what? Kunosato nodded to Momose, then her expression tightened once more. Momose made a call and said a few words to someone on the other end, probably Shinjo. Then a moment later she nodded. Then Kunosato began.
まず、
Let's start with the most important issue. What is coming to after?
わからない。
I don't know.
は
Huh?
わかるといえば
If I
嘘になっ
told
て
you
しまう。
knew, if I
そも
told
そも
you I knew, I
私
would
は
be
佐久
lying.
間と協力
I'm
関係
simply
にあっただけ
cooperating
だ。
with Sakuma. I've
お
been
前が
told
盛ん
nothing
に
about
委
this
員会という
organization
組
you call
織
the
の
committee.
佐久間自身だって
Sakuma
委
himself
員
is
会の
only
末
part
端
of
組
a
織で
very
ギ
low
ガロ
level
マニアック
committee
スの研究をしていただけ
organization
の
that
人
does
間だ。
research on
委員会
gigalomaniacs.
全体のこと
He
は
knows nothing
伺
about
い
the
知れない。
committee as a whole.
末端の組織という
And
の
what
は、
is this
6
organization?
年前、サードメルト、
Apa maksud
渋谷
kamu
自身を起
makaran
こ
na
した連中
Serika?
が属していた研究グループだ。
Iya, Cok. Dia tadi nggak tahu
AH
ya.
東京総合
The
病院
research
の
group
地下の
that
研
caused the
究所を
third
管理していた。
the earthquake 6 years ago. They were in charge of the lab in the basement of the Tokyo General Hospital. I shook a little when I heard her say that. That was where Sarika said, okay. That was where Uki had been kept and forced to care for the patient that had been working for them.
今、
Did you say it?
渋谷地震を
They
起こした
caused
と
the
言った。
earthquake, correct? And it was deliberate after all.
人為的
It was the
という
result
よ
of
りも
some kind
何らかの
of
トラブルと
accident.
聞いている。詳細は極秘で、佐久
The
間も知
details
らさ
are
れてい
top
ないら
secret.
しい。
Not even Sakuma knows them. Ini ada kaitan dengan proyek pemerintah yang untuk menjalankan third impact, Bang.
どう
Mungkin
やら、
looks like my
私の
theory
仮説は
was
正しか
right.
ったよ
Yeah.
うだな。
Why she say match most of Kunosato's theory.
渋谷地震
If the
が実験
earthquake
中の
was
ト
the
ラブルだと
result
すると、
of
委
an
員会は
experiment gone
そのせい
awry,
で研究そのものを
then
放棄した
is
のか。
that why the committee abandoned the research?
少なくとも佐久間はそう言っている。6年前、
That's
事
what
故のせい
Sakuma
で委
says.
員
At
会は手
least
を引き、
the
地下の
accident
研究
caused
所も
of
解
the
体させら
committee
れた
to
と。
pull out, and the basement lab was dismantled too. 6 tahun lalu itu cuma pengetesan makanya keempat
ギガ
dia.
ロマニアック
Justru
スとは
karena
違う
gagal
案
gak
件
sih?
に力を注ぐようにな
And
っ
the
たそう
committee
だ。
put their effort
佐久間
into a different
自分
project
た
than
ち
the
が切り捨てられたと
gigalomaniacs.
怒っていたが、
Takuma was angry that he was cut off, but I don't know the detail.
ギガロマニアックス実
Is
験の
that
被験者たち
why
が
the victim of the
地下で放置され
gigalomaniac
ていたのもその
experiment
せいか。
were kept in the basement? Justru third impact itu bang, ngerinya. Is that why the victim of the gigalomaniac experiment were kept in the basement?
そうだ。
That's right,
は
the
しご
research
を
had
外され
their
た形の
funding
研
pulled,
究者たちは、
so
山
there
添
was
由紀をは
nothing
じ
they
めと
could
する
do
被
with
験者た
Uki
ちを持て
Yamazoe
余し、
and the other victim
あ
but
あやっ
leave
て
them
軟
in the
禁しておく
basement.
しかなかった。だが、
But
しばらく経って
after a while, they
イレギュ
realized
ラーが発生
that
した。
something had gone wrong. Sarika glanced over at me.
白い光による
The
能力
psyche
者の
created by the white light.
ああ、
Yes,
私はその光を
I thought that the
事
light
故に
was
よって
some
飛び
kind
散っ
of
た
causal factor that turned people into gigalomaniacs. I guess I was right.
そう考えていいと思う。佐久間も
Uh,
仲間
it's
の
a
研
safe
究者たち
assumption.
とそういう
Sakuma and
話を
his
してい
fellow
たから
scientists
な。
were saying similar things.
仲間がいるのか。
Yes, people he works with.
いや、
No?
元の
His
仲間、
former fellow
と言った方がいい
scientists, I
な。
should say.
佐久間以外は研究を諦めて、一応肩着でやっている。
All of them except Sakuma gave up on the research and returned to less illegal work. The
宮
head
代
of
や有
hospital
村
where
が
Miyashiro
脳の
and
検査をしに行
Arimura
った
had
ク
their
リニ
brain
ックの院
scanned
長とかな。
would be one such example.
何
What?
じゃあ
And the scan of their brain that were taken at the hospital
フェイクだ。
were fake,
昔の
made as a
よしみに作
favor
らせた
to
ら
an old
しい。
friend. Sarika kept talking. What she said should have been a shock to me, but so much had happened that it felt like I was no longer capable of being surprised. So that really, he was really part of this comedy thing. That the guy who always drank too much, the lazy guy who chewed out by Nono and Yui all the time, but whom every at Aoba dorm relied on more than anything. That the man I love way more than the people who had actually given birth to me. Umabok iya kay kamu. It was all fake. When he had been the head of Aoba Clinic, when he had been the dad at Aoba dorm, that was all fake. And then he had killed Yui and Nono, who had trusted him completely. I could feel pain in my hand when I punched the wall, but it didn't help me forget any of the other things I was feeling. What is Sakuma after? I told you, he wants to eliminate all the psychics that were accidentally created. No, his real goal. If you wanted to kill psychic, there are easier ways. Why make this all so complicated?
11番目のロールシャッハ画像を現場に残したり、6年前と同じ日付に事件を引き起こしたり。
Why leave the 11 rose charts at the crime scene? Why commit the murder on the same dates as the one 6 years ago? Iya sih. Jangan pukul tembok kayak pukul si Wataru bajingan itu. That's right. That's how this all began. The mystery was compelling that I had started to work it out with the rest of the newspaper club. And in the end, I had decided that it was a game the killer was challenging to me, and I was wrong.
あれは委員会へのメッセージだよ。
It was a message. Comedy.
メッセージ
A message?
6年前、トラブルによって発生した危険なイレギュラー。つまり、想定外のギガロマニアックスを自分が掃除してやっているというアピールとでも言おうか。
He wants them to know that he's cleaning up the gigalomaniacs that were accidentally created 6 years ago, you could say.
掃除
Cleaning them up? Arimura raised an eyebrow. I felt so furious that it took everything I had to stop from using my power. What the hell? So you're telling me that doing that to you was cleaning? Game is game. Meow, hello Bagis, welcome to the stream. Momose must have seen me because she came over and whispered, "Calm me down." For me to calm down. I just barely managed.
想定外のギガロマニアッ
These
クスというと
accidentally created gigalomaniacs would be Otani,
柿田、渡部。
Kakita, Takayanagi, Watabe, and these two.
こいつらのことだな。
Kunosato pointed at Arimura and I. Serika nodded silently.
そうだ。
That's right.
佐久間は末端の組織の人間で、委員会と直接コンタクトする手段がない。だから、
Sakuma was only a part of a small organization and he had no means of getting in touch with the committee directly. So he did things in a way they would be sure not to miss.
さらに、11番目のロールシャッハ画像。つまり、本物の力士シール
And
も
by using the
委員会
11
に
roster
とっ
chart,
て
the
見
real
過ごせな
sumo
いファクタ
sticker,
ーだと
he
佐久間は
figured
考
he
えた。
could make it impossible for them to ignore.
あれは6
All of
年
the
前の計
data,
画破棄ととも
but
に
it was
デ
deleted
ータご
6
と
years
全て
ago,
消
of
去され
course.
た。
They couldn't leave even a single
一
one
枚た
in
りとも残って
existence.
ところが、
But
そんなト
if
ップ
that
シーク
top
レットが
secret
よ
picture
りにもよって事
started
件に
showing
使
up
わ
in
れ
the news,
ニュースで公
the
開された
committee
ら
will be forced
委
to
員会
take
だって
action.
放置はできないだろう。必ず佐久間に接触してくる。それが狙いだった。
They will make contact with him. It's what he was after.
データごと消去されたのなら、佐久間は
You mean?
脳の中、
He hid
だ
it
よ。
inside the brain.
地下で実験を受けていた被験者の山添右紀が
He
連れてい
hid
た老
inside the
人を
brain,
覚えている
inside the
か。
brain of one of the basement test subject. Do you remember the old man who was always with Ukiyama Zoe? I remember too. That blind old woman.
無論あの
Of
老人
course,
だけで
the
は
old
何
woman
の役
was
にも立た
useless
な
on
い。
her own.
でも非常に
But
珍
when
し
he
い能
was
力を持った
overjoyed
ギガロマニア
to
クス
find out how she
山添
could
由
be
紀との
paired,
組み合わせを発見したとき、佐久間は狂気していたよ。
of course, the old woman was useless on her own. But then he was overjoyed to find out that how she could be paired with another gigalomaniac who had an exceedingly rare ability, Okiyamazoe.
山添の能力は他人の妄想をリアルブートしてしまう。それを使ったんだな。
Yamazoe's ability allows her to real boot another people's delusion. He used
そうだ。あの
Right.
画像に取り憑かれていた老人
that
は
all women
食
was
事を求
obsessed
め
with
る
the
ように画
image.
像を求め、
He
それを
saw it
山
like
添
you
が
and I
リアル
sought
ブート
food.
するようにな
And
っ
then
た。
Yamazoe started real booting. Weirdo.
そうし
That
て
ability, really.
11番目のロールシャッハ画像は
That's how the
渋谷
11
の至る
rosters
ところに
started
出現
appearing
し、
around Shibuya.
佐久間はそれを回収して犯行に使った。ここまでやれば
Your
委員会
presence
が動かない
will
はずが
force
な
the
い。
committee to act.
佐久間は委員会と接触することで何を望んだんだ。
What did he hope to gain making contact with the committee?
自分が中心となったギガロマニアックス研究の再開。
He wanted to restart the Gigalomaniacs project with himself in the lead. Dingma. That was all? That was the only reason? That was the only reason he had done this all.
で、
And did it
実
work?
際にあった
Did
の
the
か。
committee
その
contact
よう
him?
だ。
It
委員
appears
会
so.
は研
But
究
before
再
they
開
were
の
willing
条
to
件と
restart
し
the
て
project,
今
he
回の
ordered
事件
him
の
to
収
finish
拾を
cleaning
つけ
up
る
this
よう
incident
佐久
first.
そこで奴は私との約束を保護にし、宮代に全ての罪をかぶせて事
And
件の
that's
収
why
束
he
を
broke
図
his
ろうとし
promise
てい
with
る。
me, and is trying to end the killings by portraying Miyashiro as the killer. And for the first time, there was a hint of disgust in her voice.
結局
So, in the
佐
end,
久間に裏切られ
Sakuma
たわけ
betrayed
だ。
you. Was he trying to make him out
な
to
ぜ
be the
佐久間は
killer?
こいつを犯人に仕立て上げようとしている。
Kunosato pointed at me as she spoke.
本来であれば事件は南沢千里が犯人となって決着するはずだったんだ。
The
自殺
original
という
plan
形でな。
was for Sandri Minamiso to play the role of the killer. The killings would end her suicide. What? I was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name.
と言っても実際
Of
は
course,
お
as you
前
know,
た
it
ちも
was
知っての
going to
通
be
り
another
ハ
woman,
イダリコという別人だが、
Riko Haida.
宮代拓
Takuro Miyashiro,
Omae
you
wa
always thought that
zutto
Sandri Minamiso
Minamisawa
was
Senri ga
alive
ikiteite,
and plotting
自分に
revenge
復
on
讐
you,
しようとしているの
but
では
you
な
were
いかと
scared
怯
for
えて、
nothing.
本当の南沢千里はこの世にはいない。
The real Sandri
確かに
Minamiso is
死んだん
gone. She's dead, and she
そ
never
もそも
hated you.
お
You
前
know about Sandri Minamiso.
直接は知らない。
Not directly, but I
が
could read
クルス・ノノの思考を
but I
読んだ。
could Roro and Nonokurusu's mind.
また思考盗撮か。
More mind reading.
大した芸だ。
That's one.
皮肉はいい。
You're common.
とにかく佐久間は全ての事件の後、ハイダリ
Are
コを南
unnecessary.
沢千
Either
里と
way,
いうことに
Sakuma
して
planned to
自
end
殺させ、
the killing by
事件の幕引き
making
にする
Sandri
つもりだった。
Minamiso aka commit
だが
suicide.
その計画はうまくいかなかった。
But his plan didn't work.
さすが宮代拓
I
だと
suppose you
褒めてお
deserve
くが、
some praise
お
for
前
this.
たちはこ
But
ち
you
らが思
solved
って
some
い
of
る
the
よりも
mysteries
ずっ
of
と
the
早
case
く
faster
事件
than
の
we
裏
had
に気づき、
than
す
we
ぐに行
expected
動
and
を
took
起こし、
quick action.
そのせいで殺す予定だった能力者が殺せなくなり、順番が狂ったんだ。
Because of that, he was unable to kill the person he had planned to kill, and the person of the murder had to change. Sarika looked at me just for a moment, then looked away. He was probably talking about Yuki. You were going to kill a little girl like that? I scrolled at Sarika as hard as I could.
それで仕方なく
So he killed Riko Haida
Rikoを
first,
先に
since he
殺したの
didn't have a choice.
そうだ、
That's right.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件を
The return of the new generation madness
途切れさせるわけにはいかなかったからな。
incident couldn't be allowed to stop. I felt disgust as I watched Sarika talk coolly. This couldn't be Sarika I knew.
それで
So, Was he trying to turn Takuro Miyashiro into the
を
killer?
犯人にしたた
実はよくわからない。
I don't know, but it might
委員
be
会の指
the
示かもしれない。
communist order. What? I had never even heard of this comedy until now. So why?
覚えていないか
Don't you
宮代
remember?
自身が
It's something
以前
you were
疑問に思
wondering
っていた。
about before. Huh? What are you talking
能
about?
力者は一人で一つの能力しか持
Whether
て
a
ないの
psychic
か
could only have
という
one
疑問があ
power.
ったろう。
Oh. That's right. It had come up when we were talking in the club room. In the end, we had never came up with an answer, so
お前は
You
私と
really
いう
booted
存
me
在を
into
リアルブー
existence.
トした。
That's an incredible power on its own, but after that, you become able to use
その
another
後
ability.
さらに別の能力まで使えるようになっている。
Cepat panggil Psychikus wo. Dia bisa membantu kalian apa ya?
渋谷地震で発生した白い光。それを浴びた者の中にはこんな例は存
Of
在
the
し
other
ない。
gigalomaniacs who were struck by the white light
Kurosato.
have been able to do this.
ああ
Yeah, at least according to the data we
だ
have.
が、佐
But
久間に
according
よ
to
れば、
Sakuma,
かつて
the
佐久間たちの組
gigalomaniacs
織
he
が研
once
究して
studied
い
were
た
capable
ギ
of
ガロ
that.
マニアックスというのは、
何
What?
サイコキネシスだの、テ
They
レパ
weren't
スだ
simply
の、特
psychokinesis
定の
with
力だけを持つ
え
超能力者まがいではなく、
they weren't simply psychics with individual power like psychokinesis or telepathy.
心の中に思い描いたどんな妄想でもリアルブートでき
They
る
were
存在。
capable of real booting
そ
anything
れ
they
を
could
ギガロマ
imagine.
ニア、つまり
In
本来の
order,
ギガロ
once
マ
their
ニアッ
power
クスは
developed,
能力
the
さ
real
え開花すれば
gigalomaniacs
どんな
could do
力でも
anything.
使えるはずなんだよ。
Kunasato looked at me with narrow eyes.
つまり
So Takuro
宮
Miyashiro
代
is the
拓
real
は
thing
本
then.
物ということだな
And for some reason, the commenter has decided he's dangerous and want him gone.
推論だがな。
Absent of Malas Terutama, welcome to the stream. There's just a
何か
guess,
関
but
係がある
yes,
のかもし
it
れ
may
な
be
い。
connected in some way with what happened 6 years ago.
私が話
That's
せ
all
る
I
こと
can
は
tell you. I don't know about anything else.
どうだ
Well, Arimura,
嘘はついて
it
ない。
does not look like she is lying. Arimura had been watching Sarika with fiery eyes the whole time. Sarika looked back at her, and after a moment, she spoke.
ああ、
Yeah,
その通りだ。
That's right,
有
Arimura.
村。
Arimura leaped out of her seat.
だから
Stop reading my mind.
さっきから考えてい
There's
るこ
something
と
you've
が
been
あるだ
thinking
ろ
for a while now.
う。言葉に出
If
さ
you
れ
don't
た。
say it, the
他
others
の連
won't
中
know.
に伝わ
最低
You piece of shit. There was hatter in her voice. When Sarika didn't respond, it only angered her more.
セリ
No. Sarika, oh no. You use your telepathy to find psychic and kill them, right?
ああ、
ラブホテルで
When Kakita was murdered in the love hotel, why did you kill him, not me?
私も能力
You
者
knew
だ
I
って
was a psychic, right?
分かってたん
Both
でし
of
ょ
us were there.
簡単だ。
It's simple.
私の能力と柿田の能
Kakita has
力
the
が
same power
同
I
じだ
did.
ったから
The
だよ。
telepath was a
思
threat
考
to
盗撮
our
の能
plan.
力者は邪魔だ。
They could find out
私や佐
who
久間の正
Sakuma
体
and I
がバレ
were.
る。
たったそれだけの理由
That
で
was the only
私
reason.
たちの計画に
It
は
was
重要
important
な
to
こ
our
とだ。
plans. Damn it, it's your fault. At some point, Arimura has started to cry.
そうだ。
That's right.
私がいた
It's
せい
my
で。
fault that Kakita is... You bitch! Katanya. Arimura reached out and stop. He looked down at Sarika, tears running down, cheeks that were red with rage. Yan nangis Arimura. God damn it all. Arimura slammed herself back in her seat instead of grabbing her sword. She had her arm tied to her body without bothering to wipe away the tears.
新庄さん
Shinjo, were you listening? After a moment of silence, Kunosato spoke into the phone.
あ
Yeah,
あんたにやってもらいたいこ
there's
とがあ
something
る
I
んだ
want you to
なん
do.
だ
What?
青葉寮にまだ捜査員が残ってるなら
If there are still
なんとか
officers
して
at
ほしい
Alba Dorm, I want them gone. The media too. We
家宅
finished
捜索
our
自体はもう
research.
終わっ
I
てる
think it's possible.
可
But
能だ
what
と
are you
思う
planning
が
on doing?
場所をそっちへ移
I want to
す
head there. I need to investigate
Sakuma
Sakuma.
の調査と
And I want Uki Yamazu somewhere I can keep an eye
山
on
添
her.
由紀を私たちの目の届くとこ
It
ろに
was
置いてお
several
きたい
hours later when Shinjo called us and told us that all the police had left Alba Dorm. We were all loaded into Momose car. And Shinjo told us which routes to follow to get there without hitting any checkpoints.
「
Okay.
ん百瀬さんは
Where is Momose?
フリージア
He
に戻
went
りま
back
し
to
た。
Frisia. She says she's going to look at the case from another angle or anything.
そうか。
I see. Shinjo was waiting for us in the living room. He stood somewhere he could observe Serika. Suddenly felt the familiar smell of home and felt just a little better. Yeah, this place really is my home, isn't it?
僕の家だ。
It had only been a little while since I had left to find Kurusu, but it felt like a long time.
ここに来るまで
Did you make it
大丈夫だったか？
here okay? Yeah. I nodded back, but it had felt like the whole town was going crazy. As I crouched in the back seat, I would sometimes look up and peek out the window. It was bizarre how many people there were. The sun was only just starting to rise, but there were a group of people partying everywhere. Through the closed windows, I could hear irritating laughter.
みんなが浮かれて
Everyone is
う
excited.
ちの署は
The
全
whole
員
department
あっちの
deployed
あちこちで
around the
警戒に
city
当
to
たって
keep watch. Shinja must have seen the look on my face.
僕を
Are
探してるん
they
でしょう
all
か。
looking for me?
いやそうでは
No, they're not. He was about to shake his head, but... Sorry. Honestly, there's a good chance
正
they
直
are.
その可能性が
It's
高
true
い
that the festival means
復興祭で
there are more
いつも
people
より人
outside
が
than
多いのは
usual.
事実だが
But
ネットを見たか
have you looked online?
あ、いえ
Oh, no. I hadn't felt
君を
like it.
捕まえた者に
There's a fake rumor going around that whoever catch you will get a reward. What? That can't be a reward?
もちろん
Of
警
course.
察はそんな
The
発表は
police
してい
have
な
made
い
so much
逆にデ
no
マだと
such
発表したんだが
announcement. They
そ
actually
れ
came
が
out
分
and
かって
said
い
it
ない
was
のか
fake.
仲間と一緒に君を
There
探
are
し
a
ている
lot
連
of
中も
group
多い
out
らしい
there looking for you anyway.
デマだなんて
Everyone
みん
know
な
it's
わかっ
fake.
ている。
何
What? Shinjo looked at Serika with animosity in his
ネ
eyes.
ット上の祭りとい
That's
うの
what a
は
festival on the internet is like.
連中にとっては情報が正しかろうと間違っていよう
They
と
don't care
そんな
whether
こと
the
はどうでもい
information
い。
is right or wrong.
そうだろ
Am I
宮
right?
代拓郎。
Takuro Miyashiro. For some reason, she seemed a little happy. She was right. That was the basic mechanism for internet festival.
有村、
Harimura,
久野里さん
where are
と
Kunosato
和樹
and
た
the
ちは
others? I wanted to change the subject, so I asked about the people who weren't here.
久野里さんは1階
Kunosato is on the
佐久間が仕
first
事で
floor.
使
She's
っていた
looking on.
PC の中をダメ
She's
元
looking
で
at.
漁ってます。
Okay. Though she
花たち
doesn't
は
expect to find the others. Harimura glanced at Sarika before she spoke.
ゆうとくんも一緒に
I
ウ
sent
キ
them
の部屋
all
に
to
いてもらっ
Uki's
て
room.
ます。
Thought it wouldn't be a good
近くにいない
idea
方が
for
いい
them
と
to
思
be
った。
close. Harimura didn't come out and say it, but I knew that she meant close to
ウ
Serika.
キは、その、
Is Uki? Well,
大丈夫か。
okay.
ゆうとくんの
It's
おか
because of
げ
Yuto,
と言っ
I
ちゃなんで
guess.
すけど
She seems to think that
自
she
分もし
has
っか
to
りしな
be
きゃ
the
って
big
思ってるみ
sister.
たいです
Girls are
そうい
strong
う
when
時
they
の
get
女
like
の子は
that, you
強い
know?
ですよ。
You should remember that.
そっか。
I see. You and Kurusu had been the same way. Whenever they had someone to protect, they were stronger than them.
あとは父さん、
Now we just have to hope
Sakuma
that that
おかしなことを
Sakuma
してこな
didn't
ければいいけど。
isn't. Oh,
それは心配しな
you
く
don't
てい
need
い
to
よ。
worry about that.
佐久間は
Sakuma
私と
won't
宮
go
代の
after
ことにキリ
Arimura
がつく
or
まで
Yamazu
有
until
村
you
や
and I
山添
are
には手を
dealt with.
ね
You know,
え、あんたさ、
there was a challenge in Arimura's
ま
voice.
るで仲間みたい
Stop
な顔
acting
して
like
言うの
you're
や
our
めて。
friend.
め
It
ちゃく
really
ちゃ腹
pisses
立
me
つから
off. She was clutching her hand into fists so tightly that they had turned white. Her lips were shaking a little. All trace of an expression vanished from Serika's face. It was impossible to see what she was feeling. And then the intercom rang. I looked and saw it was from the exam room on the first floor. It was probably Kunosato. I hit the answer button and put it on the speaker.
宮代か。
Miyashiro.
はい。
Yes.
佐久間が普段使
Besides
って
the
いた
one
PC
in the
は
exam room,
診察
was
室
there
の
any
上
other
以外に
computer
あるか？
Sakuma used? No,
Not
I don't think so. As far as I knew anyway. That, though, I didn't want to call him that now, as hid everything from me.
おい、
Oi, Onoi, outside of this place,
ここの他に
you don't know anywhere else Sakuma could be hiding, right?
ああ
Yeah. Sarika answered Kunosato's question. During the hours while we had waited for the police to leave Aoba dorm, Kunosato had peppered Sarika with questions. Most of the question dealt with the nature of the comedy rather than the case itself. Aoi Sura-chan, what the fuck? Oh my god, I heard a lot of words I had never heard before, and I don't think anybody but the two of them understood most of it. What struck me the most during that time was the rage of Kunosato's face. Her face was twisted into something terrible, and she would sometimes slam her fist down on the desk, as if she was trying to stop herself from strangling Onoi. She must have really hated comedy. It seemed like it had something to do what had happened to her when she was America, but I couldn't ask her anything. I could hear her speaking at the computer over the speakerphone.
ダメだな。
It's not good. I'm not finding anything. Oi, Onoi,
なんだ
what?
お前が私
Is
に
there
与えられる情
anything?
報は
Is this anything you
これ
can
で
tell
全て
me?
か
Yes, Serika nodded.
なら
Then what do you
宮
mean?
代を私に
You want me
預
to
け
take
るという
care of Miyashiro? That's right. I hadn't gotten a chance to ask. Serika had said that at
言
Frisia.
葉通りだ
Guess what I
黒
meant?
里美代
I want you to keep Takuro Miyashiro alive as long as possible once this is done.
はあ
What?
私はこれから
I'm going where Sakuma told me to go. Of course, I'll be going
も
alone.
ちろん
Serika looked at me as she spoke. What?
あいつはお前
He
を
told
連
me
れ
to
てこい
take
と言
you,
っていた
but
が
there's no need
そ
for
れ
me
に
to
従
do
う
so.
必要私は
I'm going
必
to
ず
kill
あ
him,
い
then
つと
die
差し違
myself.
える
So I want you
だ
to
から
leave the city
お前は
with Mio
この
Konosato's
里
help.
美代の手引き
When
で
he's dead,
こ
the
の
truth
町から逃
becomes
げるんだ
known. Your
あいつが
innocence
死んで
will eventually be proven.
な
What?
んで
Why?
お前はもう
You're not going to
危
do
ないことは
dangerous
しない
things
んだろ
anymore, are you? No, that's not right.
なんで
Why are you doing this?
私の存在
Because
す
the
る理
reason I
由が
exist is to
お
keep
前
you
を生か
alive.
すことだからだ
私が
Do you
そいつを
really
引き
think I'll
受ける
take
とでも
him?
思ってるのか
Kunosato's voice was cold, as if she thought the whole thing was a bad
受
joke.
けてはくれないか
You won't?
当たり前だ
Of course not. I'm here
私は
to take
委員会に
revenge on the
復讐する
comedy,
ために
not to
ここにいる。
babysit Gigalomaniacs.
ギガロマニア
宮代
If
拓
you can
郎を
get
渋谷
Takuro
の
out of
外に
Shibuya,
連れ出
your
せば
wish might come true, you know? What? Kunosato fell silent, as if she was thinking of something. What? What was going on? What would happen if you took me out of Shibuya?
いいか
Listen
黒里美
carefully.
代佐久
Takuma
間は
wants to be a part of the
委員会の中枢
comedy,
へ入り
but
込んで
that's
いきたい
never
ら
going
しい
to
が
happen.
そんなのはただ
The
の夢
comedy
物語
has no
だ
such
結
intention.
局
No
佐久間は
matter
どうしよ
what
う
you
と
do with
お前の
Sakuma,
望む中
you'll
枢
never
に
get
は
any
たどり
closer
着け
to
ない
them, but
お前が宮代
if you
拓
get
郎を
Takuro
連れてく
Miyashiro
れ
out
ば
of the city,
話は別だ
things change.
カオスチャイルド症候群
Chaos Child Syndrome, huh? I frowned when I saw Serika nod. Chaos Child Syndrome. That was the name of PTSD symptom that started appearing in children after Shibuya earthquake. What did that have to do with anything? Omae wa Sundahiro gitu.
それができるのはお
You're the
前し
only
かい
one
な
who
い
can do it. You
委
have
員
the
会に対
knowledge
し
to
て
fight
知
the
識を持
comedy.
ち壁
You
法
have,
学園や
you have
青葉
noticed
寮
what
の特
makes
殊性に気
Hekiho
づい
and
てい
Aoba
て
Dorm
な
special.
ぜ能力者が渋谷に集まっているのかそれを理
You're
解
the
し
only
てい
one who
る
knows
お
why
前
there
に
are
し
so
かない
many psychics in Shibuya.
どうだ
What?
お前が復
What do
讐
you
を
think?
望んで
The
いる
people
連
you
中
want,
が向こうから現れるかもしれ
the
ないぞ
people you want revenge on might just come to you. I didn't know what she meant. I could tell that Arimura was confused too. Aoba Dorm and Hekiho Academy were special. And what was this about all the psychics being in Shibuya?
それは
It's because of the white light that created them all. No,
白い光が
wait, that's not
渋
right.
谷で起こったからで
That light was that created by psychic. It was what created by psychic. That's what I had learned from all the information so far. But
能力者たちが
there's no reason
渋谷にとど
for
まり続けて
any
い
of
る理
them
由
to
は
stay in Shibuya, is there?
待ってく
Wait a second.
どういうことですか
What are you talking about? Arimura shouted
能
toward.
力者は
Why are all the psychic,
私たちみたいな人
all
間
the
は
people like us
どうして
in
渋谷
Shibuya? There was no answer, but I knew Kunosato heard her. Serika stared at the phone as if waiting for an answer. Was there some connection between the psychic and the Chaos Child Syndrome?
本当に
Are you certain about this?
何
What?
宮代を渋
That
谷か
getting
ら逃がす
Miyashiro out of Shibuya is the key to keeping him alive?
佐久間を殺したとこ
Even
ろ
the
で
Sakuma's
あい
dad,
つに思考
his mind
誘導
control
を
will
かけられた
remain.
人
There's
間
no
は
place in
正気に
Shibuya
戻
where
らない
Takuro will be safe.
であれば
Which
逃が
means
すしかないだ
he
ろ
has to get out, right?
有村
Arimura, is she telling the truth?
てない
She should
はずで
be.
す
But what is it?
それより
What is
何なん
all
です
of
か
this about? What do
何を
you
し
know? There was another silence. This time it was long enough that I thought she would hung up.
それなら
As she had hung up, that
有
means
村と山
that
添
getting
も
Arimura and
渋谷
Yamazu
から
out
話した方
will
が
make it more likely that I run into comedy as well.
好きにすればいい
Do what you want as long as you
宮代
take
拓郎を連れて行って
Takuro
くれるな
Maishi.
ら
はちょっ
Ah,
と
wait.
宮代と有村は
You
荷物を
two
まとめ
get
ろ
your things together. Tell
山添
Yamazu
にもそう
to.
伝えてお
We'll
け
have Shinjo help us. Suddenly she hung up.
どういうことだ
What is going on?
こっちが聞きたいですよ
That's what I want to know. I'll be right
ちょっと行ってきます
back. Arimura sounded irritated as she ran downstairs to go see Kunosato. I thought to myself as I watched her go. Ngantuk lah, masa turu? Lemah amat lan. Was there still something I didn't know about the case? Lu besok
知
emang
りたい
libur?
か
Do you want to know? Serika was looking at me as if she was trying to test me again. She was reading my mind again.
僕は
I
僕は
I
危険なことは
don't
し
do
ないで
anything dangerous. No, just do
別に
what you want. I turned away before a feeling in my mind turned into words. That's right. Anything else will mean betraying no. I glanced to the side and saw that Serika was still staring at me. Her expression was the same as ever. But she seemed the same as when I had knocked her hand away at Frisia. Sad, as she had dropped and broken some priceless treasure. November 6, 2015, Friday. So now, in the time to celebrate Shibuya, a city reborn, everyone, the festival has begun. Thank you for your cooperation. November 6, 2015, 9 a.m. The second Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival had begun. The police gathered in front of the Hikariwo began to loudly applaud when the mayor finished his speech. Orang pria juga lah, nantilah. Then they started to split off to visit the concert and stall that they wanted to go see. Over 80% of the people were from the outside Shibuya. Many were from Tokyo, but others had come all the way from outside country to witness the celebration. There were easily more than 100,000 people in attendance. The first festival was held last year to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the reconstruction, and the whole world had come out to celebrate. A similar event had been done a year after the disaster, but it had been less of a festival and more of a memorial. The rebuilding work was proceeding at a feverish pitch, but at the point it was still too early to call a city reborn. But last year, even though there were still areas that were covered in rubble, the 5th year anniversary and the prospect of the tax revenue that will come along with it were enough to get government to hold a festival for the whole world. Despite being only a one-day event, it had attracted over 80,000 people and worldwide attention. It was such a big success that for this year, the city had put even more effort into it. The concerts were bigger and there were more places to eat and drink. The main areas were centered around the Hikariwo building, as well as the Shibuya Cultural Hall. Shibuya 107, and Shibuya Science City. All the main roads around the situation were closed to any traffic that wasn't bringing in people or equipment to the festival. Bunkamura Street and Dogenzaka Street in particular were overflowing with performer and stall.
今度はここ
Should we do this spot next? The reporter with Tokyo Next TV saw the cameraman nod and then look at the scene in front of her. This whole thing was stupid, and she could tell she was getting tired. Center Street, one of Shibuya's busiest shopping street. This street always had a lot of young people to begin with, and now with the festival it was covered with stalls to visit and filled with people of all ages. There's too many people here. When she had been given the job of reporting on the Shibuya Reconstruction Festival several months ago, she had literally jumped for joy. The reason she was so excited was that the vocalist for one of her favorite bands, Momone Takayanagi, was going to be performing on stage. Ever since she had happened to hear Takayanagi's voice at a concert hall, she had been a fan. Oh, okay. She was willing to do whatever it took to get a camera to her performance at the Restoration Festival so that the whole world could see how wonderful she was. But... why did she have to die? She had been caught up in the return of the new generation madness and murder. Then there was barely any point in covering the Restoration Festival anymore. But she still had to smile and obey when her boss told her to come here, and in the end, now I'm off chasing rumors. She had wanted to believe that a big TV station will be better than this. What she was doing was a little better than rubbernecking. Oh, there they are. Look. The cameraman pointed at a group of people wearing homemade t-shirts. The shirt had a white print background with a photo on the front and a big red question mark that covered the photo. They were all young, just like all the others she had interviewed so far. She covered her annoyance with the same smile she used to deal with her obnoxious boss. Then she pushed through the crowd and got close to the group. Hello, what are you up to? Oh, are you from TV? What station? Who cares, she thought to herself, but she told them she was with Tokyo Next. This, look. He pulled on his t-shirt to show her. The photo in the center was the two fat male faces, the sumo sticker. So if the TV is here, is it true? What they said on Twitter? Huh? What is that? He played dumb and acted surprised. She certainly couldn't tell them that she had come here because of a rumor on Twitter, especially one that was almost certainly a lie. There's a rumor that Miyashiro is going to kill himself right here. He knew about it before dawn. It was supposed to happen in front of the big TVs, and a few hours ago, it was next to the statue of Hachi in front of the station. By Miyashiro, do you mean Takuru Miyashiro, the fugitive? Yeah, I've got a picture. Wait, ketulut bentar. Okay, I'm back. Hello bang, hello Arden official, welcome to the stream. He started to fiddle with his smartphone, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she hadn't asked to see it. It was the same picture of Takuro Miyashiro that she was already sick of seeing. According to her boss, it was from his student notebook. What? How did you get this? You don't spend a lot of time on the internet, do you? Everybody's got it. We're totally gonna get that reward. A reward. Come to think of it, there was a fake rumor about that going around. Did you make those t-shirts yourself? No way. We just bought them for 300 yen back there. Don't they look stupid? It's just a meme. And then they all started to laugh, though she didn't get the joke. She could feel herself getting more aggravated. She had seen similar t-shirt and a placard, and even some that were declaring Takuro Miyashiro a god and glorifying the sumo sticker. Some of them were being sold as a part of movement to get rid of the sumo sticker so people could focus on the festival. But most people were just wearing them to be part of the chaos. Of course, this was the first time she had seen anyone who actually believed in the reward. What are your thoughts on Takuro Miyashiro? Total son of a bitch. He's a killer. A serial killer, right? And he killed people from his own orphanage. What a psycho. That's where otaku guys says he's some kind of a god. They are just a bunch of creepy losers. I hate those assholes. She ignored most of what they were saying. There was no need to go any deeper. There was no need, okay? As long as she had the footage on her camera, that would be good enough. But everyone seemed to think that Takuro Miyashiro was the killer. At least everyone who had come to this festival to find him seemed to think so. And they were probably right. The official announcement just said that he was wanted as a person of interest, but if he wasn't the killer, they wouldn't have used his real name. She had also heard that they were, in fact, looking for him as a suspect, though she didn't know where the information had come from. Takuro Miyashiro, the killer behind Return of the New Generation Madness. She suddenly felt a rage building inside her. There was no way she could do what she had originally set out to do now. The angel with the heavenly voice was dead. But if there was one reason to participate in this festival, that's right, I don't care if they are just a rumor. I'll find all the information on Miyashiro's whereabouts that I can, and make it easy for people like this to find him. If he wanted to kill himself in public, he's probably some kind of sick madman. If he pulled it off, even more idiots might start worshipping him. And that was probably just what he wanted. He wouldn't let that happen. She wouldn't let that happen. That wouldn't atone for her murder at all. He deserved a miserable, painful death, preferably with people throwing rocks at him like an old historical drama. Hey, what's wrong? Oh. Only then she realized that the people in front of her had stopped talking. She said thank you and went to go find another person to interview. Alright, one last question. Okay. Before they disappear into the crowd. Where are you from? Saitama. We came by bike. And they laugh again. This time, she turned around without thanking them. If they were from Saitama, that means they weren't from Shibuya. Yeah. So were the victims of the earthquake she had just interviewed a while ago, who were hoping that the restoration will be a success. Come out, Miyashiro. Her thoughts were never going to be heard on TV. But they were shared by the vast majority of the people at the Restoration Festival. Whenever she saw someone wearing sumo sticker on their clothes, she figured they were after Miyashiro. But in fact, the news that Miyashiro was going to kill himself in front of the crowd had been playing on the TV every hour since last night. And because of that, over 98% of the people at the Restoration Festival heard it. There was literally no place. There was literally no place safe for him in the city. But son of a bitch, he's a killer, right? And he killed people from his own orphanage. What a psycho. The words made me sick, so I turned off the TV. I realized that the skin on the sole of my feet was starting to rub off, and I unclenched my toes. It felt like if I didn't keep some part of my body tense up, I would scream and start smashing things. I had always hated outsiders who never cared about the actual people caught up in something, but this time it was different. Who is the son of a bitch? Damn it, you don't know anything. You don't understand anything. If you don't know anything, then you need to keep your mouth shut. I wasn't the one who killed Nono or you. Serika had been sitting in her chair, barely moving. He seemed to be staring at the spot on the wall, just waiting for time to pass. Takuru? Oi, you're not supposed to come in here. He suddenly shoved my mouth. I suddenly shoved my mouth. Uki and Kazuki were both looking at Serika. Their hands were shaking, either with fear or suppressed rage, or maybe both. There are Shinjo and Yuto. Shinjo's on the phone. Yuto took some medicine and is asleep in my room. I see. I was glad he was asleep. If I saw the person who killed his sister, he probably couldn't take it. He was still just in elementary school. The two of them stared at Serika unmoving. Serika didn't move either. But it's true. At some point, Serika had turned away from the wall to look at them. Okiyama, I was the one who killed Nunu. Their expression changed. Serika must have read their thoughts. They took a few steps back and shivered. Then you were behind all the other murders too. That's right. Why? No. Then Serika's voice was calm, but Uki's was small and shaking. You know, something about the place where I was, right? Where are the people I was taking care of? I don't know. Answer me. Please, if you were the real killer, you must know. I suddenly realized why Uki wouldn't back down. That's right. Uki didn't know about that yet. I hadn't had time to tell her, and Uki really looked up to him. Uki was extremely shy, but it was Nono who had given her a place here. He had always found her meaning in life in helping others, so Doctor must have been people she really looked up to. I can't tell. It seems you haven't heard yet. Don't. I jumped out of my chair. You should have been capable of finding out who Sakuma really was. You probably met him 6 years ago. What? What are you talking about? Yes, I can't blame you. Given what you were going through, Sakuma is... I said stop. As I screamed, I hit her with my power without even thinking about it. I slammed her off her chair onto the floor. And then I walked over and grabbed her by the hair. I had never been this violent with a girl before. I could hear Uki and Kazuki gasping at the change in me. Look at me. I grabbed her by the hair and to make her look me straight in the eye.
いい加減に
Enough
しろ
of
よ
this
お
shit.
前
Don't you dare destroy any more of my
大切な家族
family.
の心を
I'll
壊
look
す
at her, mastering all the rage I could in my mind. You shall be able to tell how mad I was. Serika must have felt my anger, or maybe it hurt where I grabbed her hair because her face twisted a little bit in pain. Takuru, I looked back and saw Uki staring at Serika with wide eyes. Kazuki looked sad too. Stop, even if Ono is a bad person, I don't want to see you being a scary like. Yeah, you're right. Let go of Serika's hair. She ran her hand through it violently to try and get it back into place. Where's the doctor? What happened to him? And Shinju told us to get our things together. Does it have something to do with that?
それは
Well, there were tears in Uki's eyes, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Serika stood up, and then she grabbed her stomach again for some reason. There is blood on her hand.
父さんにやられたっていう傷
That's
か
from where he stabbed her. Come to think of it, her wound looked like it had opened when I had used my power on her at Freesia. Damn it. I turned to Uki, who looked like she was on the verge of breaking down in tears.
後で必
I'll
ず
tell you
話
what
すから
happened later, promise.
今は言われた通りに
So
荷
go
物を
get
まと
your
めて
stuff
くれ
together, Uki. But, Uki looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but Kazuki grabbed her hand firmly and shook her head. And then she pushed her gently on the shoulder and led her out of the room.
ありがとうな
Thanks. I said thanks in my mind for Kazuki's kindness. And as soon as I heard, the two of them start to quietly pack up in Uki's room, I invited Serika downstairs.
ついてこいよ
Follow me.
いいから来いっ
Let's
て
do it.
あれ
When I went inside the exam room, I didn't see Kunosato or
変
Arimura.
だな
That's strange. I thought they would still be here.
外科用の設備など
There's no
ここに
equipment
は
here
ない
for
だ
a
ろう
surgery. Serika must have already read my mind.
一般家庭の
It's
救急
better
箱よ
just
り
a
マシ
first
だろ
aid kit and
それに
Nono had said that Dad used to be a brain surgeon and that he had done operation on patients during the Shibuya earthquake and that there were still patients who said that he had saved their life.
そうだ
That's right, that
父
was
さんは
a good doctor. The people in the neighborhood loved him. He drank too much and he could be a little lazy, but he was a man who found his life work in helping others. He was a man I could respect. So why? At first I hadn't believed he could betray us, but as time passed, it started to seem more real. And it was pathetic, but I almost started to cry. I tried to make my mind off it by going through the shelf, which were filled with gauze and drugs. But all the medicine bottles had neat label in Nono's handwriting. When I saw them, it only made me want to cry
違
more.
うな
That's not right.
佐久間は相手の
Sakuma
思
was a
考を誘導
monster
する
who
とい
gained
う
the
最
power
悪
of
な
mind
力を手
control
に入れそ
and
れを
enjoy
楽
it
し
to
んで
the
いる人
fullest.
間だ
He only
なのに
played at being a good
表向きは
doctor.
いい医者を演じていた
Serika lifted up her skirt and showed me her stomach.
お前それ
That's... wait. Can we see it? Help? Back. Text. Anjir itu ini ya, apa namanya? Plaster? I don't know lah. Pokoknya itulah perban buat ini ya, wound. It was covered with packing tape that had been stained dark red. It has wound poorly and far too tight.
佐久間は以前
Sakuma once saw
私
me
が
using
傷の
packing
応急
tape
処置
to
にガム
treat
テ
an
ープを
injury
使
and
ってい
laughed.
るのを見て
Not
笑
bad,
って
he
いたよ
said. I didn't know what he
やはり
meant.
お前は
Do you
2番目
remember
の
the
事件
second
を覚え
murder?
ているか
When Takayanagi, the
Story
musician, was...
あ
Yeah?
腹が裂か
Her
れて
stomach was cut
スピーカーが埋
open
め込
and
ま
a
れてい
speaker
た
was put inside.
あの時
She used mind
思考
control
誘導
into
され
using
た高
packing
柳
tape.
が止血に使っ
to
たの
stop the
か
bleeding.
やはりガムテープだ思考誘導さ
When
れ
I
た
saw
高
him
柳
make
が
her
裂い
use
た
the
腹を
packing
ガムテー
tape,
プで処置
I
してい
asked
るのを
him
見た
why he was
な
making
ぜ
her
そん
do
なこ
that,
とをさ
and
せ
this
ている
is
の
what
か
he said.
あいつに尋ねたが
お前に似てるだろ
This is like you, right?
人
A
形みたいで
doll.
面白いじゃ
Isn't
ない
that
か
funny? I could imagine his tone and his voice. I felt all the hair on my body stand up on end.
私は佐久間の
I
思
read
考を読んだ
Sakuma's mind. It
何
felt
を
like
考
I
え
had
て
to
そ
know
んな言葉
why
が
he
出
was
てくる
saying
の
that.
か知らなければと思った
Erika let out a long breath, as if letting something had been building up inside her.
あいつは
He wasn't
言葉以
thinking
上の
about
ことを
anything
考
more
えて
than
い
what
な
he
かっ
said.
た
The only
頭
word
の
in
中に
his
はただ
mind was funny.
あいつは異常だ
It's not normal.
よく
We talk
快
about
楽
people
殺人と
who
言わ
get
れるもの
pleasure
があ
from
るが
killing,
それですら
but
ない
he's not even that.
自分にとって
All he
面
cares
白い
about
か
is
どうかだけが重要
whether
で
or not he finds
その
something
行為が
entertaining.
殺
It
人か
doesn't
どうか
even
にさえ
have
興
to
味がない
be
あ
murder.
いつに気持ちを寄せるな
Don't try to have any
理解
feeling
しよう
for
とす
him.
るな
Don't try to understand
優
him.
しい父親だったという思い込み
Give
を
up
捨て
the
ろ
idea that he was a loving father.
別に
I know that.
違う
No, you're still
お前は
hoping,
まだ
but
佐
to
久間に
him,
対して
the
何かを期
conversation
待し
he
てい
had
る
after dinner with you
Demo.
were no
あいつにとって
different than the
は
brutal murder he
そ
committed.
んなつもりないっ
I
て
said
言
I
って
know
るだ
that.
ろ
I couldn't tell how my confused thought appeared to Serika, because I didn't know how I felt myself. Thought Dad was trying to join some organization called Comide. That's why he was going to kill me and put an end to the case. I was tired of hearing that.
大体それをすぐに
There's
受け
no
入れろって言
way
われた
I
って
can take it all this so quickly. Just 10 hours ago, Dad was that, the lazy guy who drank too much, the doctor everybody loved. Serika started to silently tear off the packing tape.
ここは外科じゃ
This
ない
is
からな
a
手
surgery
術道具
center,
が置いてあ
but
ると
there
は
shouldn't
思
be
えな
any
い
surgical tools.
それより
Instead, look to
奥の机の一部
何
what?
クルスノノがよく使っていた机
There
だ
was the desk Kurusu
そこに
used.
裁縫
There
道
should
具
be
が入っ
sewing
ている
tools
だ
in
ろ
there. Kurusu had indeed kept sewing tools in there to patch the button back onto Dad's white coat. Did she learn that by reading Kurusu's mind? Damn it. I was angry, but I did what she said anyway. There was a bag filled with sewing tools there. Like always, I gave them to Serika and she grabbed a needle and thread at random. She disinfected them and started to wordlessly sew up her own stomach. Ugh. Seeing the sewing needles stick into Serika's pale, white skin was worse than seeing the wound itself. She showed no hesitation and no sign being in pain.
こいつ
What kind of
今まで
life
どん
has
な
she
生
lived?
活を
Her eyes met. I forced myself to think of something else before she could answer my
父
question.
さんは
Where did
僕やお前をどこに呼び出したんだ
Where did Dad want us to go? Serika finished her stitch and tore off the end of the thread.
すべての始まり
The
となった場
place where
所
everything began.
その
at the
始
time
まり
where
の時刻
everything
に
began.
来いと言っていただろ
That's what he said, right?
わかんないか
You don't know.
今回の事件
Ya, ini yang tadi ya.
そうそこだ
No,
よ
dia kenapa? Halo Eri, welcome to the
時間
stream.
も合わせようじゃねえかあの時あの場所でってやつだ
Kok nggak tidur kah? Bukannya besok sekolah. Ini Airi. Jadi ini kayaknya kita udah di akhir chapter ini. Jadi kemarin kita cari misteri dan misteri. Dan kamu ketahuan banyak banget. Yang pertama, si MC kan ada satu kakak kan. Kakak yang di dorm ya, kamu inget. Yang rambut oranye, kuning, krem, I don't know apa itu warnanya. Nah, itu udah mati karena dia tahu siapa dalangnya. Terus si Loli yang di dormnya dia juga meninggal, dibunuh juga. Jadi salah satu korban pembunuhannya. Nah, ternyata pelakunya itu si ini, Cok. Si ayah yang di dormnya sama si ini nih, si Onoe. Dan ternyata Onoe itu bukan manusia nyata awalnya. Onoe itu imaginary friend-nya si MC yang jadi nyata gitu. Dan dia cuma digunain sama si ayah di dormnya. Jadi sebenarnya nggak jahat si Onoe, tapi dia bukan manusia asli tadinya. Cuman jadi nyata gara-gara si ini kan, kejadian aneh ini. That's what he had said. The place where everything began.
お前や久野里が考えた
It's
通
like
り
you and Kunosato
元凶は
suspected. The
渋谷
cause of
地震にあ
all
る。
this was the Shibuya earthquake.
あれは
It was
とある装
caused
置が爆
by
発
the
したせいで引
explosion
き起こされたも
of
の
a
だ。
certain device,
そして
what you call the
お前たちが
causal factor.
発生因子
It is a
と呼んでい
special
るも
type
の。
of electromagnetic
実際は
wave.
ある特殊な電磁波だ
Actually,
が
that was
それ
spread
が
out
拡散さ
from
れてしま
there.
う。それによって望まれない能
That
力
was
者が
caused by
覚
the
醒するこ
psychic
と
to
になった。
awaken to powers they never wanted.
渋谷地震が
So the
人工地震だった
conspiracy
っていう
theory
陰
that the
謀論
Shibuya
は
earthquake was
事実
caused
だったのか。
artificially, it was true. No
そう
plot
いうこと
twist.
になるな。
Yeah, lumayan plot twist. That's right.
お前たちもフリー
Like
ジア
you
で
were
話して
told
いた
at
が、
Frisia, that
その装
device
置
was
は
secretly set
か
up
つて
in a
渋谷駅前
planetarium
の
in
プラ
front
ネ
of
タリウム
Shibuya
に
Station.
密かに設置されていた。
Inosato had been the one to tell me that, sorry. Some company had bought out the planetarium and used it to do experiment.
でもあそこは今
That's
光を
where
当たってるだろ。
Hikari is now, right?
そう。
That's right.
だが、
But there's a
光王の中
facility
に
inside the
かつて
building
のプラネタリウムの
that was
DNA を引
modeled
き継ぐという
after
コンセプ
the
トのも
old
と、新た
planetarium,
それがシアターキューブだよ。
the theater cube.
Eh?
Huh? The theater cube. A huge theater location inside the Hikari wall. It was used for musical and famous performance group from both inside and outside Japan. It was the largest part of Hikari-wo building and one of its most popular attraction. So it was modeled after the old planetarium.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
そこには
I had gone there just once. There was a foreign musical playing. I remember being amazed at the size of the place and the luxurious design. But what I remember best was the faces of the people I had gone with. Yui, Yuto, and Nono, and Dad. I think it was to celebrate Nono and I making it into Hekiho Academy. We had made it into Hekiho, which offered free tuition for earthquake orphans. And that had joked, this frees up a lot of cash, and bought us expensive front row seats. Nono had gotten mad at him and told him he was wasting money. Thinking back, that was the first time the five of us had ever gone anywhere as family. Nah, ini nih, si dua yang di kanan ini udah modar ini. It was a memory I treasure. But
なんで
why did
父さんはそんなところを選んだんだろう。
that choose a place like that? Onoe closed her eyes for a moment,
おそらくはお前
probably
が
because of you.
宮代拓郎。
Takuro Miyashiro.
僕
Me?
今回の復興
The
祭、
Hikari
光王
Wo
は
is
そ
at
の
the
中心
center
の
of
役割を
Restoration
担っていて、
Festival.
大勢の人間が集まっている。
The place will be full of
あいつは
people.
声
He
明通り、
probably plans to kill
お
you
前を衆
in
目
front
の
of the
中、
crowd and said
自殺に見せかけて
and
殺す
make
つ
it
もりだ
look
ろ
like
う。
a suicide, just like he said. Using his mind control, she continued.
それに、
And
復
once
興
the
祭の
event in
昼の
the
イベントさえ終
afternoon
わっ
are
てしまえ
over,
ば、
the
夜の
theater
劇
will
場
be
は
a huge
巨大
empty
な無人
space
スペ
by
ースになる。
nightfall. If he does
毎
have
日、
to get
理
into
想
a
度で
fight
切
with
り合う
his
羽目
D
になっ
sword,
ても、
he can
人目
avoid
を避
being
け、
seen.
始まりの場所に来
He
い。
made a big
などと
deal
大行なことを
about
言って
where
い
it
た
all
が、
began,
あいつが何
but
の
I
意
can't
図もなく
imagine he will
場所と時
specify
間
a
を指定
time
するはずがない。
and place for no reason,
ってことは時間っていうのは
which mean the time is
午後10時28分。
then 28. I will never forget that time. It was when the Shibuya earthquake struck.
午後10時28分をもっ
At
て、
10:28 tonight, the festival is going to undergo a
それま
change.
でのお祭り
All
騒
the
ぎから、
festivities
参加
will
者全
end
員
for
が
a
黙
time
祷を
of
捧
silent
げ、
prayer that
渋
will
谷は
cover
静
the
寂
whole
に。
city.
そんな中、
And then you
自
show
殺の
up
声明を出し
for
たお前
telling
が
everyone
登
you're
場
going
す
to
るわ
commit
けだ。
suicide.
どうなるか
You can imagine
想
what
像
will
がつ
happen,
くだ
right?
ろう。あのク
That
ズめ。
piece of shit. that was disgust in her words. But it wasn't rage. It sounded like she was sobbing somehow. Why, Serika, if you are that angry, if you're in that much pain,
なんでお前は
what did you do? What he told you to?
何度も言って
I've
いる
told you so many times
私
already.
を生み出した時のこと
You
は
remember what
覚えてい
happened
る
when
だ
I
ろう
was created, right? Oh no, Serika. Save me. Please.
おのえ
Oh no, please give
お願い
me.
だから
あの時
You
お
wanted
前
someone
は
to save your
自
life.
らの生存を助けてくれる私を望んだ
That's how I was
私は
born.
それ以外に優
I have
先
no
させ
other
る目的な
purpose
ど
in life.
私には
I've
存在
given
し
up
ない
everything else for that.
お前に生み出されたあの
That's
瞬
how
間
I've
から
lived for that
私は
moment you
そう
created me.
そう生きることを与えられて私は生まれたんだ
No, living that life is why I was born.
お前を生かすためであれ
I'll
ば
obey anyone if it
相手が
means
佐久間だろ
keeping
う
you
と誰だろ
alive,
うと
even
黙
Sakuma. I couldn't speak. If that Serika said was true, then the real cause behind all this
責
was
任を感じる必要はないぞ
there's no need to feel
Miyashiro
responsible, Takuro Miyashiro. I shudder reflexively as she read my mind.
お前はこれまで
You
何
didn't
も知ら
know
なかった
anything but the
ギガロマニアックス
Gigalomaniacs
のことも
or the one
その
who were
存在の裏で
responsible for their
だから
creation. So,
これはお前のせいじゃない
this isn't your fault. The feelings that pained me deeply inside my heart came boiling up.
いいのかよ
Are you okay with that? I forced myself to speak the words.
お前はそれ
Are
で
you okay with that? That's right. Even if I had created Serika, even if I had given her reason to live,
ユイやノノを殺
you
したんだ
killed
ぞ
you and Nono. That wasn't what I wanted. A kind, gentle Serika Onoe, and you would never want that. She had to keep me alive, even if it meant losing Nono and Yui, even if it meant killing them. That wasn't what the two of us wanted. Was she really willing to giving up everything else for the goal she had been given? That wasn't human.
本当に
Then you really are just like a
Tadano
doll. Serika didn't move. He just looked back at me.
そろそろ行く
It's time for me to go. She was the first one to break the silence. He tossed the old packing tape and used gauze. The used gauze she had put on her wound and the remainder of the fresh bandages into the trash, then adjusted her clothes.
渋谷から出た後は
After you
し
leave
ばらくはおと
Shibuya,
なし
stay
くしてい
quiet for
ろ
a while.
取るべき
Miyoko no Sato
行動
will
は
tell you what to do.
久野里美代が指示してくれ
He
るだろ
headed
う
for the door of the exam room. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She put her hand on the doorknob without looking back, said,
夜までここにいるつ
I
も
was
りだった
planning
が
on staying here until
山
nightfall.
添雨季の能力が割と厄介だ今余計なことをさ
I
れると
was
困る
planning on, but
それに
Uki Yamazu's power is a potential threat. I don't want her trying anything, and
お前の心変わりが起きても
I don't
困
want
るし
you
な
changing your mind.
何
What? But before I could say anything more, the door opened. Shinjo was standing there. I wasn't sure how long he had been there. He looked down at Serika, seemingly trying to keep his emotion in check.
なるほど
I say, you're not sure what to do.
君は
You're a murderer.
殺人犯
He
だ
blocked Serika's path as he spoke.
どんな事
No
情
matter
もあ
what
るにせ
your
よ
reason were,
そして
and even if the other reason, if those reasons were beyond anything a normal person could
殺人
imagine,
は殺人だ
a murder is a murder. You have to arrest and put on
そう
trials.
だろうな
I'm sure. Serika's voice was calm.
それに
In this case,
今
it's
回
my
の
way
事件は
of avenging another
尊敬してい
detective
た
I
先輩
respected a lot. The two of them stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension between them. They stood like that for almost a full minute. I couldn't see Serika's face from here, but Shinjo's expression seemed to waver once in a while. He probably knew that Serika was reading his mind, so he was thinking the thing he wanted her to know. It felt like there was a silent but intense discussion going on between them. Eventually, Shinjo sighed a little. He moved to the side with a pained expression on his face.
いいんだな。
You're sure about this?
復興祭が終わ
Once
った
the
後
festival over, no matter what kind of pressure my bosses put on me, I'm going after
俺は
you
君
and
と佐久間
Sakuma.
を追う
No matter where you
お
run,
前が追うのは一
you'll
人です。
only need to go
生き
after
残
one
るのは
person.
私かさ
Only
くら
one
ど
of
ちら
us
か
is
だ
going
け
to
だ。
survive. She went to walk out of the room at a pace which pelted her injury.
宮代拓る。
Miyashiro Takuru. She stopped, and without looking back, she said,
生き残れよ。
Survive.
何があっても
No matter what happened, you have to
お前だけは
survive.
生き残れ。
And as she disappeared, she disappeared.
あまり思い詰め
Don't
るな
think
よ
about it too much.
何をですか？
About what?
いや
Never mind. He scratched his head and then checked the time and frowned.
警察は限界
The
体
police
制
are
で復
putting
興祭の
everything
警
they
備を行
have
っている
into security at the
俺はこの
festival.
後一
have
旦
to
ここ
leave soon
その
too.
間代わりの警官が来
While
る
I'm gone, another
そう
cop will
だ
be
な
here.
ウキ君の部
The
屋に
cop will
隠れて
be
いるから
here. Let's say you can
君
hide
が
in
いると
Uki's
は思
room.
ってないから
He won't know you are
探しはしない
here,
はずだ
so he won't look for you.
はい。
Alright.
おそ
Okay,
らく
Bakada
戻りは
cop.
夜になるそのタイミ
I'll
ング
probably
で
be
渋谷を
back
離れよ
tonight. We can leave
準備
Shibuya
しておい
then.
てくれ
Be ready to go.
わかりました。
Alright. I answered him, but my body wouldn't move. My hands were clutched tight, and I hadn't even realized it. I felt so frustrated, so angry, and disgusted with myself. All these horrible things were going on around me, and someone else had already decided how I was going to escape them. I had done nothing at all. Shinjo seemed to be about to say something else, but instead he left the room silently. The clock said it was past 10 p.m. I was supposed to be getting ready to leave Shibuya, but I couldn't leave Aoba dorm right now. And most of the stuff in my room was already taken by the police. There wasn't much for me to do.
大体
And why am I leaving
離れ
Shibuya
る本当
anyway?
の理由は何
It
だ？
might just be to avoid the warren. Sorry, kepencet. It might just be to avoid warren, but it was clear from the way Serika and Kunosato were talking that there was probably another reason. Yes, pasti. Something that had to do with us psychics. And something that had to do with Chaos Child Syndrome. Damn it. I quickly closed my eyes and shook my head. No, don't do it. Don't try to find them. Remember your promise to Nono. You've already learned what happened when you tried to find out about things you're not supposed to know, right?
尾上は言ったな。
Oh no, it's gone, right?
Huh?
I looked up and saw Kunosato and Arimura by the door.
いつから
How long have you been here? Were they at the front desk next to the exam room the whole time?
尾上に思考洞察されたくなかったのでな。とっさに有村と逃げ
We
込んだ。
didn't want Onoe reading our minds, so Arimura and I hid. Kunosato entered the exam room. Arimura followed after, but when she saw the bandages and tape in the waste basket, she looked at me angrily.
別に
I'm not on her
あい
side.
つの味方になったわけじゃない
I。sounded a little guilty as I said, but all Arimura said was, no. But the look on her face was strange. It was as if she blamed me, but was unable to say it aloud. What is it?
他にも何か
There's
言いたい
something
ことが
else you
あ
want
るん
to
じゃない
say,
の
isn't
か
there?
言ってくれよ。
Tell me. I'm sick
もう
of
隠し
secrets.
事。
You're right.
そうですね
Arimura looked at Kunosato for a moment, but evidently it was okay for her to tell me because she continued.
セリ尾上セリカは
What
なん
did
て言ってました
Serika
か
Onoe
と
say?
いうと
What do you mean?
いろいろ話してましたよねよく聞こえなかったけど声はしてたから
You talk about a lot of different things, right? I couldn't make out what it was exactly, but I heard voices.
そうだな。
I gave them both a brief version of what Serika had told me. Kunosato crossed her arm and thought for a moment, then whispered to herself.
やはりな。
I thought so. What?
お前、どう考えている
What's your take on this?
何がです？
On what?
尾上の言い分だ。
On what Serika had to say for herself.
どうって。
What? I didn't even think about it. None of the things she had to say were what I wanted to hear.
たとえ僕が
Even if I
彼女を見
created
出して
her,
し
I
まった
still
として
can't
も
accept this.
違う。そ
No,
ういうこ
that's
とじゃ
not
な
what
い。
I'm talking about. Kunosato raised a hand to cut me off.
あいつがしたことは許されない。それは
What
どんな理由を振りかざそうと
she
変
has
わらな
done
い。
is unforgivable. Whatever the reason was, that won't change.
私が聞いているのはそういうことではなく、
That's not what I'm talking
事
about.
件に関して説
What
明
did
し
you
たことだ。
think about her explanation of the case last night?
ゆうべ
What she said
お前が話
last
した
night.
こと
What did I think? She had told the truth, right? Arimura had heard the whole thing and used her power to check it. But Arimura looked down at her feet and said softly,
宮代先輩
You remember what I said after what happened with Ito and Yuri?
私がもっと注意深く能力を使っていれば伊藤先輩の言葉がどこかおかしいって気づけたはずだっ
That
て
if I had been more careful with how I used my power, I could have figured out that something was wrong with what Ito was saying.
うん
Arimura had regret that deeply. But what did that have to do with Sarika? Oh? I looked at her face and suddenly figured out what she meant. Was there something that Sarika had said?
嘘があったのか
Was she
い
lying?
え
No, she was telling the truth,
で
but
も
なんか変なんですうまく言えないけど
it was strange. I don't know how to say it. It was
真実
all
すぎる
too true.
というか
Too true?
なんだよそれ
What does that mean? I'm back. Wah,
私
kok baru pulang
ず
ngomong
っと
tuh?
注意深く聞いてました
I listened as careful as I could.
私の能力って
My power
相
lets
手
me
の言葉
tell
が
when
本当か
someone is
嘘か分
lying,
かりますけど
but people words aren't always black and white.
いつも話してる時って
They
いろいろ
hesitate.
迷ったり
They get
曖昧になっ
foggy.
たり自
They
分でも何
sometimes
言ってるか
forget
分
what
から
they're
なくな
trying
った
to
り
say. They're just not very
と
clear,
にか
right?
くちゃんとしてないですよねだから普通は
So
本当のことを
when
話
they're
してても
talking normally,
ぼんやりと
there's
し
a
たグ
part
レ
of
ー
what
みた
they
いな
are
部分
saying
が混じってるものなんで
that's
す
kind of gray.
人間が言葉を
Human
発する
speech
という
isn't
行
always
為
the
は
product of a careful
常に
logical
理
train
路
of
整然
thought,
とした思考の上
It's
で
a
行
mix
わ
of
れているわ
reason
けじゃないからな
an emotion that sometimes
理性
meanders
と感情が入り
or
混じり
jump topics altogether.
時に論旨は飛躍し会話の道筋は
Kunosato
広
added,
でも
but
彼女
her,
の
Sarika Ono's
尾
words
上セリカの言
were
葉
all
は全
straightforward.
てまっすぐだったんです
It was like she was reading from a script.
それに
And
あいつの話そのものにも気に入
there
ら
were
ない点
parts
があ
of
る
what she said that I didn't like. Kunosato sat down in a chair without asking permission.
フリージアであいつの話を聞
When
い
she
てい
was
た時
talking
は
to me at Frisia, I was stupid enough to let the blood run to my
私も
head.
頭に血が
I
上っ
wasn't
て
thinking
だが
straight.
ここへ来る途中
So on my
ふと
way
疑問
here,
が浮かんでそこから検討をしてみた
nggak akan pernah lagi dah gue ke tempat gituan anjing. Kenapa? Ke tempat apa anjir? And I decided to try it. Setelah ternoda vet apa anjir? That's why I couldn't let Ono read my mind.
ああ
Lagian tadi lu juga ngomong help me help what apa anjir? Minta tolong apa cok? That was why. Tempat apa anjir? Tempat lonte kau? Enggak kan? Anjir. Last night, Sarika had stayed in the exam room instead of coming up to the living room to talk with everyone else. That was the reason.
本格的にお
What
かし
made
い
me
と思ったきっかけ
particularly
は
suspicious was our
夕べの
discussion
電
on
話
the
での
phone
やり取
last
り
night.
だあいつは私
She
に
told me to get
お前
you
を
out
渋
of
谷から逃
Shibuya.
がすように言った
He said that was the best way to keep you
お
alive.
前
え
Yeah. Ke nightclub, Fat. Lah, sama siapa? Terus tadi helpnya apa? Mati kutu anjing gue di situ. Oh, maksudnya nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Nah, terus kenapa? Kau maksudnya kau kan nggak pernah ke situ. Terus kenapa kau ke situ tiba-tiba? I remember her saying that. Harimura seems to be suspicious that her words were too true, but they seem like the truth to me.
確かに
Getting
お
you
前
out
を
of
渋谷
Shibuya
から
makes
逃がすと
sense.
いうこと自体は
So does
筋が通って
killing
いる
Sakuma.
お
who is a
前にとっ
threat
て
to
の
you.
脅威になってだが
But doesn't it seem
私
too
にお前を
strange
託すというのは
that she would
矛盾していない
give you to me? Diajak temen, Fat. Sama-sama stres kan, gara-gara kerjaan gak ada habisnya. Gak ada hiburan anjir di situ. Gak ada hiburan anjir di situ. Percayalah. But doesn't it seem strange that she will give you to me? Awalnya bilang cuma ke tempat minum gitu, kayak minum soda, makan kentang, nugget. Atau dibawa ke klub. I didn't know what she meant. What seemed strange about it?
あいつは
What do you think she
どうして私
asked
にお
me
前
to
を
take
託した
care
と
of?
だから
Because
黒里
you
さん
know
は
some
何か知ってるんでしょ
something, right? Something that we
僕ら
don't.
の知ら
That's
ない
why
何か
she.
それを差し引いてだ
Cuma matiku tua, mati
そもそも
keco lah.
あいつの存在意義がお前の生存にあるのならお前が最後の時を迎える瞬
Dari
間ま
tadi
で
dong, dari yang kau
ずっと
chat
一緒にいなくて
help
はならな
me,
いはずだ違うか
yang dari kau chat help me sampai sekarang. Terus kau minum. Even without that, if the reason she exists is to keep you alive, she will need to stay with you until the last moment of your life. Am I wrong?
だからそれは通す
Ini baru balik gue
佐久
berdua
間の
lah
せい
bodo
で予
amat.
定が来るって
Lah, berarti kau bener-bener gak ngapa-ngapain dong di situ. Gak minum, gak ngapa-ngapain. Musik juga kayaknya gak cocok sama kamu. Musik kayaknya juga gak cocok sama kamu. But that changed because of that, because of Sakuma. Mana Mel doang. Kamu terlalu tua Mel untuk join circle anak muda. Ingat umur. Bener bangsat. Gue baca kok. Musik yang kayak gitu mah cocoknya kayaknya aku sama Galen deh. Sisanya kayaknya kurang deh.
確かに彼女はそう言っていましたし、嘘はありませんでした。でも嘘じゃないのはおかしいと思
Bukan
い
gitu
ません
Mike
か？
say. That's what she said. She was in line. Kenapa tiba-tiba ke sono anjir lagi? Mending ke RPP Omaldo. Komen daerah mana emangnya? Pick. That's what she said. She was in line. Di situ kan banyak menjamur gitu. But don't you find it strange that she was in line?
は
Udah botannya masih bertingkat ciwi-ciwinya lumayan. I stare at her, uncertain as to what she meant.
そう
That's right.
あいつの
Buat
言
kecil
葉
kayaknya.
は
Yang deket
真実に
Indosiar.
見せかけた嘘かもしれないんだよ
Gak tahu, gak main situ. Bukan daerahku. Kunosato nodded. Bacot like soy.
真実に見せかけた嘘
Lies disguised as truth.
宮代拓郎を
He'll
生
do
かし
whatever
続け
it
る
takes
た
to
め
keep
な
you
ら
alive, no matter what.
だから
But
それの
how
ど
is
こに
that a
嘘
lie?
佐久間だと
Sakuma is just a
所詮
scientist for a
末端組の
small-scale
研究者に
organization. What's the point of
そんなも
dying
の
to
と
kill
差し違え
him?
て何
It's
年
useless.
委員会は巨大
The
だ
committed power is fast. Killing Sakuma doesn't guarantee your safety at all. But how
宮代
can
の
she
安全など全く
attack
保
you
証
if
され
she's
な
dead?
い
だから黒里さん
That's
に
because
僕
she's
を預
giving
け
me
るっ
to
て
you.
バカを言
Don't
う
be
な
stupid. It's true that I plan
確か
on
に私はお前をおとりにして委員会の実態を探りた
experience.
いと
Gak
思って
bakal
い
bisa
る
dilupain sih. Aduh, first
Dagang
experience
omae
apa
na
tuh Amaldo?
不必要になったら簡単
First
に切り捨
experience
てる
ngapain om?
守り続けるわけがない
First experience ngapain om? Aduh. Jadi gitu Omaldo tadi. Astaga Omaldo. Intinya hampir Fed. Kalau nggak kuat Timon belum pulang gue kayaknya. tapi kamu minum kan tadi? Don't be stupid. It's true that I plan on using you as a decoy to lure the comedy. But once I don't need anymore, we're done. I'm not going to keep protecting you.
尾上セリカは
Serika Ono, you can read my thoughts. Don't you think she doesn't know that?
そんなことわからないと思うか
Semuanya dibayar itu. Mulai teman minumnya. Minumlah. Cuman corona doang. Corona mah bir doang. Omaldo. Kau nggak bayar kan? Kau nggak bayar kan? Cuman bayar minum kan? Yuk nggak lagi. Udah paling benar. Kalau emang mau minum, minumlah bersama di rumah gitu, Omaldo. Kalau kau ke situ, banyak lanjutannya masalahnya biasa. Serika Ono can read my thoughts. Don't you think she doesn't know that?
つまり
In other words,
委員会が本当に
if
宮代先輩
the
を狙って
committee
いる
is
の
really
なら
after you, she would never allow herself to leave your side.
自分の手で
She will do whatever it takes to protect you herself. Am I wrong?
違いますか？
Cowok kira di cafe. Iya sih, bener sih. Am I wrong?
それは
That's...
そしてもう一つ
And there is one more thing that doesn't make sense.
あいつはなぜ
Why didn't she just tell you the truth from the start?
最初
From the start.
渋谷地震による
When you
洪水
woke
から
up from the coma after the earthquake.
お前を生き延び
If
さ
her
せるこ
goal
とが
was
目
keeping
的
you
だ
alive, there was no need to ever hide the
むし
truth.
ろ全てを正直
Instead,
に伝え
telling you about your
能
power
力や委員会に対
and
す
about
る
the
情報
comedy
をお前
will
に
give
与
you
え
a
た方
better
が
chance to staying alive.
助かる可能性はずっと高い
Comedy will give you a better chance of staying alive.
そもそもそういった情
Kau
報
pernah
が
ke
あれ
tempat
ば
gitu
お前は
Fed
一連の殺
XY?
人事件にだって絶対に首を突っ込まなかっただろうわざわざ危険な目に遭うことだってなかった
Bali? Bali? If you had known about them, you never would have gotten involved in the murder. You wouldn't have put yourself in danger.
ね、
See?
なんか変で
Something's
しょ
not right, is it? It was right. I didn't realize it until they told me. Anjir, twist di balik twist lagi. I never would have done the things I did if I had known what Serika had told me last night. Enggak lah, aku kan anak baik-baik loh. Apa iya Om XY? Apa iya Om XY? Just like Kuno Sato said, I will have stayed away. In fact, I might have done something to keep us away from it. If I had known and you might still.
なんで
Why? Why had she hidden the truth? It's like
逆に宮代先輩を危険な目に遭わせようとしてるみたいですよね。
it's like she was trying to put you in danger, isn't it? Arimura said the same thing I was thinking.
でも尾上の言葉が嘘だなんてありえないだろう。ゆ
But
べ
she can't
は
have
有村がそばにいたんだから。
But she haven't been lying, right? You were right next to her last night.
いえ、
No,
方法がないから
there's a
もないん
blind
です。
spot in my powers.
私の能力
Tapi
の盲
masalahnya
点をつく
kocak
方
Komaldo
法
gini loh. Oh ke Bali. Kita ke Bali pasti cari tempat wisata lah ya. Secara kita bukan orang sono gitu. Kayak kita ke tempat lain pasti cari tempat wisatanya guys sih. Cuman karena saya bersama saudara-saudara yang lain, ya kan? Ini masih bocah-bocah ya kan? Ya, you know lah, anak-anak sekarang gitu kan. Suka yang instagramable, tempat yang ngetren. Dan tempat yang ngetren di situ kan ya gituan ya. Masa minta-minta ke situ gitu loh. Like what the hell? No, there's a way. There's a blind spot in my powers.
有村の能力の盲点。
Come on. A blind spot. I remember what Arimura had just said. Oh gitu ya. Iya bubub. But it was the truth. It was as if she was reading from a script. Oh. I found it. There's one way. One way to get through Arimura's power
まさか
was
伊藤の時と同じ。
the same thing as Ito? Arimura nodded slowly.
はい、
Yes.
私が伊藤先輩の異常を見過ごしてしまった。
Pamit besok gawe lagi. Oke, Aldo,
Sulit
selamat
banget
turu
hubungan.
ya. Dan semoga kamu melanjutkan mimpi-mimpi yang tadi di bar ya. If it was the same way, I miss what was wrong with Ito.
思考。
Mind
Yudo.
control. That man, there might be a little bit of hope.
つまり尾
In
上
other
は
words, Ono's mind is being controlled by
佐久間に思考誘導されていて、あんなことをしたのは
lemah baru neguk
Ito
sebotol.
donasi.
Guys,
操られていただけ
ngeri
で
OXY. Corona masuk kaleng nggak sih? And she only did it because she was being controlled, just like Ito. Enggak sih bisa botol. But Arimura didn't look any better when I asked her.
私もそれな
I
ら少し
thought
は救
that
われる
we
なっ
might
て
be that lucky, but
思っ
あくまでも可能
it's
性の
just one
一つだ
possibility out of many. Don't get too attached to it.
たそうです。
You hurt her. I see. My shoulders slump.
先輩
Miyashiro,
妙な期待はする
don't
な
get any weird ideas. Even that might be a trap. Yes, I know. I spoke clearly. I thought I was telling the truth. But Arimura looked down as if she was in pain. Was I lying? Kunosato must have figured out what I was thinking because her expression became more stern.
私も思考誘導
I
の線
think
を
there's a
考えて
potential of mind control too, but it still doesn't make
そ
sense.
れも腑に落ちないんだ佐久間が己の思考を操っ
If
て
Sakuma's controlling
わざ
her,
わざ仲間割れを演出する理由は何
why
だ
fake a fight between them? She was right. There's no reason for that to do that. If she had sent Serika as an assassin, I would have been dead already. The two of us had even been alone together, and Serika had done nothing. Damn it. I knew it. There was no point in hoping that Serika was really just a normal girl who didn't know anything. I would have been able to tell from watching her last night. The way she talked, the way she acted, the way she behaved toward everyone else was all different than the Serika I knew before. If mind control was involved, she would have acted like Serika I knew. And I hated myself for saying it. If she had been the old Serika, I couldn't have brought myself to hate her. I would have thought for a long time and then maybe forgiven her. And then like an idiot, I would have done exactly what that wanted and only regret it the instant I was killed.
宮代
Miyashiro. Kunosato's expression was as fierce as ever.
はい
Yes.
よく考えろ
Think carefully. This
も
could
し
be
かして
extremely
昨日も
important.
聞いたことだが
I asked you this yesterday, but
地
during
震の
the
時
earthquake,
お
what did
前
you
は何を
wish?
望んだ
If that wish was her
その
real
結果
Buddha, what did you
お前は
want
リアル
from her?
本当にあいつは
Was her job really to keep
お
you
前を
alive?
生存させることが目的なのか
I remember what it had been like back then. I remember the hellish sight around me, the horrible habits, and I remember begging Serika to help me. Serika said it was her goal to keep me alive, to save my life, literally. There was a brief but strong pain in my head. I pressed my hand to my forehead. Whenever I remembered that, the pain came back.
大丈夫ですか
Are you okay? Arimura had been through the same pain, so she was worried. I raised my hand and told her I was okay.
とにかく
I think
助けてく
I
れ
just
と言っ
told
た気
her
がし
to
ます
save me. I couldn't remember if I had barely been able to get the words out, or if I had shouted them at the top of my lung, or if I hadn't even said them aloud at all. But I couldn't remember asking Serika for
だ
help.
けど
But was that really all I asked for? Back then I had this. Damn it. There was a new pain. This time I could feel a throbbing in my temples. I pressed my hand harder and the nail dug into the skin. My whole body staggered and I collapsed to the floor.
先輩
Miyashiro. There was a warm sensation on my shoulder. Arimura was trying to help me.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
大丈夫
I'm fine.
そうです
You're lying. Apalah, pengalaman seumur hidup. Mah iya sih. Daripada nggak pernah. Ini mumpung lagi sadar kan. Nanti malah kalau nggak di saat ini, ternyata first time-nya lagi tidak kuat gimana ya kan? Kan tidak tahu ya Waldo. Arimura led me over to the bedroom in the corner of the exam room. Mumpung lagi sadar aja. Jadi ada jaga-jaganya nanti. I wanted to lie down right away, but
いやダメだ
no, I can't. Shinjo said another officer is coming. I have to hide in Uki's room, he said.
じゃあもういいですから
Then let's just go
上に行きま
upstairs.
しょう
I nodded and I thanked her as she helped me by the shoulder. And I forced my body softly push off her and stand up on its own.
久野里さんもすいません
Unosato too. I'm sorry. She sighed in resignation. and shook her head. It's fine, she said.
どのみち
Without
お前が
Onoe
ここに
here,
いない
I
以上
can't get confirmation
情
either
報の
way.
裏付けお前の話だと
Gimana ya? Bersyukurlah
Onoe wa konya
banget sih.
10時
Cuma
28
ada yang
分
harus
に
diurus.
シアターキューブ
Jadi
に
ada
現れるという
ada
ことだが
kepikiran kalau mau nakal yang kelewatan gitu. Oh. Ono is going to be at the theater cube at 10:28 p.m. But Bang nggak ada kepikiran itu. Dia jadi orang yang kemana-mana yang buset. Tusan papi. Jangan jadi orang yang kemana-mana. Itulah kuncinya.
残念ながら私では能力者2人を相手にして立ち回りを演じることはできそうにない。
Unfortunately, I can't see myself being able to fight two psychic. I haven't even fired a handgun in a long time. Kumpulanmu anak senoparti ya om. Senoparti ya. Bisa jadi. Kemana-mana apaan? Gak tahu. Kamu kan kemana-mana. Itu Om Aldo, masa kemarin Senpapi pengen belajar gitu katanya biar keren katanya. Dari ngudut, dari minum gitu Om Aldo. Padahal gak ada keren-kerennya ya Om Aldo ya. Ish, Senpapi. Harimura turned to Kunosato, surprised that she had fire gun. Digebukin ayang cokor. Loh, kemarin waktu itu kamu cerita kok katanya pengen ngudut biar kelihatan keren. Bercanda apa iya? Gak apa lagian juga gak guna. Oh gak guna ya season papi ya? Oh iya. Semuanya serius. Bakar duit doang. Tuh. Bubuk. Bakar duit doang.
仕方がない。
Daripada
Onoe no
daripada buang
Doko
duit
kamu
bakar
jangan
udut
ada
mending donate aku ya Umal deh.
今はそ
Ya
れを
gak
探
tuh?
る時間
Sen
も人も全
papi.
く足りない。
Mending donate aku Sen papi daripada kau belajar ngudut. Kau hitung deh. Nanti kamu kalau udah ketagihan satu hari bisa 2 dus. 2 box. 60.000 itu kurang lebih Sen papi. Kan mending donate aku tuh. I had to say it, but we'll have to give this up. Bener tuh Fedelish. Tuh betul tuh. There's something not right about what Ono is saying, but we don't have anywhere near the time. 10.000 gak bikin saya miskin, tapi bikin kamu kaya. Kontol loh. Bangsat. Loh. Masa cuma 10.000 bikin kaya? Kok kamu kasar sih? I hate to say it, but we'll have to give this up. There's something not right about Ono is saying. Aku kan gak memberikan impact buruk. But we don't have anywhere near the time or manpower needed to find out what it is. Tapi Om Aldo, kalau kamu masuk kamarnya si Galen Nayaka, itu serasa bumi udah kiamat anjir. Udah gak ada yang namanya hutan anjing rasanya anjing. Di dunia ini udah gak ada yang namanya paru-paru bumi, Cok. Udah gak ada anjing. Anggap aja diakonia individu. Diakonia? Apa itu? Buset, diakonia. Maaf ya, aku tidak se religius itu ya. I hate to say it, but we'll have to give this up. There's something not right about what Ono is saying, but we don't have anywhere near the time of manpower needed to find out that it is.
とりあえずだが、予定通り新庄さんが戻ってくるのを待って渋谷を脱出する。
We'll follow the original plan. We wait for Shinjo. Ketahuan Fedelish kabur. Apa Cok? Aku gak pernah Cok. Apaan Cok? Apa anjir? Apa yang dimaksud dengan diakonia? Diakonia atau diakonein adalah dalam arti yang luas adalah semua pekerjaan yang dilakukan dalam pelayanan bagi di jemaat, membangun dan memperluas jemaat. Jadi ini persembahan Om Waldo. Oh bangsat, diakonia itu nggak mesti dalam tahu artinya, anjir. Pernah melakukan tapi kan nggak menyadari atau mengharapkan imbalan kan lebih bagus, anjir. Pernah lah anjir melakukan ini, masa nggak pernah? Jahat banget anjir jadi orang sebagai nggak pernah, kata siapa cok? For now, we'll follow the original plan. We wait for Shinjo to get back and then leave Shibuya.
もし
If this is
何らかの企みがそこにある
friendship
なら
lo, berak
乗っ
lo.
てやるまでだ。
Apa sih, Bubub? Kamu benci amat sih? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it. Impact buruk banyak Karyari kirim nggak ada ya anjing, nggak ada anjing di bawah 15. I went to Uki's room to hide before a police officer got here and found Yuto curled up asleep on her bed. Tiap gereja arti diakon tuh berbeda sih. Emang diakon tuh harus gereja? Emang diakonia harus gereja? Kalau di gerejaku berbagi bentuk makanan bagi kalangan yang membutuhkan. Iya. Diakon itu lebih ke aksi sih menurut gue. Emang ke aksi lah, apalagi. Berbagai bentuk makan, uang, pakaian. Iya sih, objek lah. Tapi ada yang non objek lah. Kayak menolong kan salah satu bentuk diakonia juga harusnya. Kayak menolong secara menghibur, membantu, kayak meringankan sesuatu tanpa berbentuk sesuatu gitu. Kayak orang lagi butuh bantuan ya dibantu gitu. Ya maksudnya butuh bantuannya bukan secara benda ya, kayak aduh udah gak kuat bro, bantuin dong, itu kan termasuk. Di jalan kalau habis pulang kerja juga bisa, kayak teman-teman misalnya pas malam. Iya emang. Tapi maksudnya kan nggak mesti objek juga. Jadi secara tidak langsung kamu melakukan diakonia ya Bubub. Kamu kan penghibur tengah malam. Ya kalau kalian merasa terhibur ya harusnya termasuk lah. Kalau kalian merasa. Kan balik lagi ke penerimanya. Ini tadi habis ngomongin party langsung pahala-pahala gini loh. Itu artinya pertaubatan Om XY. Gimana sih kamu? He must have been crying for a long time because he was red around the eyes and I could see tear marks on his cheek. Kamu merasa Bub, kamu itu VTuber paling terlucu dan menghibur. Oh my god, aku jadi malu Bubub. Iya, aku yang paling asik juga kan Bubub. Yang katanya suara kamu asik Bubub gitu. Anjay. Tapi tapi sayang, what the fuck, enggak ya, enggak ada PD. Ayo Om Isway, pelepasan dia. Minus PD ya Sen? Enggak anjir, enggak ada anjir. Tapi bener kan Om Aldo kan, diakonia itu artinya kan membantu yang sedang membutuhkan kan. Kadang ada orang yang sedih butuh dihibur, atau mungkin orang yang kesulitan perlu dibantu cari solusi atau apa. Kan gak mesti secara materi. Tapi ada juga, tapi materi udah pasti termasuk juga. Ya gak apa-apa lah, setidaknya menghibur walaupun melenceng dikit. Enggak, itu yang atas bener, yang bawahnya enggak ada melenceng bro. Masa tobat percuma pagi beriman malam amnesia. Tapi aku baru tahu cok ajar dia ajar. Cok itu perasaan dulu sekolah. Mantus ya kata-katanya nggak asing ya. Kayaknya pernah ada di soal ulangan deh. Mantus kayak nggak asing kata-katanya. Kok saya tidak inget ya? Uki was sitting on the bed, softly holding his hand. Yang puning kamu. Boneng dong. She had probably been like that for a long time. It seemed a very natural thing for her to do.
ちゃんとお姉
You're
さん
being
し
a
てるん
good
だな。
big sister, aren't you?
いえ、私なんて
No, I'm still
ま
not.
だ
Her voice was soft and kind, so as not to wake Yuto. But there was a loneliness mixed in with her words. Aku kan dulu pas sekolah kan ini, apa namanya? SD SMP tuh yayasannya Big Boss. Kalau SMA yayasannya kalau SMA yayasannya yang ini tidur nyamping, tidur lah. You guys need sleep for real lah. Kamu kali. Kau yang baru balik kayaknya dan besok gawe air. I could see that why she was looking at a photo on the desk. Itu temen kantormu? Apa temen yang biasa kau ajak ini? Kau ajak mingguan? Yang waktu itu kau cerita. It was a picture of Yui and Uki. I couldn't tell when it was taken. Yui was hugging Uki from behind and pressing her cheek up against Uki's blushing face. I thought about the person who had taken this picture. Teman kerja. Ya udah, tandain aja orangnya. If it wasn't one they had taken themselves, someone had to have taken it. It wasn't Yuto. If Yuto was there, he would be standing there. He would be standing in between the two of them. That wasn't into taking photograph. Ke gue mana ada yang kayak gitu. Boleh. Which meant it was probably no. I could tell what Uki was thinking when she looked at it. He was thinking about when Nono had taken the picture.
出発は
We're leaving
夜に
tonight.
なるって
Are you ready?
準備できて。はい、
Yes,
一応は。
I guess. But I don't
でも
understand. Neither did I. It wasn't that I didn't know what to take. I didn't know what was happening to me. I hadn't even been told where we were going, except that we were leaving Shibuya.
とりあえず、
We're just
一旦
leaving
離
for
れ
a
るだけだ
while.
から
I don't think there's
心
anything
配
to
しなく
worry
ていいと。
about.
はい。
Oke. kurang warna-warni circle kamu adalah iya, siap. Yang paling warna-warni. Sen Papi. Okay. Uki smiled just a little at Arimura's attempt to make her feel better.
お
Jadi
前は
circle
大
kamu
丈夫なのか？
RGB gitu, Sen Papi. Are you okay with this?
大丈夫っすよ。
She ran.
前から
I've
旅に
been
出て
wanting
みた
to
か
go
ったん
on a
で。
trip. Hehe. Circlemu jadi RGB gitu, bubuk. He was joking around, probably because Uki was here. It felt like old times, and I smiled a little. Of course, she wasn't okay. He was leaving the town where she lived, and with no notice at all. And she was living, loh. Kamu gak ku kenal? Kamu mau gak ku kenalin Fat? Kayaknya what the fuck? Enggak lah anjing, ngapain cok? I'm still normal man. I'm straight as fuck man. He was leaving because someone wanted to kill her.
なんて言うんですかね、
What do you
こ
call
ういう
this?
の。
Anyway,
バンドワゴン
jumping on the bandwagon
バンドで
and
ワゴン
banding in a wagon. No, that second one doesn't seem make any sense. Tapi lagi juga masih belum cari bubuk. Gimana sih kamu bubuk? I suddenly realized that Kazuki was in the corner of the room, chewing dried squid. I hadn't seen that in a while either. It was kind of a relief.
花
Hana,
ユウトが
it'll
起き
wake
ちゃう
up
から
Yuto.
うん は
I wonder if I have enough
着替え足りる
clothes.
かな
I guess I have to buy
買
some.
わなきゃダメか
Harimura tugged at her outfit as she spoke. Mikirin diri sendiri aja masih pusing.
Harimura
Bubut gimana sih kamu?
よかったらですけど、
Harimura, if you like.
よかったら
If you like.
そのののさんの使ってください。
You can use
のの
Nono's
さん
there in
の
her
部屋
room.
にありますから。
Harimura froze. He clearly didn't know what to say.
いやでもそ
No,
れは
but that's...
いいんです。
That's right, Takuro. I was a little surprised. For a moment, she looked like a Nono or Yui. She would probably decided that would protect Yuto, and so she was trying to be a big sister like they were. I nodded for both of them.
なあ、ノノは
Nono hated to waste
どんなものでも無駄にする
anything,
の
no
が
matter how
大嫌いだっ
small.
たから
Would you take them?
けど
But you,
いいんだ。
I'm fine. Harimura seemed a little surprised, but her face finally took a serious expression.
わかりまし
Lagi,
た
Cok.
もらっていきます
God freaking. Aldo anjing. Cok. Oh, donat ke sini gak baca anjing. Gak nonton gak, Cok. Cok. Ini aja yang live aja. Ya gitu. Ya kali tonton gitu kan. Gak bakal juga. Mending kau doa aja udah Om Aldo ya. Akhirnya kelar juga PR. Oh kabar dari tadi kerjaan PR Airi. Tidur kocak udah jam 2. Kok nggak lihat itu di Discord ya kan. Fedelish ya kan. Do you believe in God ya kan. Om Aldo. Udah thank you ya buat kopinya. Lo Airi tidur kamu ngantuk di makanya cok. I understand, I'll take them.
はい。
Thank you. Yeah. Rimura ran over to Nono's room to get the clothes before the policeman came. Ada salah teman yang akan menemani masa kalongmu. Tadi bangun. Dia baru bangun tuh Maldo. Kok tuh jam berapa, cok? Gimana Eri? Enggak. Nih, ini kita ngomongin kehidupan. Nanti kayak Fedel loh, ke sekolah cuman. Enggak ada ya, ngomongmu sembarangan ya. Ngomongmu sembarangan ya. Saya SD sampai SMP berprestasi, makanya SMA saya dapatnya yang ketingkatannya lumayan. Bahkan lumayan sulit. Tidak seperti itu ya saya ya di zaman-zaman sekolah ya. Kamu belum kirim link update streaming Fedelish ke Big Boss sama Aldo, kirim sekarang anjing. Enggak, ini. Kita ngomongin kehidupan sekolahnya orang normal nih. Oke, orang normal nih. Kita pagi jam 7. Udah mulai belajar jam 7 kan kalau sekolah sekarang. Habis itu let's say jam normal rata-rata sekolah tuh selesai jam 2. Habis itu baru aktivitas lain, mungkin eskul atau OSIS. Habis itu kok balik-balik tidur bangun jam 12 kan anjir. Kayaknya sih gak bisa sih. Besok main habis itu cok. Udah keburu pusing anjir. Soalnya besok balik-balik nyampe rumah nih ya zaman SMA ya. Zaman SMA tuh aku dari jam 7 pagi nyampe rumah biasa antara jam 8 malam. Ke 9 balik-balik pasti main cok. Kalau enggak udah pusing anjir. Jam 7 atau jam 8 baliknya. Paling malam 9. Main jam 2 baru tidur. Sama kan. Itu kalau bisa tidur Om Aldo. Kalau nggak bisa tidur aku ketidurannya jam 4 dan jam 6 udah bangun lagi. Itu jam udah SMA. Berarti aku tidak normal pet lah. Kenapa? Emang kau gimana cok? I decided I should probably check if there were many clothes left in my room, then stood up.
渋谷
Sebenarnya sih nggak bagus. Nanti ke bawah pas dewasa, jatuhnya kayak gua. Emang nggak bagus. Emang nggak bagus sama tuh. Kalian tahu kan Suveri kan di live chat ini kan? Dia sampai pernah ngechat aku gini loh. Kalau masih hidup anjing. Kalau masih sehat ada. Emang nggak bisa dicontohin. Emang maaf ya. Tidur cok, tidur. Bon jam 5 lewat. Siap-siap sekolah, pulang jam 3, kerjaan tugas, AFK sampai jam 9. AFK? What do you mean AFK, cok? AFK tuh apa, anjir? Diriku nggak tidur nggak tentu, kalau ngantuk ya tidur. But aku nggak suka tidur loh. Satu sama lagi pertanyaan temanku, teman babi. Supri. Away from keyboard. Iya tahu, tapi maksudnya apa anjir? Pertapa kali ini, Bu. Aku tahu AFK itu away from keyboard, tapi maksudnya AFK di sini apa, Jancu? Bengong aja sampai jam 9. Ya sobiku bengong kakak. Anjing. Cok, bengong itu lu tidur daripada bengong aja. Kalau aku kebalik akhirnya, aku suka tidur tapi malah nggak bisa tidur. Cuman sekalinya tidur kacau. Tapi lebih sering nggak bisa tidur. Mikirin lah nggak bisa tidur. Oh iya sama. Tapi itu di siang di siang hari. Gue juga bengong pas SMA, bengong lihat foto family. Oh gitu ya, Walde. Mohon maaf nih, Om Aldo. Anjing lah, Om Aldo. Kan saya jadi merasa iba kan sama kamu kan. Aldo ini set mulu cok. Set lah anjing kau. Bangsat kau. Maybe karena diriku pulsek jam 4 jarang sampai malam gitu. Tapi abis itu dari jam 4 udah gak ada aktivitas gitu. Di luar PR. Duh gue mau tidur deh sumpah. Salahin sen papi Om Aldo. Enggak, kok bangsat. Kan, loh. Wajar anjing set dia anjing. Wajar anjing. I try to leave the room quietly so as not to wake up Yuto, and then I stop. Sen, lu mah gitu sekarang males gua. Wajar anjing setnya. I asked you this yesterday, but during the earthquake, what did you wish for? If that wish was what real Buddha? Yang berlalu biarlah berlalu. Itu karena lo nggak di kondisi itu bangsat. Udah lu diem anjing. Wesen, the mythical ML gue. Emang iya, udah mythic. If that wish was what real Buddha for, what did you want from her? Soalnya nih, ini suatu hal yang perlu aku kasih tahu seperti ya, karena aku belum pernah bilang di live mungkin, lebih ke mungkin ke teman-teman doang ya, temanku. Aku paling benci sama motivator ya. Karena motivator tuh bangsat, dia cuma bisa mengeluarkan kalimat-kalimat manis doang cok, karena mereka nggak ngalamin anjing. Itu jujur aku paling benci itu ya, karena mereka nggak ngalamin anjing, mereka cuma bisa ngomong kalimat-kalimat manis doang ya anjing. I remember what Kunosato had just said. I looked around, as if trying to find the answer to a problem I couldn't save. And then I saw Uki holding Yuto's hand as he softly moaned in pain. No, I don't have to know, do I? I don't have to think about the things I don't know. It's the right thing to do. Mereka itu memberi semangat namun hanya bertahan beberapa jam. Makanya cok, kalimat-kalimat manis doang ya. If I endure the adage long enough, I could probably find the answer. Bener sih, tapi sisi lain menurutku nggak perlu ngalamin juga, karena pada akhirnya what you take, what you do. Tapi tetap aja, apalagi motivator visioner, anggap aja mereka sebagai pemicu. Bisa. Kalau alasanmu itu paham. Kenapa? Karena orang yang ngalamin pikirannya sedang tidak jernih. Jadi diberi beberapa pemikiran jernih. Cuman tetap aja, aku masih benci ya. Tapi bangsat, minimal miskin. Nggak gitu dong, Om Aldo. Nggak gitu dong. Ya paham. Maksud yang tadi kamu bilang paham. Karena emang orang yang biasa dalam kondisi tidak baik-baik saja, pikiran tidak sebegitu jernih gitu kan. Cuma tetap aja, saya masih benci. But I gave up. Left Uki's room to get ready instead. Gak ada salahnya dong buat benci. Masa saya harus terpaksa suka sama mereka? Gak boleh dong. November 6, 2015, Friday. A little after 4 p.m. 7 hours had passed since the beginning of the festivities, and even as the sun began to set, they showed no sign of slowing down. Lions had started forming hitter slow. Suka-suka aku dong. Kalau dimotivasi terus dikasih 5M tanpa syarat gas. Oh gitu. Gitu tuh, Om Exoy. Boleh sih. Ya. Terus sama aja kayak anak-anak kuliah sekarang yang disuruh ikut apa tuh namanya? Disuruh ikut seminar supaya dapat nilai A, padahal ya cuman hadir aja, nggak didengerin seminarnya. Ya kan? Terus Fedelish loh. Emang nggak boleh. Tapi selain motivator ada lagi pet yang bilang itu kan motivasi juga jatuhnya. Itu kan mereka jatuhnya motivator kan. Lines had started forming in front of every food stand and restaurant around lunchtime, and they were all stick packed. There were over 30 concerts from huge 1,000-seat venue with major artists to tiny little bars with only dozen or seat. Each one was standing room only. Bukannya dapat motivasi malah dapat modal. Loh, mantep dong dapat modal. Guerrilla performance artists will approach the crowd hoping to attract customer, in turn attract crowd of their own. Memotivasi untuk mendapat modal, oh gitu. Over 80,000 people were still in attendance at the festival, which had gone far beyond the organizer wildest expectation. There were the usual issues associated with big event, like minor fight and lost children, but there had been no major problem so far. The police from Shibuya Station helped keep things safe, but the biggest factor was the volunteer staff. The organizer had been recruiting volunteers up to the last minute to handle the crowd, keeping everyone safe and in a mood to spend money. Setuju banget sama Fedelish, pada akhirnya bitter coffee addict, bitter life addict. Yoi. Gimana nggak addict? Many of the volunteers were victims of the original disaster, and the experience they had gained in the earthquake had taught them how to get along and work with other people. Maaf ya Bubub ya, aku nggak tertawa mengingat pernah menangisi dia dan menangis mengingat pernah tertawa dengan dia Bubub. Maaf ya. When a major band had made a surprise. Ini kadang overthinking yang sering kepikiran. Kalau motivator memotivasi terus jual tiket dengan biaya sewa pinjaman. Terus andai kata untung lebih terus buka usaha dan cuan. Apakah kita memulai kita mau motivasi dulu atau usaha dulu? Gimana? Ini kadang overthinking yang sering kepikiran. Kalau motivator memotivasi terus jual tiket dengan biaya sewa pinjaman. Terus andai kata untung lebih terus buka usaha dan cuan, apakah kita mulai memotivasi dulu atau usaha dulu? Maksud? Anjing lah, kenapa kok dikatain anjing aku? When a major band had made a surprise appearance at the stage in front of D107, there was a mild panic, but a volunteer formed a human wall to keep people in the crowd safe. Nangis tertawa loh. Kenapa nggak boleh? Emang nggak boleh habis nangis ketawa? Boleh dong. Today's a day to celebrate the restoration. We can't have anybody trampled to death. That's what leader of the volunteer has said to an interviewer who happened to be at the scene. Ngeselin gak ketawa ya? He was an honest and sincere man. He was speaking from the heart, and he didn't mean anything more than what he had said. But his words brought to mind a certain name and a certain face, both among the people who saw him on TV and among those who heard him directly. Kata orang mau nyelek, kayak gitu dong anjing. Gak gitu, cowok itu gak pedo anjing. The word that had made them think of that name was, of course, staff. What's with those guys? Those are the guys the news had been talking about all day. Everyone there was hoping for a festival to succeed, but at the same time, it hadn't caused a big problem yet. But there was one big concern of everyone's mind. Bentar. Kok aku mikirnya gini ya? Ini ngomongin yang ini ya, ngomongin cerita game ya. Oh mikirnya si Onoe emang pengen selamatin tokoh utama. Kenapa? Soalnya aku curiganya malah kayak sekarang mau dilakuin eksperimen ke semua orang ya. Kenapa? Karena sekarang lagi pada ngumpul, Cok. Orang-orangnya. Ini kan hitungannya sekarang orang-orang lagi ngumpul di Shibuya semua nih, lagi mau event. Mau announcement besar-besaran. Nah, si Onoe suruh kita pergi dari Shibuyanya kan. Jadi pertanyaannya Nepu jawabannya apa, Fed? Nah, masalahnya aku nggak tahu dia nanyanya apa. Ini kan, ini motivator. Dia jualan tiket kayak, aku mau bikin motivasi, kalian kalau mau dengar motivasiku bayar lah ya, gitu. Gitu kan, kurang lebih kan. Terus dari hasil untungnya itu, dia bikin usaha. Nih, aku perjelas dulu. When a girl and her boyfriend left Shibuya Station heading for the stage at the cultural hall, they saw a group of people wearing eerie masks. There were over a dozen of them, and then another group came from another direction. Suddenly, there were several dozen. Mas, berarti masa sedang sengaja digiring gitu, terus Onoe sadar gitu ya? Iya. Jadi kepalanya Fedelish, Nepu. The faces of two fat men overlapping. It was... the sumo stickers. Gede kepalanya Fedelish never. They said nothing, but anyone who got close, whether by accident or because they wanted to get a picture, would flinch away as they heard the eerie sound created as the sumo breath beneath their mask. The man at the head of the group looked around and then approached a nearby streetlight. Then he took something out of his pocket and stuck it on the light. It was a sumo sticker. The owner of a nearby crepe stall saw this and frowned, but was too scared by their appearance to say anything. He quickly went back to dealing with his customer. It was something he had seen again and again since the festival started. The only one who saw it were people like him, who stood in one place the whole day. As they ran their business, the majority of attendants caught up in the following crowd saw nothing. But if you were to take all the stickers placed on the ground, on the decoration, on the streetlight, on the wall, and they had half enough to cover the huge TVs at Shibuya Scramble Crossing, the stickers were slowly taking over, spreading even to places where no one could see them. They were like a physical manifestation of all negative emotion that lurked within the attendees. It was about 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., when they finally exploded. It happened at the place that had been set up for silent prayer that would end the festival. Right in front of the memorial. I can't see. Move. Wait, seriously? Is that him? Die, you murderer. It's Miyashiro. Takuro Miyashiro has appeared in front of the memorial. Oh my god, coba stiker semua ganti stiker lambang Illuminati. Waduh. Teori konspirasi apa lagi? Para Fedelish diajak diskusi malah kacangin. Enggak, cok, ini lagi main game. Anjir, dia juga belum ngetik revisinya, cok. A little after 9 p.m., Sarika arrived at the Hikariwo. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere, and it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier in the day. She looked around and listened to the thoughts of the passerby. Motivator pinjam 5 juta buat sewa ruangan, terus jual tiket motivasi 100.000 orang. Ibarat 5 juta bayar buat bisnis. Terus bisnisnya berhasil nih. Oke, Jadi yang berhasil kita jadi motivator dulu atau berjualan dulu? Ya jualan lah. Itu kau dapat uang 100.000 per orang, itu kan jualan. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere, and it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier in the day. He looked around and listened to the thought of the passerby. Tapi kan dia memotivasi dulu. Enggak. Kan uangnya masuk dulu. Motivasinya belum dilakuin. Mana bisa orang bayar di belakangan, nggak bisa. Bayar dulu baru nonton acaranya kan. Uang masuk dulu. Man, fuck that Miyashiro guy. Is he really going to kill himself somewhere? He didn't just run. Tapi kalau dia nggak motivasi dulu, siapa yang bisa tahu dia mau beli? Tapi kalau dia nggak motivasi dulu, siapa yang bisa tahu dia sama beli tiket? Siapa yang bisa tahu dia sama beli tiket? Ya udah, dia ngutang dulu, udah. Man, fuck that Miyashiro guy. Is he really going to kill himself somewhere? He didn't just run. I hope he does it soon. I can't go home until I see whether he killed himself or not. Not that I care which, really. Fucking wrong-siders. Abaikan saja, ini hanya cerita overthinkingku. Sarika whisper as she listened to the wordless thought around her. A couple of few feet away glanced over at her, but quickly turned away. Abaikan aja, ini hanya cerita overthinkingku. Sarika closed her eyes so she could concentrate only on the thought around her. Itu dengar-dengar katanya dia minjem duitnya juga motivasi dulu tuh kayaknya. As of 9 p.m., all the concert and street performance, as well as a few of the stall, were closing up. Apa nih pu? Hati-hati migrain open. Kirain open hammer aja. The festival was nearing its end. After this, the attendees will gather at the specified time for a moment of silent prayer, and then the festival will be over. The crowd seemed to be heading toward the station and the memorial. Ya kan? Ini pasti kayaknya ada something to do sama crowdnya. Kayaknya emang incaran juga sih crowdnya. Astaga, aku udah siapin obat sakitku. There were too many people still here for them to all fit in the memorial plaza. So the big VIPs, as well as the families of the victim of the quake, would gather at the memorial itself, while everyone else would watch the proceeding on the TVs in front of the station. Sakuma probably planned to reveal Miyashiro's body at the memorial after he kills him, doesn't he? Both the TVs in front of the station and the memorial park were near the Hikariwo, but the park was just a little closer. And anything that happened at the park will be replayed for people watching on TV. In the other words, more people will see it. That man from before was probably part of his plan. Several years ago, she had heard that Miyashiro had appeared in front of the memorial, but she had quickly learned that the report was mistaken. It was a fake, a man pretending to be Miyashiro who worshipped him as a messiah. Anjir, jadi messiah anjir MC-nya. But the man himself had looked nothing like Miyashiro. Yet for some reason, the media had decided to report it as Takuro Miyashiro himself appearing at the memorial. As a result, security around the park and plaza had been strengthened. And as a result of that, another rumor was spreading, this time that Miyashiro will be appearing there. It was almost certainly part of Sakuma's plot. Sarika opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach. Kalau saranku sih nggak usah minum obat. Headbang sampai mimisan udah cukup. Bistu amimir. Headbang ya. And rubbed her stomach as if to check on her injury. It had been almost 24 hours since Sakuma had sliced open her stomach. Adios, saya udah headbang lah. Oke, Maxway, thank you udah mampir ya. She had lost a lot of blood, and the dull pain in her head that resulted from resisting Sakuma's power would come back the second she let her guard down. Cih. Sayonara bitches. Kasar eh. This had been the result of her attacking him in top form last night. She had survived working with the committee this long, so she couldn't shake her logical and very realistic doubt. Could she really kill Sakuma? Takuro Miyashiro. A thought suddenly came into her mind, and she frowned suspiciously. That was strange. She hadn't been trying to read anyone's mind. It was from somewhere in her field of vision. A mouth entertained me. Die in a real cool way. Negative thought flooded into her mind, one after another. They were strong and fast in number. It was as if someone had combined. Ngobrol-ngobrol Pet, di game ini semua karakternya punya kekuatan kah? Enggak. Ada yang enggak. Contohnya detektif. Terus kan ada 2 bocah kan, satu loli yang udah mati yang cewek, satunya lagi yang cowok tuh bocah, itu juga nggak ada. Terus Maksudnya semua karakter itu sampai warga-warganya atau apa nih? It was as if someone had combined all the final thought of all the people she had killed. Ini kita bakal mainin sampai semua endingnya sih. Aku cukup suka ceritanya, sama supaya nggak ini sih, nggak sayang gamenya. Tapi kemarin-kemarin VN juga aku selalu cari semua endingnya. Nggak yang sering muncul aja. Yang pakai headset, yang main terus juga nggak ada. Udah 3 itu doang sih yang sering muncul. Nah, kita belum tahu nih si yang sering nolongin kita, yang sering bantuin kita, yang kayak orang apa namanya, yang kayak pengemis itu, yang temenan sama kita. Nah itu juga kayaknya nggak ada atau belum tahu. Tapi selebihnya tau-taunya ada, yang tiba-tiba ngilang. Enggak, yang di awal yang sering datang, yang pakai kupluk, yang suka mabok. Pakai kupluk gak sih? Pokoknya yang suka mabok. Nah, terus sama si temen kita yang cowok, nah itu belum tahu punya power apa enggak. Selebihnya tautannya punya power, kayak si Onesan tautannya punya power. Si ini juga Onwe tautannya punya power. God, it's those people. She forced herself to look in the direction of the thought and saw the group wearing the sumo sticker mask. She tried to squeeze them out of her mind, but they slipped past her and echoed in her head once more. Takuro Miyashiro, come back, entertain me. Die in a real cool way. Only strong thought and desire could create this effect. It was as if all this feeling had formed into one single strong emotion, a desire for Takuro Miyashiro to appear. For the first time in a very, very long time, Serika was terrified. She could feel herself break out into a cold sweat. Her logical and realistic thought vanished. It didn't matter as if she was capable of killing him or not. She had to kill him. Miyashiro had to survive. And for that, Sakuma had to die, and soon. It's about time, huh? She looked at her phone and saw that it was past 9:30 p.m. Masih ada 50 menit. Everyone inside the theater had probably been let out. About 10:20 tadi kalau nggak salah. Shibuya, the Hikariwo building, the 11th floor, the entrance, the theater cube. This room was also the entrance to the office floor, and it was always crowded with people. But now there was no one here save a lone employee and single security guard. Jangan lupa minum ya teman-teman ya. The festival event in the theater had finished up at 9 p.m. and there were no other plans to use it. It doesn't seem right. The whole floor was lit up, giving its classy design an elegant atmosphere. It didn't at all match what was about to happen inside the theater, because by the time this was over, one of them would be dead on the floor. Serika stood in front of the convenience store on the floor and waited for the time to come. There was no sign of Sakuma. But then, a little after 10 p.m., she realized something was wrong. The employee and security guard at the front desk suddenly started to leave. They dropped what they were carrying and began to stagger up, as if they weren't thinking about anything. Kenapa nih? Her eyes went wide, and she immediately tried to read their minds. Kenapa ini? She felt a sharp pain in her head when she did. They really weren't thinking about anything. There wasn't even the meaningless subconscious noise that all humans produce Nobody was ever like this. Nobody normal. That is
思考誘導
mind control. The two of them walked to the escalator as if they were in a daze and then disappeared. All that was left was empty silence.
全く
He's well
準備も
prepared.
いいことだ
Another violent pain struck her. This didn't make sense. They had already vanished. There was no reason why she should be hearing their thoughts. Where was this heavy strain coming from? What?
なんだ
He felt something very strange in her mind and body. Apa nih? And then she saw her left hand slowly begin to move without her controlling it. Damn. Kena main control kah si Onoy? Are we
準備は
ready?
できたか？
あ
Yeah, everybody's
全
ready
員
to
いつで
go.
も行ける
Shinjo was out of breath. He will run back to Aoba dorm to take the place of the other officer who I hadn't seen because I was in Uki's room. I could tell he had been literally running around all day.
よし。
Okay,
今から
I'm
数
the
時間
only one who will be
ここにいるのは
here
俺だ
for
け
the
だ。
next several hours.
外にいたマスコ
I
ミ連
gave
中
some
にも
false information to the media outside. There's no one here
今は
now.
誰もいない。
We can take the car
こ
and
こを
go.
出られる。
Miyashiro や
Miyashiro and Arimura are one
後で
thing,
交代した時
but when the next time officer comes, how do you intend to explain Yamazue and Yuto Tachibana's absence? It was a good question. There's no way to hide that, and it will be his fault if they went
フェ
missing.
リックスなら
I've learned how
お
to
前や
change the
百瀬さんと
subject
話している
by
間に
talking to you and
鍛えられる。
Momose, don't worry.
心配ない。
別にあんた
I'm
の
not
心
worry
配をし
about
てるわけじゃ
your
ない
well-being. I have a lot of work
あんたには
planned for
こ
you
の後も
after
いろい
this.
ろ動いて
You
もらう
can
こ
get
とになるん
demoted,
だ
but I can't have you being
合
fired.
格なら
ほら、
See?
これだから鍛
This
え
is how
ら
I
れる。
learned. Just like. Then Uki came in when Yuto and with Yuto at her side and a worried look on her face.
あの
She slowly erased her hand, and the other hand was clutching Yuto's thigh. Yuto's eyes were still red, and he wasn't looking good. Uki seemed to be trying to hold him up.
どこに行くんです
Where
か
are we going?
ひとまずは秋葉
Akihabara
だ。
for now. What?
秋葉って
Akihabara?
あの秋葉原。
あ、
Yeah. I had been sure we will go somewhere less densely populated.
もっと遠くか
I
と
thought
思
we
ってま
would
し
go
た。
somewhere further away.
秋葉には
Kunosato has
Kunosato-san
someone in
の協力者が。
Akihabara helping her. Shinjo looked at her. Someone helping her?
PC を使った情報
Hacker
収集と
who
い
is
う点に
better
おい
at
ては
finding information with a
私
computer
以上
than
の
I
腕を
am
持つハッカ
is a
ー
weird. But he knows a
ふ
bit
ざけた
about
人
the
物だが
situation.
ある
He'll
程
put
度の
us
事情
up
も
for
知
a
っている
while.
しばらくの間
So
かくまってくれるそうだ
Ini jangan-jangan hacker yang ini. Hacker yang di Steingate. For some reason, Kunosato furrowed her brow and frowned.
それなりのマシンも融通してもらえることになっているまあ交換条件
He's
で
giving
何
us a
を言われ
fairly
るか
decent
分かったも
machine
んじゃ
too.
ないな
Though, who knows what he'll want in exchange.
ん
Shinjo seemed confused. Evidently, he hadn't met this helper of her.
とにかく
Anyway, what's
ここから
important
どれだけ離れるかは問題じゃない
isn't how far.
渋谷という
What's
街を
important
出る
is
こと
getting
が
out of
先決だ
Shibuya. We'll stay there for a while and
一
see
旦
how
そこに
things
とど
go.
まって
ということだ。
That's the deal.
有村さんはどうし
Where
た？
is Arimura?
あ
Soalnya kalau nggak
Nono
salah
ya
si
deh,
Steingate
terus,
itu
terus.
di Akihabara deh. Kalau nggak salah ya.
そうか。
I see. Arimura has said she was calling her family before she left. But she had taken her phone into Nono's room. She hadn't looked like a girl who was saying goodbye to her family. I always felt like Arimura didn't want to talk about her family, and I hadn't brought the subject up. So I had a vague sense that they weren't on good terms, but I didn't know anything else.
よし。有村さんの電話が終わったら行こ
When she's done, we'll go.
う。車は玄関に寄せてある。
The car's by.
マスコミはしばらく大丈夫だと思うが。
You won't have to worry about the media for a while, but be careful when you get in. The neighbor might be watching.
ゆうとも連れて
I'm
行きますから
taking Yuto too.
Eh?
Suddenly, Uki spoke up. He must have been nervous because she clutched his hand even tighter. He was acting a little strange, but it was also cute to see how much she cared. But I couldn't help but smile. I looked at Shinjo and saw that his expression was much the same as mine.
もちろん
Of course,
最初からそのつもりだよ
that's been the plan from the start.
Yuto-kun?
Is that okay, Yuto? Yeah. Yuto nodded. And then he looked at me.
タクル兄ちゃん
Brother Takuru. Hmm?
お父さん
Where's
は
that? Is he okay? Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. Yuto didn't know anything about what was going on. Nor did Uki, who was looking at me and expecting an answer. It hurts to see how worried they looked. All I could do was tell myself that I couldn't make it any better.
後で話す
I'll
よ
tell you later.
あとって
When it's later,
秋葉原につ
once
い
we
て
get to
落ち着いたら
Akihabara and he got settled in. I could tell Yuta was struggling with his feeling. Now it was his turn to grasp Uki's hands tightly.
わかった
Okay,
絶
as
対だ
long
よ
as you promise.
あ
Yeah.
ほら
Go get your
荷物取ってきな
things.
うん
Okay. The two of them must have left the exact same way as they went to their room, still holding each other's hand. Shinjo looked at me with a pained expression.
大丈夫です
It's fine. Of course, that was a lie. But Shinjo was nice enough not to say anything.
新庄さん
Shinjo, I want to check one
一
last
つ
thing.
確認したいことがある
Konosato stared at the hallway where Uki and Yuto had this laugh as she spoke. I could tell from the way she was acting that it had something to do with that.
2時間半くらい
But
前
2 and a half hours ago, someone appeared at the memorial
宮代
park
拓の名を語った狂
claiming
言
to
者
be
がいる
Miyashiro, right? Yeah. I had remembered the news I had just seen on my tablet. The TV news and Twitter had all been talking about how I had appeared. Okay. But of course, that was a lie. Yalah, kita di sini. I was right here. Yeah, kan ceritanya I was right here.
明
I
日にも
assume
釈
he'll
放
be
が
let off with a warning and released tomorrow.
その予定だが
That's the plan.
そいつには悪い
I
が
feel sorry for the guy.
別
But
件
can
で
you
も
do
何でも
whatever
構
it
わない
takes to get him locked up
数
for...
日間交流しておいてくれないか
But can you do whatever it takes to get him locked up a few more days? Shinjo seemed to know what he was getting at. He looked out the hallway too.
佐久間の仕
You
掛け
think
だ
Sakuma sent him? She nodded.
タイミング的に
The
は
timing is such
証言者なんていくら
that
湧いてもお
any
かしくない
number
が
of fakes could appear, but
仮にも
it
宮
worries
代拓に
me
なりきろう
that
と
the
した
man
人
trying
間
to be Takuro Miyashiro didn't
何
make
の
the
工夫
slightest
もなく名前
effort
だけを語った
to
のが
look
気にな
like
って
him,
な
even at a distance. You should have been able to tell it was a different guy. It's true that he was an Chaos Child Syndrome patient, Shinjo said. It was confusing when I had seen the man on my tablet. His height and age had been mostly the same as mine. From a distance, it would have been hard to tell us apart. And what did Chaos Child Syndrome have to do with it? When that was just a type of
で
PTSD.
きればそいつのここを調べてみたい
I would like to know more about him if I can. Kunosato tapped at her temples.
分かった
Got it. I'll
なんとか
work
してみよう。
something up. It was also strange to see how easily Shinjo agreed to keep an innocent man locked up.
そろそろ出発しよ
It's
う
time
有
to
村
go.
さんにも
Tell
そう伝え
Arimura.
てくれ
He pointed to the clock before I could ask any question. It was 10 p.m.
はい
Yes,
荷物はもうまと
I've
めてあ
got
ります
all
から
our things ready.
あれ
I opened the door to Nono's room to tell Arimura it was time to let go. It was time to go, but there was no one there. The lights were off too. Was she done talking on the phone? Which would mean she was having Kazuki get the last of their things together. She would be in the dining room or maybe Yuki's room. Come to think of it,
結局
I guess
カズキ
Kazuki.
を最後まで付
I
き合わせちゃった
I
な
guess we got Kazuki involved in all this too. Kazuki wasn't involved in this case directly, but she was helping a lot. is because she was a member of the newspaper club. Still, I couldn't ask her to come with us. While we had been waiting for Shinju, she had tried to tell us what she would come to. That she would come to, of course, using only a series of mumble and gesture like always, but I had refused. Though I was grateful from the bottom of my heart. She seemed unsatisfied, but I had finally gotten her to agree to it by promising to keep in touch and to come straight to her if we needed help. I couldn't cause any more trouble for someone who wasn't part of the case.
当事者
Part of the case, huh? I was suddenly conscious of the smell in Nono's room. Without bothering to turn on the light, I shut the door behind me and walked over to her desk. I ran my hand along it, and only then did I realize it was the first time I had been in here since her death. That's right, Nono wasn't supposed to be a part of the case.
なんでだ
Why, she's one of those
ジョーちゃ
people
ん
who
は
deserve
幸
to
せ
be
にならなきゃ
happy
い
in
けない
life.
子だろうがよ
Bener. Nah itu yang si ini, yang ini gak tau dia ada superpower apa enggak. He wasn't supposed to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. She was simply killed because she had learned Serika's secret. Ya, masalah deserve atau nggak deserve itu selalu nggak berhubungan sama apa yang terjadi sih. Tapi ya, deserve sama nggak deserve itu penting. Oh no. What was her real goal? I remember what Kunosato had asked me this afternoon. What was she really after? Dude, I almost screamed as I heard a loud noise from inside my back. It was the sound of my phone vibrating. I quickly flipped over the bag and spilled its content onto the floor. I picked the phone up and lit color in the darkness. That was kind of creepy. I did not have a good feeling about this. Afraid I touched the answer button. Who's there?
一つ
There's something I forgot to tell
お
you.
前
You? I moved the phone away from my ear in surprise. It was Serika. There was no mistaking it. I checked the time on the phone without even thinking about it. 10, 3.
話を聞け
This won't take long.
なんで
Where are
お
you?
前
I realized how hard my heart was beating. I put the phone back up to my ear.
そんなことは
That doesn't matter. Huh? I heard a sudden, abrupt noise. Had she dropped her phone, or had something happened? I listened carefully, so as not to miss a single sound. My hands were trembling violently. I hated it. And after I waited a moment,
宮代
Miyashiro, are you listening? Her voice was somehow weak and feeble. Something was off about the way she was acting.
聞いてる
I'm listening. What is
一
it?
つ
There's something I forgot to tell
言
you.
い忘れたこと
おい
Hey, what's wrong? I was the one
お前の両親を殺したのは
who killed your parents.
私だ
I could hear the sound of the word she made, but I couldn't understand the meaning of the word themselves. Huh? But for some reason, my hand stopped shaking and it suddenly seemed like everything around me had faded away into a white blur. What? The words were stuck in my throat. I couldn't speak.
6年前
6 years ago, I
渋
was
谷
the one who
地震
killed
の
your real
時
parent at that shelter. Once again, I could hear the words, but I didn't understand them. 6 years ago, Shibuya earthquake? Shelter? Real parents?
Huh?
What? My cheeks suddenly felt hot, and my blurry vision came back into focus in the dark room. Only then did I realize what she had said, but what I felt was enraged.
Huh?
Why? It was an important event from my past, but one I had totally forgotten. My parent hadn't died in the earthquake. Someone had murdered them at the shelter. It was that Nono who had refused to tell me when I had just woken up from my coma. That was why she had lied to me. That's why I had run away from Obador. That's why I had see. and gone to live in Miyashita Park.
なんで
Why? I repeated. Why will she do that? Why would she tell me that now? All I could hear was her pain breathing. I kept waiting anyway. I couldn't hang up the call. I had to tell you for now. I forgot to tell
だ
you.
から
But why?
なんでな
I
んだ
yelled
よ
at Serika as she repeated herself.
おい
Hey, oh
お
no.
前
Suddenly the
Oh,
call
no.
ended. She had hung up. I tried to call back and realized it was impossible. It was an unlisted number.
一体何なん
What
だ
the
よ
hell is going on? I whispered, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Really? What the hell? What was the point of calling me like that? No, there was a bigger question.
お
Why?
前は
I was Serika
何
born.
のために生
That
まれたん
day,
だ
I happened to meet my parents at the shelter, and then I had a terrible headache. It was probably when Serika was born, and then my parents were murdered at the shelter, which would mean that she murdered them right after I created her. My thoughts were a mess. It was hard to think, but something told me I had to figure this out. Serika said her goal was to keep me alive. But why would killing my parents help me with that? Mom and Dad were trying to get me out of the shelter. Killing them would make me less likely to survive. More. Just like Kunosato said, it didn't make sense. That's right. What Serika was saying didn't make sense. The very first thing she had done after being born didn't make any sense, which meant
あいつの目的は
her real goal wasn't to
僕を
keep me
生かし
alive.
続けることじゃない
Suddenly, I found myself looking at a picture on my phone. It was the photo of me and my family from the Oba dorm. It was the same as what had happened with Nono. I'm sure she had figured out who Serika was. But if Serika's goal was keeping me alive, would that mean killing Nono? It being only Nono will always try her best to protect me. She'll even risk her life to do so, which will mean that for Serika it will be better to keep her alive. She could have just done what they did to Ito and use mind control to alter his memories about her real identity. So why didn't she? Why did she have to kill Nono? Iya, kenapa anjir? Did she have some other goal? Was that why she had to take Nono's life? If that was the case, then I could feel a certain desire welling up within me, one I hadn't felt in a long time. I will find out why. And I'll find out if my ridiculous idea was true. And for that to happen, I have to go there, no matter how things ended up.
本気かよ
Am I serious about this? I checked the time on my phone again. And 10 p.m. There were 18 minutes until the moment when everything began. I laughed a little and ran my hand along Nono's again. Was I betraying Nono again? If she was still alive, will she have slapped me across the face if she found out about it?
ごめん
I'm sorry, but you know,
でもお前だってさ
you did it too. You lied too, in the end. You lied to protect me, so I'm going to do the same. Because this is about you, and you mean everything to me. This is about the reason why you died.
何も知らなくていいなん
You
て
need to know the truth. I was lying when I
そ
said
ん
I
なの
didn't.
ごまかしたよ
Of course, thinking about what I was about to do terrified me. Serika was Serika, berespon udah bunuh. But I wasn't going to change my mind no matter what. Surprisingly, it was Arimura, but Nono, and not Nono, who slapped me. She hit me so hard the impact traveled all the way to my ear and made them ring.
バカ言わないで
Don't be stupid.
何かっこつけてるんですか
Who do you think you're trying to impress?
何笑ってるんです
What are you laughing at?
いや
No, you're right. I put my hand to my cheek, where she had struck me, and it felt a little hot. I had laughed because it hadn't hurt as hard as when Nono did it. Nono was used to slapping people's cheek, after all. Or maybe she was just really strong. But Arimura seemed to think I was laughing because I wasn't worried at all. Her shoulders shook more violently with rage. It's so dangerous. You don't know what they're planning.
話を聞き
I'm
に
just
行く
going
だけ
to
だ
hear what she has to
多
say.
分大丈夫
I
だと
think it's fine.
そんな嘘つ
Don't
かな
lie
いで
to
く
me.
ださい
You know it doesn't work. Arimura was out of breath and seriously angry. She was worried about me.
タクルさん
Sakura, Oki, and Yuto were standing next to her, looking worried. I leaned down, so I was at their height.
安心してくれ
Don't worry. It's true
話を
that I'm
聞き
just
に行く
going
だ
to
けって
hear
いう
what she
のは
has
本
to
当だ
say.
から
でもその先
But
は
what
嘘だ
came after that is a lie,
お前
right?
は多分
You're probably going to
殺され
be
る
killed.
久野里さん
No, Sato. Of course, I knew that. There was a good chance I would be killed. And that will be the one who killed me. But I wish she wouldn't say it in front of Uki and Yuto.
お前は喧嘩すらしたことがない
You've never been in a
違う。
fight. Am I wrong?
はい
Yes, but I had to
Demo.
go. My head knew it was stupid, and my heart was filled with terror. But there was something even deeper that drove me forward.
クルス先輩は
Kurusu wouldn't want
そんな
that.
こと
I
絶対
know
に
it.
望んでない
What?
ウキから
Uki told me about the letter.
そっか
I see.
クルス先輩の
Are
気
you
持
going
ち
to just forget about what she wanted?
そう
Yeah,
だな
you're right. She will be really mad.
きっと怒
And
る
she
と思う
probably
けど
slapped me hard across the face like Arimura just did.
でも
But I'm going anyway. Arimura looked like she was about to raise her hand again, but then she stopped, clenched it into a fist, and then lowered it. Her eyes were a little red as she glared at me.
なんで
Why?
そんな
Why?
ごめん
I'm sorry. Her voice was so soft I could barely hear it. I lowered my head, unable to even look at her.
ウキとユウトのこと
Take care of Uki and Yuto, okay?
知りません
It's not my
先
problem.
輩は長
You're
男
the
でしょ
eldest, right? You need to come back safe and be their big
自
brother.
分でお兄ちゃんをやってください
No, dinangis Jo, you're terrible, she whispered as she left the room. Hmm? Whoa. Someone suddenly waved something in front of my face and I leaped back. Kazuki had come up next to me. I wasn't sure when. She always surprised me like this.
お前
You're still here? I can't leave you all here. Her face seemed to say. Oh. Dikasih milk kita ya? She was holding a piece of candy on a stick. A lollipop. How many of these did she have? I couldn't refuse her, so I took it and put it in my pocket. I'll probably never eat it though. Sorry
最後
for
まで
getting
付き
you
合わせて
involved in
悪い
this.
な
Keep an eye on Uki
Ukiたちのことは
and
見送
Yuto
ってや
until
って
they
くれ
go, and then
そ
take
うした
care.
ら気をつけて帰れよ
I didn't think she would do it, but I didn't want her going with them, with the two of them. I'll feel terrible for her family if that happened. She nodded like she always did. I tried to make sure that was a yes, but before I could, she ran out of the room after Arimura. Kunosato was there too, so it will be okay, right? She will make it home, right?
あの
Ano, Brother
Takuro-nichan.
Takuro? Yuto spoke up, afraid as he saw me watch her go. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to say. Anything I said felt like it would just make him more nervous. I tried to choose my word carefully, but in the end, this was all I could come up with.
行ってくれ
I'm leaving.
後で
I'll catch up
必ず
with you
ユウトた
guys
ちと
later. I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often tell children. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at me with eyes that were redder than Arimura's.
いってらっしゃい
Goodbye.
待ってますから
We'll be waiting for you.
あ
ずっと
We'll be waiting for you as long as it takes.
あ
僕も待ってる
I'll be waiting
ず
to
っと
for as long as it takes.
あ
Maybe Yuki's hand on his gave him strange because he finally forced himself to say one last thing. I'm sorry, Yuto. Thanks, Yuki.
じゃあ行ってくれ
Okay, I'm off. I checked the time. There wasn't much time left. And if I stayed here any longer, My resolve will begin to waver. I nodded one last time at the two of them, then turned around. It was decided that Shinjo would drive me to the Hikariwo. I wanted him to take the other to Akihabara as soon as possible, but I didn't see how I could get through the area around Shibuya Station on my own. Miyashiro. As I left to get in the car, Kunosato called to me from behind. You've got your phone, right? I put my hand inside my pocket to check. Of course, it was there.
持ってますけど
Too. Why?
何でもいい。
If you find
もし
anything
委
on
員
the
会の
committee,
情報を手に入れたら
no matter
すぐ
what,
に連絡しろ。
contact me immediately. I chuckled. That was exactly what I would expected to her. I expected her. Okay. I didn't know if I would find anything, but I promised that I would.
尾上からは
Onoe told me
お前を渋谷から脱出させるよう言われている。それを承諾し
I
たの
agreed
は
because she told me that if I
能
got the
力者を
psychic
渋谷から
out
出
of
せば
Shibuya,
委員
it
会に
could.
近づける。
はい。
かといって
But if you decide not to go, there's no
お前
reason
自
for
身
me
が
to
それに
stop you.
逆らう
I have
決
no
断をするのなら
specialized need for you
そ
in
れを止める義理
particular.
はない。
As long as I have Yamazu and
別に
Arimura, that's enough.
ええ、そうですね。
Yes, that's right. She was correct. If getting a psychic out of Shibuya would cause something to happen, Uki and Arimura would do just as well as I would.
だから
So, we are not waiting for you, okay?
お前のこと
Her
を待た
words
ないぞ
seemed to be testing my resolve one last time. So I look at her dad in the eye and answer.
構いません。
That's fine.
分かって
I
ますから
understand that. But for a while after that, she said nothing. She seemed to be, for once, at a loss for words. I frowned. Did she not like that answer?
何か
Is something wrong? Wait. The fuck? Hey! No! Yan bilang game yang... Oh, gue belum save anjir. Come on, man. Gamenya nggak crash. Oh shit, man. Fuck. The game is not responding, anjing. Iya. Hmm. Ada nggak quick load? Tidak. Iya, bangke, bangke. Oh my god. Ayah. Asu. Udah main 5 jam, cok. Game pantai bisa-bisanya crash loh. Nggak crash sih. Dia not responding, tapi musiknya jalan gitu loh. Kan aneh. Musiknya jalan anjir tadi. Ngesnya tidak autosave. Tapi VN emang gak autosave sih. Kayaknya gak ada VN yang autosave deh. Untung VN anjir. Yang zero gameplay bisa dicepetin kayak gini. Cuman ya nunggu aja jadinya. Karena yang bikin lama 5 jam ini kan gara-gara baca sama ngobrol kan kita di live chat. Cuman tetap aja udah jauh storynya ini tadi. Tadi nggak crash kah? Lebih ke not responding aja sih. Jadi nggak bisa nggak respon dipencet. Terus buka test manager emang not responding. Cuman musiknya masih jalan. Jancu. Mana jauh banget lagi. No. Masalahnya jauh banget, Cok. Tuh quick save-nya itu loh. Quick save-nya nge-scam anjir. Baru juga ke WC. Masalahnya jauh banget anjir ini. Hey, kita udah stream 5 jam ya. Story-nya bagus anjir, udah mantep. Nanggung gitu. Soalnya seingetku di terakhir di achievement-nya sampai chapter 11. Ini harusnya udah mau ending. Harusnya udah mau ending pertama mungkin. Kita kan nggak tahu. Kita belum pernah main game ya. Cuman based on achievement chapter cuma sampai 11 kalau nggak salah. Kalau nggak salah inget. Nanti kalau mau cari ending lain mesti ini sih baca ini sih guide route-nya sih. Jauh banget anjir. Ini kayaknya udah yang kita baca 2 jam yang lalu anjir. Pas jam 1 atau 12. Jauh banget ya. Ini yang jam 1 2 jam yang lalu nih. Aku inget tadi kayaknya airnya muncul jam 1 awal-awal 1 kurang. Yang tadi Airi nanya, wah kenapa nih dia? Nah ini udah mulai deket nih. Nah, save dulu sini. Bangke kau. Oh, sorry, kelewatan. Oh masih inget itunya, kalimatnya. Yes. Did she not like the answer? Nah, tadi kita sampai sini. Is something wrong? About what were you saying before? She finally opened her mouth hesitantly. She's probably talking about the call I had gotten. When she had told me that she was the one who killed my parents. If that is true, what? Did she figure something out? No. Kunosato probably found Serika's words strange, just like I did. They didn't make sense, and Kunosato probably had a theory of her own, and one she was reluctant to share. But in the end, she put her hand on my shoulder without saying words. Until now, all she had ever done was grab me or choke me, so I was surprised. I never expected this.
どの道
Either way,
お前が確かめるべきことだ。
you should find the answer for yourself.
せいぜい悔いのないようにするんだな。
Make sure that whatever you do, you don't regret it. And the words she said were different than usual too. Kunosato was saying something nice to me. A sidekick.
なんだ
What?
え
No.
いえ
I was surprised that I said something I shouldn't have.
どうせなら
Rather, you sent me off with a last goodbye from K. I was a listener.
ふざけるな。
Hell no. I refuse to play the
情報操作の
role
放送以
of
外で
that goody
あん
goody
な八
suck
方
up.
美人な人間を演じるのはご
And
め
I'm
んだ。
not trying to manipulate information. Get going. She pushed me away with the hand she had placed on my shoulder. I suddenly felt embarrassed. Why had I said that? I was so embarrassed that I tried to hurry into the car. Kunosato looked at me and said,
どうしても聞きた
If
い
you
な
really
ら
want to hear K again,
次の放送ま
wait
で
till the
待
next
つんだ。
broadcast. Whiz. I turned around and looked at her face one more time. Her features were elegant. Ya emang sebenarnya ini cakep cowok, wangi-wangi gitu. And her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, and were always frozen cold. They never betray what she was really thinking. Her personality was as cool as ice, fitting. A dedicated scientist who had always feel willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal, regardless of the cost. But sometimes I caught a glimpse of some burning passion inside her. She really was mysterious girl. Alright, there was one last thing I had to ask her, since this might really be my last chance.
なんだ
What?
人の顔をじっ
Why
と
are
見
you
て
staring at me?
久野里さんは
Kunosato,
何の能力を
What
持
is
って
your
るんですか？
なんだと
what? The distance between us had started to shrink, but it grew back with that one question. I felt all the air around me freeze.
だって
mean,
見たんですよ
I。saw it in your room.
何をだ
So what?
ディソードで
And
す。
this word, that was
Whatever.
yours, right?
は
Huh? Just as I thought, things between us would end with another series of cold insult from her. Kunosato started to laugh. She kept laughing in a low voice as I stood there with my mouth hanging open. All I could do was stand there and watch. I didn't know Kunosato could laugh like that. Iya, Cok. Pertama kalinya dengar suara ketawanya.
お前
Rif,
本当
really
に真のギガロ
gigalomaniac.
マニアックスなのか
You can even tell the difference between the real thing and a fake.
偽物？
Fake.
あれはただのレ
That's
プリ
just
カ
a
だ
replica I have for research
研究用のな。
purposes. My lab in America made it based off some document
アメ
from
リカ
6
の
years
私
ago.
ばらつきがあるにしろ
It was an attempt
ディ
to
ラッ
find
ク
out
の海
why,
のパイプが
even if the
なぜ
shape
剣という
may
形を取るのか
vary, all the pipes still
その
have
解明をしよう
direction,
としたが
like the form of a
無駄だっ
sword.
た
But it didn't work, so they gave me the useless piece of
あ
junk.
んなもの
It's no good for
邪魔になって仕方ない
anything
が
but taking up space.
ま
But I use
あ
it
物干し代わりに使っている
a way to hang things up to dry. Then she laughed again. After she was done laughing, she pushed me into the car. And before she closed the door,
ああそうだ
ah, right, your
お前
classmate,
の同級生
Hito, was it? He looks like he lost her friend. Oh,
忘れてるよう
you
だ
seem
が
to have forgotten, but you
それと
promised to
引き換え
be
に
my junior pick
お
in
前は
exchange.
その約束
Come back and keep your
戻ってき
promise.
てちゃんと果たせよ
Then she closed the door. I nodded from behind the window and mouthed the word, "Thank you for everything." Everyone really was trying to make me feel better. Everyone really did want to see me again. But no, I was going alone down the path that meant that might never happen. Biasa sih gitu ya, kalau di anime-anime. Kalau digituin artinya ini karakter mau dibikin mati gitu.
静かだな。
It's quiet, huh?
はい。
Yes. Shinjo said mostly to himself from the driver's seat. The Shibuya intersection was overflowing with people. They were all looking up at the footage of Memorial Park being displayed on the big TV screens. The time was 10:21. 7 menit lagi. 7 minutes until the time when the earthquake began 6 years ago. When the time arrived, there will be a moment of silent prayer and the festival will reach its finale. Everyone at the festival seemed to be heading for the park or the intersection in front of the station to participate. I could see a man who looked like a member of the city council on the screen. From the subtitles, he seemed to be giving a speech about the restoration project. Not again. Get your head down. Okay. Shinjo had gotten this car just to take us out of Shibuya. The windows were tint, so I didn't have to worry about anyone seeing me. There was no way to hide from anyone looking at me from the front. Just in case, I kept myself as far down in the space below the seat as I could. We will run into a lot of roadblocks once we had entered this area, with the volunteer staff stopping us from going forward. Each time Shinjo had shown his police notebook and explained that this was a police car, and each time they would let us through. But that meant that it was taking twice as long as usual. It will be close. We may not actually make it by 10:28 p.m., Shinjo said as he slowly weaved the car through the crowd of people. No, I'm just grateful you're giving me a lift. I never will have made it to Hikariwo on my own. If you get there later than that, you're more likely to go run into Sakuma. You're going anyway, right? Yes. I could see Shinjo's face in the rear view mirror. He would put his finger up to the bridge of his nose, and his expression was pain. As a policeman, this is the worst thing I could possibly do. Sending a minor into a dangerous situation. If he is in the theater queue, I would like to go with you and arrest him, but I could have anything that proves his guilt. And someone is putting pressure on the higher-ups in the police department. See, it's like a cheap detective drama. Is the comedy really that powerful? Almost no one knows the detail. No, the person who did was buried and forgotten. Yes, see. Irritated, Shinjo swerved the car around a group of pedestrians that were standing in the middle of the street. I ducked down, so I couldn't be spotted from the outside. It was a little cramped. Was that the person you were talking about this afternoon? I remember him talking about that. But how this case was his way of avenging a detective he respected a lot. Shinjo ignored me and kept looking forward. It felt like his silence was a yes. Yashiro! Huh? What? Shinjo lowered the window, just a crack to hear what was going on outside. Rory, it's almost over. Everybody's gonna think you're a screw on. Takuru Miyashiro, come on. Just a bunch of drunks. In front of us, by the side of the road, was a fan advertising the Restoration Festival. A group of people had climbed on top of it. They must have been college age, and they were holding beers in their hand. Wrong-siders, huh? Hearing them or even seeing them was upsetting. I leaned back into the seat, closed my eyes, and lowered my head again. What katulad ng
久野里さんもたまにそう言うな。
Okay, I'm back. Kunosato use that words too, sometimes. Shinjo closed the window and started to drive away from all the commotion.
情弱
Wait,
情報弱者の略だったか。
wrong-sider means on the wrong side of the information divide, right? Yes. I watch all the drunk pass by the other side of the tint windows.
彼らは知らない
They
し
don't know anything. They don't want to know anything. They don't know about the people manipulating them or what those people
その
want
相手がどんな
or
気
what
持
the
ちな
people
の
they
か
are talking about are going through. Violence, murder, the darkness in the human heart. They think they understand these things because they read or hear about them, but they don't ever think about what they must really be like.
君は
Ever since I first
会っ
met
た
you,
時
I
から
could
知る
tell
という行為に
knowing
こだわ
was
っていた
very
な。
important to you.
と
The first time I met Shinjo was
ラブホテルの事件
during
の
the
時
Love Hotel case. You broke
君た
into
ち
the
が勝手
crime
に現場
scene
に
on
入り
your
込んでい
own.
た。
Oh, he was right. Shinjo was the one in charge of that case, and that's how we
これ
had
から尾上に会おうとしているのも
You're going to see
何かを
Onoe
知る
because
ため
there's
なんだろう。
something you want to know, right?
はい
Yes. I had to know what Sarika was really after, and the real reason she had come into into existence.
そうか言ってみれば
That's right.
自分の
That's
こと
right.
を知るた
You
めなん
could
だ
say I'm going to find out about myself. What had I wanted during the earthquake? What wish had created her? I realized for the first time that I was trying to find out more about myself than Sarika.
先輩もそ
That
んな
same
人だったよ。
that same kind of person he was. I look into the rear view mirror again. Shinjo was still watching the traffic in front of him.
とにかく
That
知ろう
detective,
とする
he
こと
was
に対して
obsessed
貪欲な人だった。
with finding things out, and he was willing to
世
do
間の
whatever it
常識
took,
も
even
警
if
察
it
の理屈
meant
も関係
going
ない。
against the rest of the police force.
よく
Momose
百瀬さん
used
に
to
怒ら
get
れてい
mad
たら
at
しい。
him all the time.
突っ走りすぎだ
He。said he was getting into debt.
そうだったんですか
Shinjo's voice took on a strangely different character. His tone changed from one of nostalgia to one of
そ
sorrow,
して
and then
先輩は
he finally got in too deep. Emang too deep sih jadinya modern. That was the answer to his silence before too. He had been killed by the committee.
先輩の最後を
I
俺は
don't
よ
know
く知
how
ら
he
ない。
died, but he must have been satisfied
先
at
輩は
least.
満足だったろう。
Don't think he had any
でも
regrets.
な、
But
だからといって
that doesn't mean I can
先輩の死を
disaccept his
認め
death.
るわけに
I
はいか
couldn't
ない。
get him in time.
俺は
Couldn't
先
stop
輩
him.
クル
It's
スノノさんがこ
frustrating.
こにいれ
If
ば
if Kurusu was here,
同じように感じるはずだ
she
よ。
would be feeling the same way
Kimi.
about you. I fell silent. There was nothing I could say. But I was truly glad that he was the one who read Nono's letter, and that he was the one who was helping me. Nyampe, when I reached the Hikari wall, I realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Normally, even at this hour, Hikari wall would be fairly noisy, but it was completely silent. There were no murmurs, no drunken shoutings like I had heard just a moment ago.
始まっちまったか
It。started, huh? Oh, I checked the time. Pas ya? Oh iya, pas di bawah ya, 10:28. Everyone had gathered in front of Memorial Park, or the TVs in front of the station for silent prayer. Shinjo switched the car navigation system to TV mode. It was displaying footage of the Memorial Park. I saw the ceremony and gasped. All the sun was gone from Shibuya. It was like a movie set. Suddenly, I was struck by a terror even greater than before. It felt like the moment of silence was for me, as I headed to my death. Ngerasa gitu dong dia. I forced myself to smile and tried to tell myself that I was shaking from excitement, not fear. My mind was confused, jumble of thoughts. Half of me wanted to go home and half of me wanted to stay. But I forced myself to keep going. That's right. I have to know, no matter what. Huh? Shinjo tossed something at me.
何ですかって
What
こ
is
れ
it? Wait, is this? I felt a sensation of rubber as I grabbed it. I tried to spread it out and stop.
皮肉な話だが、
Ironically, this is all I've got with me. I hope it's enough.
いえ、
Oh, thank you.
ありがとう
I
ござい
lower
ま
my
す。
head in thanks. There were still people standing between me and the theater queue.
すまないな。
Sorry, this is far as I can go. I need to get the other out of the city. He looked at his watch.
分かってます。
No, get them to Akihabara as quick as you can.
送り届け
Thank
たら
you.
俺はす
Once
ぐに
they're
戻って
safe,
くる。
I'll come back. I'll come right.
死ぬな
Don't
よ。
die.
はい。
I wiped my sweaty hand off on my pants and nodded. Then I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Ooh. I put on the sumo sticker mask, and Shinjo had given me the step out into a Shibuya yearly without sound. The silent prayer was continuing, and this was my chance. Several people looked at me as I got out the car, but they must have been used to seeing the people in the mask. They quickly lost interest and lowered their head once more. Everything was fine. They hadn't figured out who I was. Kita naik ya berarti ya. I look up at the Hikariwo building, which towered above me, like some kind of fortress. The people around me all seemed suspicious, but I made it to the theater floor without anyone saying anything. But then I realized that something was wrong and stopped. There was no one in this floor. There was no customer, not even a single employee. Even the convenience store, which was open during the festival, was empty. I took off the mask. My field of vision restored. I took another look around the floor. I was right. It was completely empty. There was no sign of Serika or Dad either. The whole soundless space in front of me felt like a trap that I had just walked into. I had taken the mask off, but it still hurt to breathe. Itu ada suara step. Oh bukan, ini suara kaki deh. I tossed the mask into one of the decorative trees nearby and slowly started to walk across the floor. The shadow scared me. Each time I reached a blind spot, I will stare at it a moment before I proceeded. There was the entrance to the theater. Where was? Sorry. Katanya. Oh. When I found the stair and the escalator, I felt a wave of nostalgia. Ini ya, ingatan dulu dia sama si Nono dan lain-lain. This was where I had come with the rest of Albador. That's right. I had gone up the stair into the theater. I flinched as the escalator started to move. Don't scare me like that. It was just a motion detector. I knew that. But the machine seemed to be pulling me deeper into a trap. I looked up to the top of the escalator. There was no one there. Damn it. I smacked my trembling legs with trembling hand, then slowly went up the stairs. This was the path that led to the theater, and it was probably leading me to the finale that either Dad or Serika had prepared for me. And I was probably doing exactly what one of them wanted, but I had to find Serika and the answer, and there has no way that desire was in anyone's script. It was my own, I thought. I had to find out the truth for Nono's sake as much as my own. I went up to the entrance to the theater and put my hand on the heavy door. Ugh. I felt a stabbing pain in my head the second I went inside. I staggered and leaned against the back of a nearby chair. What, this can't be? I forced myself to endure the pain and look around the theater. The theater was done up in the modern style with the stadium seating. The stage was at the lowest point in the hall, and the seat got higher up the further you went away, so it would be easier for the audience to see. The entrance was at the far back, behind the seat. When I looked down, I could see the whole room. The stage was completely empty. There were no props or background. The lights were focused on the stage, so the rest of the theater was dark and hard to see. The seats seemed empty too. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear any movement either. My first suspicion was Dad's mind control power, but if his power worked like ours, that meant he would need to share his delusion with me in order to reboot them. In other words, if what I was seeing was due to mind's control, Dad must be watching me from somewhere nearby.
そうだ。
That's right. I suddenly got an idea and looked through my pockets. I found a lollipop that Kazuki had given me. I tossed it up and imagined it floating in the air, but instead of floating, it fell down in tune. Okay, good. I sighed with relief, satisfied with what I had seen. It was impossible for us to use our power alone. If my psychokinesis wasn't working, it meant there was no one here. But I still kept my guard up as I walked toward the stage. Tapi kalau misalnya nggak bisa sendiri pas dia kecil gimana? Pas dia crying for help. If I remember right, this place hadn't changed since the last time I was here. Come to think of it, if I had come here to celebrate my acceptance to Hekiho Academy, it had only been...
嘘だろ。
That can't be right.
そんなの。
It didn't seem real. It felt like so much more time had passed. Everything had changed. No, and you were gone. Yuto had probably left his home and was on his way to Akihabara with Shinjo right now. And that. Final bossnya ya. Suddenly I heard a sound behind me and spun around. Standing there was...
お前。
You. She looked just like she had when I had seen her this morning. Not only was she not hurt, there were no signs that she had even fought. Serika waited for the door she will come through to close, and then slowly walked towards me.
なぜここ
Why are you here? Her voice was quiet but angry. She probably thought that I had left Shibuya.
父さんは
Where is that?
死んだよ。
That
舞台裏に
you'll
頭
find
が
his
転がっている。
severed hat
半分
lying on the
潰れてい
ground
て
backstage.
わかりにくいがな。
It's been partially crushed, so it might be hard to tell though. The look on my face must have been ridiculous. Serika's voice was completely calm, and it was hard to believe she was lying. That was sad. Did you kill him? Her nod silently. Of course I did.
それで
So?
なぜここにいるんだ。久野里
So
美
why
代
are
た
you
ちは
here?
どうし
Where
た
are Miyuko Nosato and the others? How could she be so calm after killing someone? It was terrifying to see how unconcerned she was. My thought, feeling, and even my words were a jumbled mess, but I managed to tell her that Shinjo had taken them all out of Shibuya. And then I told her why I had come. Why I would come. Why did you tell me that on the phone?
僕に何
What
を望まれ
did
て
I want from you when you were born? Sarika looked at me as if she was staring at something very dear to her. I knew this feeling. Sarika was reading my mind. Suddenly it appeared. Its design was far too complicated and intricate to be called a sword. It was sharp like metal, but it had a strange luster that was all its own. It was a D-sword big enough to cover Serika's entire upper body. It was what she had used to kill Dono. You should have escaped with the other Takuru beyond her blade. I could see a slight change in her expression. Onoe? It was the same look I had seen before when she was talking about that, as if she hated everything she saw. Ugh. Just as she jumped, I felt burning heat in my right shoulder and fell to the ground. And a moment later, I felt a pain like nothing I had ever experienced before. I grabbed my shoulder when I felt something nasty, warm and sticky. It was blood. I had been cut. If I had reacted even a moment later, she would have chopped my entire shoulder off. I looked up. Sarika was already bringing her blade down. Huh? I forced myself to twist out, ignoring the blood spurting from my shoulder. This time, the pain was in my left leg. I ignored it too, trying my best to get away. Serika walked over to me slowly. I must have bit something in my mouth when I rolled because I taste something bitter and metal. Why? I was too late. I underestimated the comedy. Serika stopped and close enough to strike me with her D-sword and began to speak. Someone involved with Sakuma already made contact with me. There's nowhere left to run. I can't keep you alive. I don't want you to end up like the other victims. No way. That's why she was going to kill me? Just like she had killed Nono with the D-sword. The pain from the cuts kept me from thinking, and the blood loss drained away my will to resist. I couldn't feel my left leg anymore, but I couldn't stop looking at Serika. I was unsure. Were there any important blood vessel around the calf? I'll be dead soon too. We can talk on the other side. Wait, what? Dude. Serika swung the D-sword at me. Wait, she really killed us? And then I felt something burst within me. I leapt at Serika. I reached out my hand without thinking and felt something warm and rough. I heard her scream in my ears. What's that? By the time I had realized, I had reached into the cut on her stomach and ripped out the stitch that's already on top of her. Her D-sword had disappeared. Huh? My hand went for her neck. My finger dug into her flesh. The only thing I saw the red color dripping down the base of her neck. Was it my blood from when she had cut my shoulder, or hers when I had ripped open her stomach, or had my nails broken the skin on her neck? Whatever it was red and it was spreading. I couldn't stop myself from gripping tighter. My finger dug deeper and deeper. The soft sensation of her skin began to recede. Instead, I felt thick muscle and hard bone. Huh? When it was all over, the pain in my leg and shoulder was gone. No, it was still there, but it didn't feel like my own pain. It's like I'm watching myself on top of Serika from a distance. When I took my hand off her neck, that feeling disappeared and everything else came floating back. Serika's eyes had rolled up into her head and her tongue was sticking out of her mouth. I felt an unpleasant wetness in my underwear. It was her blood from where I had sat on her. The blood was pouring out from the gash in her stomach. Serika wasn't moving anymore. Did I kill her? Did I strangle her to death? I suddenly felt the urge to vomit. Oi, what was I doing on top of Serika? Why were my hands covered in blood? My head hurt. My field of vision was red. My heart was pounding hard, and under me was the body of the girl I had created. I cradled my head in my bloody hand. It hurt so much. It felt like it was going to burst. My eyes hurt too. Everything was turning red. Okay. Huh? Suddenly my vision cleared. The lights above the stage seemed impossibly bright, like the sun at the end of a tunnel. There was a pain in my eyes. I reached up my hand and my fingers was covered with in pink tears. And then I realized Sarika wasn't here. My fingers weren't covered with the blood. I twist my neck to look at my shoulder. My clothes weren't even cut. There wasn't a single wound on my leg neither. What was going on? I was sitting on the ground alone by the seat near the entrance.
You're
You're an asshole, you know? I've never raised you to be like that. I leap up to my feet. That was up on the stage. He was standing in the center, like the lead singer at the musical, and at his feet. Oh no! Sarika, the girl I had thought I just killed, was lying at his feet. There was no blood on her clothes and cut. But she must have been unconscious because she wasn't moving. Even when you just about kill her in her delusion, he didn't resist at all. Ain't that cute? I suddenly understood what was going on. Mind control. But when? Was I already under its effect when I came into the theater? When I came inside, I had felt a sharp pain and my vision had blurred for a moment. When I had tested my power with the lollipop, was I already under his spell? The pain and heat had felt so real, but it was all an illusion. But I could still feel the sensation of wringing Sarika's neck. If you had just let her kill you, it would have broken you here too. That tapped his own heart. But instead, you choose to kill her. What's up with that, Takuru? Girls don't like boys who get violent. Hearing that talk in the same tone he always did was almost enough to get me to let my guard down. But this wasn't the man I knew. The man on the stage wasn't the dad I knew. What is that machine? I take a good look at it. That was holding some kind of backpack, and I could see some kind of device inside. What is he carrying? That was wearing a piece of headgear that connected to it. And the long cylindrical machine he was holding was connected to it by a cord. So that's it. If he had psychic power like we did, then he had to have one too. There was that D-sword. But why did he have it? I thought that those power only appear in brains that were still developing during the earthquake. My research, has been particularly those experiencing something that put them in states of extreme stress. That's what Kunosato had said. Oh, this. That's what I saw looking at. And tapped his backpack. Amazing, huh? One of the results of our research. It lets even normal people like me have powers similar to Gigalomaniacs. This was a terminal for a certain machine. That machine used to be here, but it ran into some trouble. And that's what caused the earthquake. Those were bad times. That sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been broken. It was clear he didn't care at all about the people who had died, or whose life had been ruined during the earthquake. Because of that, I lost my job, no money, no employees. It took me 6 years to put it back together. Those idiots in the committee. So that was how he had been able to do that to Ito. How he had been able to kill Yui. I felt a mix of rage, sorrow and hate. All the feelings were so strong, I wanted to scream. Well, it doesn't matter. Once I deal with you, I can go back to my research. It was as if she was picking just the right words to make me even on her own. I needed you, not her. So I thought I had a problem on my hand. He looked down at her. poke her with the artificial D-sword. She still didn't move. It couldn't be. It was Erika. She's dead, obviously. Funny, ain't it? He seemed to say. Even when I put her under my control, that her fight you in her delusion, she put her D-sword away and didn't resist right up until the moment you kill her. It's amazing how much she cared about you. He kicked her hard enough that she turned over. Stop it. You were amazing. You're constant with rage over losing Nono. And I just gave that a little boost. And then you kill her without mercy. It's amazing how much you care about Nono too. I could feel my whole body getting hot. Stop it. Don't say Nono's name. Not with that face. Not with that voice. What the hell are you thinking? Huh? The way that's expression didn't change at all, only made me madder. Did he really not understand? We had all lived together for years, right? We had come here as a family, hadn't we? Yuto and Uki are worried about you. Oh, what? You haven't told them yet? You always trusted you, and no. It started with what you said when I was helping Takuro with his physical therapy. You're doing a great job for someone who hasn't gone to school. I'm impressed. I'm sure that's just the way a father is. I love the rules you made for our family. Thank you. Please, don't drink too much. She believed in you. She thought you were a part of our family. So what are you thinking? My word echoed off the wall of the theater and came back to me again and again. And then I realized that I was the same way. I believe in that too, from the bottom of my heart. But he... They chuckle and scratch his head, like I had seen him do many times before. It was the same thing he had done when Nono was scolding him at home. Do you have anything you enjoy doing? There's gotta be something you like, right? There's no point in living otherwise. What was he talking about? That wasn't what I had asked. Why did you kill Yui? Why did you kill Nono? Your friends killed Yui and this girl killed Nono. Shut up. Oh, scary. What the hell was so funny? I clenched my hand into fists. My grip so tight in my rage that my nails stuck into my skin. How are you capable of doing this? It doesn't make sense. Don't get so mad, okay? I just told you, you need to have fun. What the hell does that mean, though? I had great expectation for you. You were so broken that you're capable of rebooting a complete human being. I was looking forward to seeing how far you could go, how crazy you could become. Huh? If a gigalomaniac like you started doing whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted to do, it will be amazing. It could wreck the whole world. It would be hilarious. I couldn't wait to see it, so I observed, calculated, theorized, did more experiment. I can't wait to see what lies at the end of that loop. It's an exciting Takuro that kept using the same voices he had always used at home. But I wasn't hearing a word. The anger inside me just kept building. What I'm saying is this: no matter what happens, do what you think is fun. Think of it as a life lesson from your dad. That you're not my dad. I screamed, but Dad kept smiling. Anyway, to me, gigalomaniac research is the most fun thing in the world. There's nothing else that's so entertaining. That's your answer. That can't be. That was the only reason? The only reason he had worked for the comedy. The only reason he had done those horrible experiments in the basement. The reason he did that to Yui, Nono, Ito, and all the others. How many times do I have to tell you? Because it was fun. Ooh. The next thing I knew, I was running. The D-sword appeared in my hand instantly. There was no weight, but I could feel it was there. I listened to the blades roar as I ran down the corridor. He swung it upward at the bastard on the stage. Oh. There was a high-pitched noise and a brilliant light, and I stopped. My hand went numb for a second. The mechanical D-sword had blocked my swing. Here. Okay. That muscle bulged like thick ropes as he swung his giant D-sword down at me. Fine guy. Fight sinless. Oh. I barely managed to block it, but the impact knocked me back into the front row seat. There was a sharp pain in my arm. It had been cut a little. It's a delusion before, but this time, real blood was running down my arm. Wait, are you really thinking about getting in a fight with me, with your strange? That didn't move a step. He raised the giant sword onto his shoulder. His huge body was at least 185 centimeters tall, and he towered over me from the stage like a wall. I guess I can play with my son once in a while. It's not fair to give the girl all the attention. Come on up. I do wish we had more than a single corpse for an audience, but what can you do, huh? Then he kicked Serika's unmoving body once more. I felt anger, but also an undescribable despair. What was I doing here? I'll come to find out the truth from Serika, but I had killed her myself. There's no reason for me to be here anymore. Shouldn't that mean there is no reason to try and fight that? No, it wouldn't even be a fight. I'll probably just get myself killed. So maybe. When Serika had cut open my leg before, it had only been an illusion to run to the exit. If I caught him off guard, I could escape maybe, but... Damn it all. I went forward. I hadn't done any real exercise since my physical therapy 6 years ago. A vision of Nono, Yui, flashed through my mind, and for some reason, I saw Serika smiling like she used to do when we were in the newspaper club. What's wrong? Come on up to the stage. The audience is getting bored. When I looked at him, I suddenly had an idea. In the corner of my mind, I remember what he had said. That the machine of his back was what gave him his power. That he was an artificial gigalomaniac. Then what if I could get rid of that machine? I might be able to do it. No, I have to do it. I stood and climbed up onto the stage. The light shone down upon my head. I could hear a non-existent crowd screaming for my death from my empty seats. Okay. I re-died. The D-sword, my hand still felt a little numb. Hey, you're looking like a hero. Takuro good stuff. I took a step to the side, trying to look as natural as possible. He's going to use his D-sword. By moving to the side, I was able to see part of the device on his back. Okay. I hit him with my power as hard as I could. Whoa. I had heard a noise behind him and turned around. I had clear view of the machine. Now, I concentrate harder and hit him with more of my power. Okay. Oh, you asshole. That howled like a wild animal and swung his D-sword, but I didn't stop. As long as I could destroy that machine. vision suddenly blurred. I felt a cold wind on my cheek, and I could see the city in the distance. Where was I? On the top of the school. Damn it. More mind control. I panicked and tried to use my D-sword. Huh? It was gone. The D-sword had disappeared. What the hell? Damn it. I concentrated as best as I could. I imagined the pale light of the sword. Come on. Come on. I couldn't see him or sense him, but that was probably right in front of me with his huge D-sword. But I couldn't make my D-sword appear. I couldn't see it, but I could find it. It was always supposed to appear when I imagine it. What did you want to talk about, Nan? Serika was standing there on the roof, and so was. You try to fool me with your power. You know exactly what I want to talk about, right, Serika? Huh? It was Nono. Nono was standing in front of me talking. Nono's alive. Nono is... No, that's not right. My sense of logic dispelled that. The hope that was forming in my mind. There's mind control. That's power, causing me to hallucinate. The two of them were right in front of me, but didn't seem to know I was there. So you knew, Nono Kurusu, yes. Suddenly Serika changed. The smiling, happy girl from the newspaper club disappeared. She became a cold, remorseless killer. Stop it, Onoe. I knew I was being mind controlled, but couldn't help myself. I felt a cold chill in my heart, and all the hairs on my body stood up on end. Then you must know what's coming next, right? Okay. Nono didn't seem surprised. She just glared at Serika. Stop it. Stop it, Serika. Are you going to kill Takuru too? No. I will keep him alive. That's why I exist. I don't believe you. That's why I'm going to stop you, even if it kills me. I thought you will say that. That's why you are in the way. I screamed as Serika stepped forward, but there was no sign that she heard me. I tried to summon my D-sword, but it didn't work. I tried to get between the two of them. And I realized I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were frozen to the ground. Why? Why? But my head was clear. I couldn't let this happen. I knew I had to stop it, but... Serika and Nono's these words slammed into each other. There was a flash so bright, I was forced to close my eyes. Nono's this word cracked. You made a mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking. I can't believe you still thought that I was your friend. Serika kept going forward. There was no hesitation on her face. No, don't. No matter how much I screamed, they didn't hear me. I couldn't move. Serika crossed right in front of me, carrying her gigantic deadly weapon. There's no friendship within me. And the next moment... Takuru, I'm sorry. It felt like Nono looked at me. And then, Serika's D-sword ran her through. And suddenly I was seeing something else. I felt a cold wind on my cheek and I could see the city in the distance. I could hear a sob. I had been crying without realizing it. I looked around, forgetting even to wipe the tears from my cheek. The roof was lit up by the moon. There was nothing there. Nothing here. There is no one here, of course. There is no sign of Serika or Nono's body. Then what was that? Calm down. It was all mind control. All just a hallucination. It was a fake vision that my dad had created. That's right. It was just like a movie. It had to be. Nono died at Serika's hand. Serika had killed Nono. That had really happened. I had seen it, but it wasn't happening now. It was all part of the past. There was no changing it.
話って
Kayaknya emang mau di loop deh, biar dia ulang sampai dia ini.
あなたなら聞かなくてもわかるんでしょセリカ
Kayaknya emang mau dibikin dia sampai extremely stressed deh.
わかええ
Yes. Nih coba ya kita.
ならタクル
Ini
のこ
masih
と
sama soalnya.
殺すつもり
それはない。あいつ
信じられないわ
No kan, masih sama kan teksnya.
だからお前は
There's still no sign they had noticed me. My heart began to pound loudly again. I remember how it felt to hold Nono's body in my hand. The smell of her blood and the way the warm drained from her body. And the way her eyes would never look at me again. Calm down, I tried to tell myself that again and again. This was part of the past. Screaming wouldn't change it. No. Maybe this wasn't even part of the past. I hadn't heard this conversation. Everything, except the fact that Serika had killed Nono, might be a hallucination that my dad had created. I tried to run away, growing ever more frustrated at my unmoving legs, but nothing worked. That's right, the real me wasn't even here. I was on the top of the stage, trapped in hallucination with Dad and his gigantic D-sword standing right in front of me.
見込み違いだったな。
Ingin?
お前まだ私に友情を期待しているとは。
Dibikin looping, Jo. I never wanted to go through that again, but it was coming back. I looked away. No, I tried to look away, but my head wouldn't move. I couldn't take my eyes off it. No, look at me.
タクル
Akuru, what are you doing here? What? Serika killed Nono again. Ini lagi. And then I found myself at the beginning once more. I wrapped my arms around my body tightly, trying to warm myself against the freezing air. What was that? Nono had looked at me. I had seen her looking at me. I was sure of it. She had seen me. No, that was impossible. I wasn't really here. But there was no voice I had heard. She had been looking at me. If I was a real gigalomaniac, did that mean I had the power to change the past? If that was true, was the real Kurusu not a hallucination? Calm down. Calm down. My head hurt. I was losing the ability to think. No, this was an illusion. It was all an illusion. There was no way I could change the past.
何のんちゃん話って
Sama lagi anjir.
白々しいわねあな
Kenapa nih? On my third time seeing the exact same thing, I finally closed my eyes. Stop it. I don't want to see Nono die anymore. I put my hand over my ear to block out the sound, but I could hear them speaking the same words. The last conversation Nono will ever have flowed directly into my head.
見込み違いだった
You made a
な。
mistake. I can see exactly what you're thinking.
まだ私に
I
友
can't
情を
believe
期待して
you
い
still
るとは
thought
な。
that I was your friend.
私の中に
There is no
友情など
friendship
存
within
在し
me.
ない。
I didn't have to look to know what was happening. And the expression on their faces. I knew the look in their eyes, sorry. The angle that Serika held her D-sword at, and even how she was going to swing it. I knew it all.
タクル
Takuru,
どうして助けてくれないの
why won't you save me? I felt warm blood splash on my face. The second I closed my eyes, there was no time even to scream. I kept my eyes closed tight, but I could feel the wind on my cheek again. I was stuck frozen on that roof again. The muscle in my face had tensed up. There was nothing funny happening, but I was letting out a noise that sounded like laughter. My teeth were chattering. Ini lagi anjir. I didn't know. How could I possibly be any more confused? What was that? Why was Nona in front of me? Why won't you answer me? Stop it. I didn't want to open my eyes. I wanted to keep them shut. But for some reason, the moment Nona was killed, they opened on... Nona kept dying in front of me. Nona had taken care of me, kept me safe, before I had even woken up from my coma. From my perspective, that was before I had even known her. She was a part of my family. She was the only big sister I had. And she kept dying over and over. Why do I have to die? My head hurt, but the pain didn't even work as an anchor to keep my mind connected to reality. This no-no was a hallucination. I knew that. But the words she said were ripping apart my mind. Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? No looked at me and kept asking. Were those her last words before she was killed? Her dying scream? Her final message? No more. I don't want to see her die anymore. Please, stop it. My eyes were closed, but I could see her death repeated again and again in my mind. The D sword running through her chest, the blood everywhere, the tiny sound come out of her throat, like air leaking from a bag. Her blood was hot when it landed on my face. It didn't have that metallic smell, but it was hot. I couldn't tell anymore. Was this really a hallucination? Maybe this was the real no-no, and maybe this is what she had really thought. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save Yui? Why did you try and solve the case at all? I told you not to do anything dangerous. I told you not to get revenge. It's your fault. Okay. I heard a sound somewhere. It was the sound of something snapping. I didn't want to see anymore. I didn't want to hear anymore. I didn't want to feel anymore. I closed off my mind, wanting nothing more than that.
Come
on. Don't go into your shell now. I'm sick. I'm tired of seeing you stop moving because of guilt. I heard a voice from somewhere speaking directly into my head. I held my hand over my ears anyway. Didn't want to hear anything. Fine, I'll have to make it so you can't stop then. You ever heard a wood-burn heron? Anyway, see you in a month. See you in a month. Have fun breaking. And then like a computer monitor being powered off, everything disappeared. What? What was this? It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I was in a huge, dark, empty space, like nothing I had ever experienced. I couldn't even tell if my eyes were open or not. I tried blinking, but the darkness didn't change. I tried to rub my eyes to see if that helped. But my hands wouldn't move. No. Not just my hand. Nothing moved. Huh? There was no sensation of standing. There was no feeling of weight in my body. Was I lying down? No. Was I floating? It was like being in zero gravity or floating in water with no resistance, like my body was drifting along. The only thing that exists was the quiet. I could hear the sound of my heart echoing. But even if But even in the overwhelming darkness, I felt a little better. Anything was better than seeing Nono die again and again. It didn't matter what. Compared to hearing Nono last word over and over. I did nothing but float there. It was like being almost asleep, but there was something stopping me from falling asleep altogether. It felt weird and unpleasant. I tried to at least do something about the floating. But there was nothing to grab onto, nowhere to stand, and my body wouldn't move. I wanted something solid. I tried my best to find it. Suddenly I realized, where was I? What was I doing? No. This was more mind control. This darkness was another hallucination. Ugh, I tried to scream and wave my arm, but there was no sound and no movement. If I couldn't move, I always wanted to feel something with one of my senses. It could be a bright light, screaming, even pain, an awful bitter taste, or even a horrible smell. If I didn't find something fast, I would lose track of where I ended and the darkness began. No. What about my shoulder injury from when Dad had knocked me into the seat? I desperately tried to feel the pain in my shoulder, but it didn't work. I couldn't feel anything, even whether or not it was bleeding. It felt like the darkness was gradually burying me, like ants swarming on a piece of candy. The boundary line between my own body and the rest of the world got even blurrier. No way. I finally remember a certain piece of information. I remember what my dad said just before this happened. Woodburn Heron, wasn't it? I matched the name with what was going on. That was a famous experiment, if I remember right. Heron's sensory deprivation experiment. He would put subject in a sound-treated room that was completely silent and blindfold them so they couldn't see, and then tied them up with a straight jacket, kept at exactly their body temperature to take away their sense of touch, except for eating simple meals and defecating. They were kept on a bed at all times. The experiment he had done was to see how long they could last. The result had been far less than what I had expected. The most any of them could endure was 2 to 3 days. The worst one will complain of disrupt thinking after only a few hours. If they continue with the experiment anyway, they will start hearing and seeing things and almost go mad. A human being can endure long periods of time with no stress or stimulation. The experiment was bad now because of its dangerous. I remember something else, something terrifying. What had my dad said? See you in a month. I was supposed to spend a month like this. I screamed, but I couldn't hear my voice. The first change was to my sense of vision. It was after about 2 days had passed. By my reckoning, it would have been about dinner time. I wasn't sleepy or hungry. At some point, I had just begun to count number. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was meaningless, but I felt like I would go mad if I didn't do something. Kok jadi keinget ini ya? Kan kemarin abis ngomongin Dr. Stone ya, aku kemarin coba nonton lagi 1 episode. Tapi abis itu gak gue lanjutin lagi. Bahkan gak sampai 1 episode kayaknya, setengah kayaknya. Si Sengko kan juga gini kan, juga ngitung waktu kan, pas dia jadi batu. When I had just about past 100,000 seconds, the darkness in front of me suddenly began to shine. What? Who's there? It wasn't a camera flash or a light bulb. It was just a blurry glow. That was all. I couldn't see anything else, or even move. When I saw it, I lost track of my number and started over. The light came every 100,000 seconds. The day was 60 times 60 times 24. So 86,400 seconds. Perfect. I decided to round up and call it 100,000 seconds a day. When there was no light, I was bored. I wished so many times for something to happen. Someone come here. Even that, I didn't care. I'd rather be fighting a battle with the D-sword that I knew I couldn't win. No, actually, I'd rather be stabbed with the D-sword. I wanted to feel pain. I thought that when the light came for the 30th time, I could escape. Because that would mean a month had passed. A month was 30 days. But nothing happened. The light just kept coming at the same pace as before. When the light came again after 30 days passed, I stopped counting how many times it had come. I stopped counting to 100,002. Ha ha ha. What's the point of counting anyway? You're going to stop counting? No. I heard that clearly. I had started hearing voices sometimes when I near the 30th appearance of the light. Are you just going to die like this? What is Miyashita's spark like? Hey Miyashiro, how do you know Gan? Adios, gracias. Why did you leave me to die, you idiot? Are you just going to die here? The newspaper club just getting started, right? Tell me, why didn't you save me? It hurts so much when I died. You ever heard of Woodburn Heron? The voices came and disappeared without listening to my response. I, at least, wanted to see their faces. I was already starting to forget what everyone looked like. Maybe if I saw them again, I could stop the darkness from swallowing up all my memories. Hujat masih lebih. I'll let you out of here. I'll go kill Dad for you. Really? I tried, but it didn't work. I couldn't do it alone. Can we help? Really? You'll do that for me? Don't underestimate the power of a teenage girl. Adios, gracias. Wait. What's wrong, brother Takuru? No, don't tell me you're lonely all by yourself. Give me a break. That's not true, of course. I'm not lonely. No, I wanted to tell you to be careful. That's power is... What was it again? What's wrong? Where is Sakuma? I can't go kill him if I don't know. Tell me, you're wasting time. That's strange. He'll be right there. There? Where is there? Takuru, have you ever heard of Woodburn Heron? Don't you know I'm a right-sider? Of course I know. He's the guy who came up with the theory that a day is 86,400 seconds. Huh, amazing, right? I was slowly breaking and melting away. Suddenly I felt something stabbing me somewhere. It was the pain I had been longing for, but I didn't care anymore. I was just tired of it. I'll kill you. No, please, don't stab me. Why? I don't want to die. Why? Because it hurts. You're not feeling any pain, Takuru. Are you really there? Nona kept stabbing me, as if she was trying to find out where I was. When the sound finally stopped, I heard a wet, slopping noise. I could tell her hand were jammed inside my body, rummaging through my guts. I could imagine the blood. But Nona was right. I didn't feel any pain. That's strange. It hurts a moment ago. No, let me see you. I'm sorry. You can kill me if you want. Why? Because I want to see you. I want to see anybody. I'm lonely. No. Why? Why did you leave? No, wait. Was that really No? Was that Nono's voice? Did she really talk like that? Wait a second. What was Nono's last name? The orphanage. I was blanking on the place name. There were 2 sisters there. What were their name? Or wait, was it a brother and sister? Everything was turning black. Who is that girl who always told me not to lie? Who was the one in the white lab coat? The one who didn't talk? The one who always seemed scared? Who had been stabbing me a moment ago?
わからないの？
You don't know?
ひどい先輩っすね。
You're a terrible person, aren't you? Shut up. Shut up. Suddenly the noises started to bother me. I didn't want to be criticized by these people when I didn't even know their names. Please, somebody kill. Ah. I was surprised by a sudden, fierce pain in my head. I could feel the blood flowing into my head. How many months had it been since I had felt pain so clearly like this? No. How many years? Or maybe decades?
いつまでそんなことを
How
してるん
long
ですか？
are you going to keep doing that?
私の
It
方が
hurts a lot more
ず
for
っと
me.
痛かったんだけど。
I said, shut up. All of you shut up. I screamed back at the voices. I don't know who you people are. All of you, just disappear. Save me. Save me. When I said someone's name, everything became better. All the voices disappeared, and the pain in my head was gone.
タク？
Taku?
タク？
Taku, are you okay? Huh?
怪我は
You're not hurt.
うん
Nope, you're
平気だね。
good. Yeah. She was right next to me, as if that was the most natural place in the world for her to be.
おのえ
Noi, what are you doing here?
お？
I always
私
by
はい
your
つも
side,
タ
Taku.
クのと
That was impossible. When my dad used his mind control on me, I'd kill her.
そうだ
That's right. I
僕が
remembered Dad had used his mind control on me on the theater cube at the Hikariwo. So this was all just
僕の
a delusion of mine.
ただ
昔
Just
み
like
た
the
いだ
old
ね。
times, huh? Sarika laughed. I didn't know why.
で、
So,
どう？
how do you like
何
it?
が
What?
思考誘導
Mind
どんな
control?
感じ？
How's it feel?
なかなかだよ
It's pretty rough.
そう？
Yeah.
結構居
It
心
looks
地
pretty
良さそうだ
comfy.
けど。
Even if you
お
don't
腹
get
も空かない
hungry
で
either,
し
right?
ょ？
Sarika looked around into the empty void. She was acting like she had just come over to check out a friend's new house.
お前な
Listen,
一度こうなってみろ
you
よ
will know how much it sucks not being able to move if it ever happens to you.
そ
Sure,
りゃ
I
私
don't think
は
I
耐
could
えられ
handle
そう
it.
にないけど。
But you went through that during your physical therapy,
あ
right?
の時は動かそうと
When I
するた
tried
び
to
に
move
ちゃん
back
と痛
then,
みが
I
走っ
felt
た
pain. Even if I
動いて
wasn't
なくても
moving, it felt like I
動
was
か
trying
し
to
てるっ
move.
ていう
そういうもの？
Is that how it works? Sarika tilted her hat at me.
これ
What's happening on the other side?
向こう？
The other side.
現実だよ
Reality. I mean,
つまりシアターキューブ
me
にい
in
る
the
僕は
theater cube. I'm probably lying on the ground after he used his mind to control me. To control me, right? I didn't even have the slightest idea how much time had passed, but it had to have been much longer than a day or two. The restoration festival was probably long since over, and I might have starved to death.
それはない
I
んじゃ
don't
ない
think
か
so.
な。
If you're talking with me right now, that means you're alive, right?
そうだけど
That's true, but
情報をまとめて
you're
理
the
屈
one
で考
who
えろ。
always
いつも
talk
言
about
ってる
how
のは
you
タクだ
had
よ。
to put your information together. Think things through logically, right?
こっちと向
So
こうの時
maybe
間が
time
違う
flows
とか？
differently here and on the other side. That's right, that's possible.
ひなちゃんたち
What
は
happened
ど
to
うした
Hina
の？
and the other?
ひなちゃん
Hina? Alright, Hina and Arimura. How had I forgotten about her?
新庄
I
さん
think she
たちと
escaped
一緒に
Shibuya with Shinjo and the
渋
others.
谷に
トチって誰？
Who are the others?
ウキちゃん
Uki
と
and
ユウト
Yuto and
久野里さん
Kunosato.
あれれ
What about Hana?
あいつは事件と
He
直
wasn't
接関
directly
係ないか
involved
ら
in the case, so I had her stay in Shibuya.
そっか
I see. And then Serika started asking me one question from another. Could I really not move? Was the light I sometimes saw a hallucination? Were the voices I heard imaginary? I took a long time answering each one in as much detail as possible. I had plenty of time after all. And just the act of having conversation was wonderful. It was something I had done all the time in my daily life and at the newspaper club. Come to think of it, you had first used the phrase "you don't know what you've got till it's gone," and when did they use it?
わかんないよポケコン
I
持っ
don't
てく
know.
ればよかったか
Well,
な
I've brought my Pokecom maybe. I laughed a little, though I wasn't sure if Serika was serious or joking. Each time I will answer one of her questions, Serika's expression will change. She will laugh or get mad, or sometimes she will even try to correct me. She really did seem like a normal person.
何
What is it?
お前
You used to be a delusion of
昔は
mine.
僕の妄想で
You didn't really
どこにもい
exist.
なかった
バレちゃったか
You found that, huh? You act just like a kid who had been caught while playing hide and seek.
他の人からは
How
どう
did
見
it
えて
look
たん
to
だ
other people? If she wasn't real, I must have spent all the time as a kid talking to empty air.
どうって
I
見た
think
ま
it
んま
was
だ
just
と
like you're
思うけど
thinking.
でもさ
But now,
私とタクが
I
一
bet
緒にい
not
る
that
ところ
many
なんて
people saw us
そん
together,
なに
right?
見られて
Just
な
your
いよ
parent mostly.
あと
And
病院の地下で
oh, and
センリちゃん
Senri
に
in the
かあ
hospital
れは失
basement.
敗したな
It was a screw
そ
up.
のせいで私のんちゃんにバレちゃったんだよね
That's how Non found me out, you know? That's right, Sarika and I spent almost all of our time in my room. I'd never been able to her house. No, according to Kunosato, her house didn't
言っ
exist.
てくれればよかっ
You
た
should have told me.
そういうわ
I
けにはい
couldn't do
かないよ
She laughed, but she seemed a little bothered.
でも
But
あ
what
の
about that
時は
one
どうだった
time?
んだ
Hmm?
渋谷地震
The Shibuya earthquake.
ああ
Oh. I remember carrying Serika through the hell that was post-earthquake Shibuya. But if she had only just been born when I had that headache, when I was in the Yoyogi shelter, I hadn't been really carrying her on my back at all. Only then did I remember why I was here. It wasn't to talk about old times.
うん よくわか
I
んな
don't
いけ
know
ど
much, but
でも
maybe you just
ちょっ
seem
と変
a
く
little
らいに
off.
しか見えて
No
なかっ
much
たと
worse
思
than
う
that.
よ
I was
ほら
unconscious,
私は気を失ってたか
so
ら
you didn't
あん
really
まり
talk to
話
me
してない
much.
あんな状況じゃ
And with
タク
everything
が
else
独り
going
言
on,
を言っ
I
てる
don't
と
think
か
anybody
歩い
cared
てる
if
姿
you
勢
were
がおか
talking
し
to
いと
yourself
か
or walking a
別に
little
誰も
funny, huh?
タク
Taku?
どうしたの
What's wrong?
いや
Nothing. If I could have moved my body, I would have been looking straight back into Serika's eyes.
お前を生み出
When
し
I
た
created
時
you, what did I want from me?
それはね
You,
わか
you
んない
know,
よ
I'm not sure. She didn't seem surprised or upset at all.
だって今の
I only
私は
know
タクの
what
知
you
ってるこ
know
としか知
right
らない
now.
向こうの彼女
And
し
only
か
the me
知らないことだもん
in the real world know the answer to that. Yeah, that's right. The Serika in front of me might look alive, but she was really just a delusion of mine. So she wouldn't know anything that I didn't. I created her again to help me to get through this torture. It was just... Oh.
う
Huh? And when I realized it, I was disgusted with myself. I felt so pathetic that I wanted to cry. How could I be so shameless? I killed the real Sarika.
僕は向こうの斧を
Even if it was a trap created by Death's mind control, I had still killed her with my own hand. She had almost killed me, and then I had lost control and killed her instead. I had torn open her stomach injury, and then strangled her. saying I had been mind controlled was just an excuse. The rage and desire to kill her I have felt have been real. Even without the mind control, if the same thing happened in reality, I would do it again. I would kill her. But the Onoe was different. Even when the imaginary me tried to kill her, she had chosen to die rather than resist, unlike me. But then I had wished for her again, just like I had done during Shibuya earthquake. I would come to her for help again. I couldn't handle the darkness on my own, so I had created her. I could not imagine a worse person than myself.
別に気にすることな
You
い
shouldn't
よ。
let it bother you, you know?
ここにいられて楽しいも
I'm
ん。
having fun. Enough.
タ
Stop
ク
it.
が呼んでくれなかったら話すこともできなかったし。
If you hadn't called me here, we wouldn't get to talk. Don't tell me exactly what I want to hear. Come to think of it, Sarika had always been like that, ever since I was little. Even when I was neglected, she was always jealous of me. She always made me think that I was better off than she was. Whenever I wanted to show off some new piece of information I had learned, she would always act interested. She had pretended to be a stupid girl so that I will always get to think of myself as a right-sider.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
ごめん
I'm
な。
so sorry. I'm really sorry.
本当に。
タク。
Aku. Sarika looked hurt when she saw me apologize. Why? Don't you understand? You don't have to apologize. This is what makes me happy, she seemed to say. But she only looked that way because I wanted her to. Ah, okay, I get it. My ego and desire had created the role of a kind-hearted young girl that she was forever forced to play. The two of us were like that for a little while. I kept apologizing, and Sarika seemed to not want to hear it. Eventually, she spoke to me like a mother scolding her child.
タクはね、
But Taku,
それでも私を許しちゃいけないん
that
だよ。
doesn't mean you can forgive me.
私、
I
のんちゃんを殺しちゃったんだから。
right?
そうでしょ。
でも、
But the
その
reason
理由が
may be my fault.
僕の
No,
せいかも
it
しれ
wasn't
な
a
いんだ。
maybe. There had to be something connected with me.
けど、私は死んじゃったから。
So you can't ask me now, right? Sarika was right. No, I was forcing her to be right.
じゃあさ、
So then, of course, I knew what she would say next. Sarika's voice became a light, the one thing that lit up my path in this dark world.
タクはどうしたいの？
What do you want to do, Aku? Suddenly, I saw a scene I remember well. Until a moment ago, the blackness had kept me from remembering, no matter how hard I tried to imagine them. But now I could see my family. They must have been getting ready for dinner. I smelled something good. I looked in the kitchen and saw a lineup of dishes fit for a nursing home. Yui, Uki, if you take cooking lesson from Nono, they are going to start calling you mom and granny at school. Ito was in the corner, sulking because Yui had made fun of him. Yui was looking at him, laughing. Uki didn't know what to do. Nono gave Yui a brave scolding, but she was smiling while she did it. It was the same thing I had seen a million times before. Nothing was different. Everyone in the club room going over the case. We seemed to be talking about Shibuya news. Nosato had updated some information. Kazuki was playing her game. Ito went to stop her, but froze when she offered him a piece of dried squid. Arimura told a stupid joke, and Ito blushed and started to shake his head frantically. There was still no expression on Kazuki's face. This was another scene I knew well. But this world was never coming back. Ah, my dad had destroyed it.
それで
Are you okay
no.
with that? Of course not. I love my family. I love my friends. Those places were the most precious thing I had. He had ruined them all. And when I had asked him why, the only reason he could give me was it was fun. I couldn't let him get away with that. No matter what I did, Yui and Nono weren't coming by. The life I had with my friends was gone. My feelings began to break free from the darkness and came to life again. Blood flowed through my body once more, and my sense started to return to me. That's right.
敵を取らなきゃ
I have to get
ダメ
revenge,
だ。
even if that meant breaking my promise to Nono. I didn't care what my dad was trying to accomplish with this experiment, or what was happening to me. He wanted something from me. What was it? I didn't even want to know.
それを知ろうとしなくて
You don't want to try and
いいの？
find out?
いい
No. I didn't care. I refused to go crazy like he wanted.
なんかタコらしくないね。
It's not like you.
うるさいな。
Shut up. But I kind of want to see what you look like when you're letting your emotion
ちょ
take
っと見てみ
control.
たいな。
I smiled back at her, and then I focused all my neurons on creating a delusion. Where had I been? Who was I so angry at? And where were they standing? If I was in a prison of delusion created by the machine, then I have to come up with a delusion that was even more powerful. And then I had pull him into my own delusion. The way I remember it, it was like this.
お？
Hmm?
もうちょっと明るくなかった？
Wasn't it a
天井
little
から
brighter?
照明
The
当た
lights
って
were
るんでし
shining
ょ？
down on the stage, right? Were they?
うん。
Yeah,
多分
I
こ
was
れく
thinking
らい。
about this much.
あと、
Hmm.
もうちょっと近かった。
A bit closer. Closer? How about this? Anjir. Jadi kita
オッケー。
dikenain mind control.
Sasa.
Terus kita tarik orangnya ke
カメ
mind
ラいじ
control
って
itu
る
ya?
だけあるね。
Okay. Those long hours with the camera really paid off, huh? Sarika walked around the stage, checking to see if there was anything I had missed. She must have been satisfied because she nodded several times.
タクの立ち位
Is
置
this a
もオッケー？
place you're sending okay to? Taku?
意識が飛ん
If
だ
I'm
時の
still where I
まま
was
だ
then. Yeah.
違ってたら
But
どう
if
する
you
の？
aren't,
その時はその
I'll
時
come
だ
up with something when the time
確実な
comes.
方法なんてありっこない
There's
んだか
no
ら
sure way to do this, you know? Sarika pretended to be impressed with what I had said. I laughed at myself too. Was I really the type of person who was brave enough to do something like this? I used to think that risky decisions weren't courageous but stupid. I used to think that courage was just a word people used to hide their stupidity.
そうだ。
Oh,
タク？
right. Taku?
私の
Don't
敵
try
は
to avenge
取っ
me,
ちゃダメだよ。
okay? What?
のんちゃんたちの
You have
敵
to get
は。
revenge for
取らな
none,
きゃダメ。
but not taking
でも
revenge for
私
me.
の
Got
そ
it?
れは
That's...
いいから。
Just listen
と
to
に
me.
かくその瞬間、タクが思っていいのは、のんちゃん
The,
たち
the
だ
only
け。
person you're allowed to think of when you do it is none. Got it? Okay. I'm sorry and thanks. Those were the only words I could come up with. I didn't know what else I could say.
ほら、タク。
Come
ちゃ
on,
んとしてよ。
Taku.
じゃないと、
Get a hold of
私が来た
yourself.
意味なくなっちゃうじゃ
Powerless.
ん。
Why did I come here? Serika pouted a little. It was the same thing she used to do in the newspaper club. I tried to stop my tears from welling up again. I'm fine. I'm in
ちゃん
control.
としてるよ
Have I ever
この
not
僕
been in
がちゃ
control?
んとしてな
あの時と、あ
Well,
の時、それ
there
か
was
ら
that one time or the other time, and then
指を折って
stop
数え
counting
る
them on your fingers. She laughed, and then she looked right in my eyes.
多分、
You'll probably
向こうへ
only
戻った
have one
瞬間、
moment
その一瞬
where
でし
he's
か
off his
あい
guard
つの
when
隙
he
はな
came
いや
back, so your chance.
一度あれば十分
One
だ
chance is plenty. That's right. I would only have a few seconds in the world of my delusion. And a few seconds when I got back to reality, I'll probably have less than 5 seconds in total. If you have been researching psychic for as long as he said, you will notice what I had done immediately. So I had only get one shot. If it didn't work, he will kill me this time. Sarika looked relieved when she saw my resolve. And then she smiled and started to fade away as if her job was done. Oh no, our waifu. At the same time, I felt a stabbing pain in my head. It was the pain from the D-sword appear. Here it comes.
無謀なことにかける覚悟
This will be a risky bet. Okay. Gila, oke-nya Ono itu khas banget ya.
オッケー。
Okay.
掛け金が自分の命だっていう現実は
You're betting your own life? Okay.
オッケー。
Okay.
バカな決断に
You
言い
won't
訳を
get
しない意志は
to make... Okay.
オッケー。
Okay. Whoa.
じゃあ行って
Then go. Get up on the stage. That's cool. Oh. Oh. Damn. I slammed my own delusion down on the top of the one that helped me. Dude, I'm shivering as fuck, man. It was splattering bright paint on a black canvas. In a single instant, a perfect replica of the theater appeared. Yes, it was working. It was in front of me. He looked surprised. I could tell from the shock on his face that he hadn't yet realized. This was a world of delusion sitting atop another delusion. Anjir. And that I had dragged him inside. Oh. The machine on his back started to creak and moan. Its shape was becoming warped and disordered, as if it was being crushed by an invisible giant. I screamed louder as I tried to use my power to destroy it. Dad stepped back as if to protect it, the look on his face making it clear that he still couldn't believe what was happening, but it was too late. Crush it. Okay. Okay, crush. Okay, crush it. I hit him with a stronger delusion. The other frame couldn't take the stress, and the machine started to break. You little shit. That panicked and raised his D-sword to use his mind control on me again. A red light passed in front of me, but it wasn't a mind control game. It was the opposite. This was the key for the plan that the other Sarika and I had come up with. That Sakuma had made a mistake. He thought that I would escape from his mind control on my own. He thought that I would had escaped from that delusion and made it back to reality. So he did just what we hoped he would and ended the mind control. What was on me now? Even though I was still inside that dark prison, if Dad had stayed calm, he would have noticed his mistake immediately. But it was also sudden that he had panicked and made a wrong decision. The black torture chamber was gone, and in that instant, I canceled my own delusion. Damn, bro. The bond that had tied me in place were gone. My sense came back and told me that this was reality. The pain of my injury, the smell of blood, the taste of blood, the feeling of the D-sword in my hand, the howling as he stood there with his fake sword raised high. But just getting back to reality wasn't good enough. I only had a few seconds probably. I need to destroy the real device before he figured out the trick. Run. I forced my aging body to move and ran at full speed toward my foe. I lowered my body as I ran and held the D-sword ready. A new attempt at mind control came at me. I could feel it trying to scramble my brain, but I wasn't stopping. I couldn't stop. I bit down hard on my lip and used the pain to check my 5 cents. You're still okay. Don't stop. Run. Keep running. So, I swung the D-sword down at my father. Dad tried to dodge it, but that was just what I wanted. He ducked low, and I could clearly see the device on his back. I slammed the D-sword down into it hard before he could move. Whoa. Rusak mesinnya. Whoa. Panting, I pulled the D-sword out of the device. Part flew everywhere. The strange light it had been giving off disappeared. The artificial D-sword he was holding lost its shine. The pain created by his mind control attempted to vanish like it was never here. It was never there. As soon as I saw that the device was destroyed, I fell to my knees. I used my power while running at full speed, and it hurts to breathe. I was dizzy from lack of oxygen. You piece off. Oh my god, ada artificial D-sword. Yoi, Dad's mood suddenly began to change. Kau ketiduran ya, Eri? Ini udah dari tadi. He seemed to realize what I had just done. Tadi seru banget sih, kayak sejam belakang ini. Seru banget, sorry. The smile on his face vanished, and instead of anger, there was no expression at all. Do you know how hard I worked to get this thing put back together? I'd never heard him use a tone like that before. Takuru. What? Why didn't you break? Why are you alive? No, why are you still sane? There's no way you could have entered that. I know I locked you in there for 30 days. Did I screw up? No. There's no way that guy could do it. I couldn't. AFK siap-siap sekul. Okay, Airi. I used the D-sword as support to help me to my feet. It was fine. I could move. I could move just the way I wanted to. I was sure of it. I will make it back to reality. I mean, answer me. How can you move? I read the D-sword again without saying a word. Oh, itu ready jadi Reddit itu. Kocak. Kenapa salah baca gua? There was still no expression on Dad's face. I see. Her, huh? So that's it. I looked down. Serika was lying there, looking like she was asleep, even though she was dead. That anger vanished, and instead he started to speak like a scientist observing a guinea pig. That was even creepier somehow. So your imaginary friend was enough to get you through it, huh? I didn't see you going to the person you had just killed for help. Damn it. No, that's no fun at all. That raised the now dual D-sword and came towards me. It was no longer an artificial D-sword, but it was still a giant metal blade. Even without his power, it was more than capable of killing me. I stepped away from him, my own weapon at the ready. It felt like if I look away from him, I'll be killed. I told you to go mad, didn't I? The iron blade suddenly came down. There was an impact on my face. I felt some of my back teeth break, and the blood spurted from my mouth. I had been knocked onto the floor. I swung the D-sword in my hand frantically. For a moment, I experienced the pain and light that were caused by mind control. Ugh. What was that thing? Was that thing still working? It wasn't broken? It had to be. I dropped the D-sword in despair. It vanished. But the mind control never came. My attack a moment ago had damaged it. See, it's really broken. You goddamn it, kid. Whoa. Takuma's iron sword struck me on the left leg. An indescribably awful pain ran up my spine and smashed into my brain. I should have just used the mind control to put you in the torture room from the start. Maybe I'll torture you for real right now. How would you like that, huh? It hurts. The pain was unbearable. Was this plan stupid after all? Was there no way to win? Take this. Oh. No, there's nothing new to be learned by driving someone mad with pain. What happened to my leg? My body? Were they still there? I could not move, just like in that black prison. Maybe I will kill them all in front of you then. Huh? I could hear those words clearly, even as my whole body screamed from pain. You are probably still in Shibuya, right? The instant I understood what he meant, I forgot the pain coursing through my body. Yeah, that's right. The more important they are to you, the better it will work. He kicked me and I rolled along the ground. Then he started to walk away. Wait, my throat hurt as I screamed. It was frustrating how I couldn't even speak. He was leaving. He was going somewhere. Where? Where else? To where they were. He was going after the people I loved. I won't let you go. I tried to stand up, but then the knife I had struck wouldn't move. Then I fell to the ground. I hit my face on the floor. My left leg wouldn't move. Was it broken? It was the one place I didn't feel any pain. My body wouldn't move. Why? I had finally made it out of that darkness, right? I couldn't just let him go. Move. I don't care what. Move. Move. He was going to kill them right in front of me. Kill Arimura. Kill Uki. Kill Yuto. Kill Kunosato. I wouldn't let him. I wouldn't let him do it. As my vision blurred from the pain, I saw Serika's body lying on the ground. I have to take revenge for none, but no taking revenge for me. Got it? I will let you. I have. And my D-sword appeared as if in answer, and then sliced through the air towards my dad as he walked away. What? Oh. Telan tuh ya besok. My dad turned around at the noise, just in time for the sword to impale his throat. Oh. And then he slowly fell backward to the floor. I somehow managed to endure the pain that was coursing through my body and stand up. There was blood everywhere on the stage. I avoided it, dragging my unmoving left leg as I walked towards the body that used to be my dad. No UMC. The D-sword was still shining as it stuck out of his throat. I made it disappear. When I saw what was left, I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment or anything else, just an urge to vomit. He was lying on the ground. I had killed him. I had killed my dad. What the hell is going on? How could this have happened? Taking revenge for Nuno and Yui didn't make me feel any better at all. I know, of course, it won't. Because both of them died. I didn't feel happy at all. Of course, what do you mean? I realized I was crying. I didn't know how long I had been crying, but my tears were red. Everything around me felt like a lie. I was having trouble standing up, and not just because of my injury. This was how it felt to cross a line that you should never cross. Malah ketawa deh. I tried to smile and forget my tears. What was I doing? Was this how it felt to break my promise to Nono? Oh, right, Serika. I remember the real reason I would come here. There was something I wanted to ask her. I looked away from that and walked over to Serika, dragging my leg behind me. That's right, that's not happening now, is it? I looked down at Serika and reached out my hand. I wanted to at least fix up her clothes where they had been messed up. Huh? There was a loud, heavy noise and an impact around my stomach. Huh? What was that? I looked down at my body, trying to find the source of the sound and the noise, and there was this word sticking out of my stomach. It was the same one that had taken Nono's life. Wait, what the fuck? Dude, wait. Huh? Huh? Bro, you're dead. What do you mean? Why are you standing still? November 6, 2015, Friday. 10:50. The second Shibuya Restoration Festival was now over. Lah, makanya cok. The fuck? The murmuring among the crowd at Memorial Park started as soon as the war mayor finished his speech. Major then. Some people headed straight for the station, glad to be done. Some people were so moved by the speeches given by the victim that they stood in front of the memorial wiping away their tears. Some people went out to go drinking. Since it was Friday, they will all come to the Restoration Festival for different reasons. But even now, when all the planned festivities were over, there were still some people who hadn't seen what they will come for. What? He's not here. What idiot said he was going to be here? The whispers started all over the place. Another agreed, even though they would never say it. They all looked around with searching us. Everyone was looking for Takuro Miyashiro. At the same time, Shibuya Scramble Crossing. This place was even more packed than Memorial. The reaction was even stronger. Aww. Of course, he's not going to kill himself. Don't believe everything you read, you dumbass wrong-sider. Wow, that ticks me off. Some started to say the whole thing was a hoax, and more people began to leave. The one that didn't move at all were the one in mass. They were waiting for Takuro Miyashiro more than anyone, but the festival was over. When the heat and passion of the festival began to fade, reality came crashing in. They began to doubt. He was the mastermind behind all those murders. They had thought that it would be nothing for him to commit suicide in public. But were they wrong? Or was someone that brilliant capable of making an announcement like that, then managing to escape? The one that stood in groups began to stare at each other with their three-eyed masks, trying to guess what the other were thinking. Will they move somewhere with less people? They waited for someone to suggest it. What is that? And then something happened that saved them. and at the center of the commotion were police officers running somewhere in a hurry. No, wait a second, I'm telling you.
ですから
Shinjo kept suggesting that they get confirmation, but his boss ignored him. When the information had come in, he had lost his ability to control the situation. Wait, damn it, he cursed at the phone as they hung up on him. This was bad. This was really bad.
どうした？
What's wrong?
久野里さ
Kunosato,
ん
I told you to
車で
wait in the
待ってろと。
car.
待たせすぎ
You
る。
made me wait too long. What happened? Shinjo looked at the time. It had already been 10 minutes after he had gone back to Aoba dorm and gotten everyone into the car.
タレコミがあったらしい。
There's an anonymous call.
Miyashiro-kunが
They know that
Hikario
Miyashiro is at
にいること。
何？
Hikario. What? It's probably the first time he had ever seen her go pale.
どこからの
Who
情報
told
だ？
him?
わからない。
I don't know.
捜査
Headquarter
本部は
insists that
どこ
it
からで
doesn't
もいいだ
matter.
ろうの一点張りだ。
Shinjo had repeatedly asked for a source, but it didn't help. From the way his boss had been acting, it was possible they didn't even know where it had come from.
うちの連中
Our
が
officers are
もう
on
光
their
より
way
向かってる。
to the Hikario now. What will you do? Now that the police knew that Miyashiro was at the Hikario, there was no time to go Akihabara and back. I had to be there. It was his job. He was the detective in charge of the case, and if Miyashiro was going to be arrested, he was the only one who could help. But getting the kids from Oba dorm was something that only he could do. What should he do? He kept asking himself that.
行ってこい。
Go. We'll escape
こっちは
Shibuya on
こっち
our
で。
own.
え
What?
脱出
But
ってい
you
う
don't know
の
what's
は
going to happen if you
何が起こ
try.
るかわからないんだぞ。
That's why he
なんとか
remained.
するさ。
I'll figure something
た
out.
だし、
Just leave the car.
え
Eh? She couldn't mean. He had a bad feeling. Did Kunosato have an international license?
無免許運転を
Is
取り締まって
this
る
a
場合
time
か
to be worrying about
Toto
unlicensed
Ike.
driver? Go.
あのな。
Listen. Suddenly his phone began to ring. This time it was from one of his men. There wasn't even time to think about it anymore. He prayed as he tossed Kunosato the key.
子供たちが乗ってるん
Driving
だ。
our
無茶な運転
there
は
are
するな。
kids in the car. Don't do any crazy.
当然だ。
Of course. Who do you think I am?
何かあったらすぐに連
Call
絡し
me
ろ
if。something happens.
それが
If
無理
that
なら
doesn't work, run
どこでも
into
いい。
into
公
any
安に駆
police
け込んで
box and give
俺
them
の
my
名前を
name.
出せ。
Shinjo ran. Okay.
新庄さん、
Shinjo.
あ
He turned around. Kunosato had totally earnest look on her face as she spoke.
アクセルは確か右だったな。
Accelerators? The one on the right, isn't it? Shinjo had to force himself not to grab the keys out of her hand. Look it up on the internet, wrong sider? He yelled as he ran toward the Hikariwa. Huh? It was cold, and I was sleepy. My body wouldn't move. Huh? Was I back in that world? The dark prison? No. I could still feel pain. My senses were still working. Then what was this? I remember where I was. I passed out. Oh, my back, my stomach. I felt the warmth fading from my body, with each drop of blood I lost, but my wound burned like someone was pressing a soldering iron up against them, and yet for some reason I felt sleepy. This didn't make sense. My whole body had stopped making sense. I heard footsteps. They were getting further away. I forced my eyes to open and look toward the source of the sound. The first thing I saw was my dad's body, the body of the man that I killed. Until a moment ago, he had still been a person, and beyond him, I saw her through my blurry eyes. Oh no, she was getting further away. It was Erika. He was alive. He was walking. He had just put her phone in her pocket. He was walking across the stage. Probably she was heading for the exit high among the seats. He didn't look back.
お前
Why are you alive?
なんで
It wasn't a hallucination. At least it shouldn't have been. No one was left who could use mind control.
待て
Wait, oh no. Wait, there's something I have to ask you. That's why I will come. But how come? Move, damn it. Come on, this was supposed to be my body, right? Why wasn't it moving when I told it to? Erika stepped off the stage. She made her way through the seats to leave. She was about to disappear. No, don't. Wait. Please, come on, move. Suddenly, I felt a familiar pain in my head. I obeyed my intuition and let it go. The D-sword appeared in my hand. That's right, I could do it, just like I had done before. I used my power to fling at Serika. I didn't care if it landed at her feet, where it landed at all. I just had to stop her. Serika sensed it coming and turned around. At the same time, a light appeared around her. Her D-sword appeared from within the light, and she grabbed it and easily blocked the incoming blade. But when the two swords hit, my vision went wide. You want me to use mind control on you? Yes. What? What was going on? What was I looking at? I've got a lot of questions. Can I start by asking why? Before I kill her, he left a letter behind. I see. How heart-rendering. So she knew she was going to be killed then. Police probably already have it. Sooner or later, Takuro Miyashiro is going to read it, and then that happens. Miyashiro will be held back by her death, and by what's inside, he'll try to do what the letter says. And what does it say? Then try and get revenge. Give up on the case. If that happens, there's a problem for me. So I have to make him interested in something besides revenge. For the case, I have to make him interested in me. It will cause him to act. Yes. Yeah. How do you know that? I know everything there is to know about Miyashiro. That's who I am. So why do I have to use mind control? Because we'll have Inaya Mirono. I want to neutralize her power. If the mind control caused me to believe the lie, it stop being a lie. Arimura will think it's the truth, and so will Miyashiro. The same trick we used with that Ito kid. Serika was talking with that. The vision was unclear, like it was wrapped in fog. But this was... But this whole thing such in a pain. It will be much easier to use mind control on Takuro himself, right? Hey, don't get mad. I wanted to minimize the use of mind control on him as much as possible. It damaged the brain, correct? Yes, but I'm not going to use it one more. But I'm going to use at the very end. No way I can beat without it. Just one more time, okay? Got it? Got it. I could see the two of them talking. It looked like an old movie shown through a projector that was slightly out of focus. Jadi dia kira sama kita apa enggak sih ini orang? Tetap kayak mau bunuh kita. I wasn't really see. The vision seemed to be coming directly into my mind. Okay, next. What kind of mind control do you want? The script will work like this. First, you've lost contact with the committee, and you want to get back in their good graces. Make me believe this lie. Second, you've betrayed me, and trying to make Takuro Miyashiro make me believe this as well. Third, make me tell him myself the appropriate time that I was the one who killed his parents. And finally, change the reason I exist. That's right. These were probably Serika's memories. Were her memories coming from into me via the D sword? You want to involve me in your lies too?
そうしなければな
I
らない
have to. There's another person besides Arimura who is a
障
threat
害となる人間がも
to
う
the
一人い
plan.
る久里美代だ
Miyoko no Sato.
あいつか。
Her?
なるほど
Oh,
な。
I see.
久里美代は
He knows too much about what's going on. That's why we make up the story about the committee. Whenever a committee involved, she stopped thinking straight.
私が委員会
If
の
we
情
can
報
make
を
her
持っている
think
と
that I
思い込
have
めば
information on
絶対
committee,
に手放
he'll
そう
never
としな
let
い
me
はず
go.
だ皮肉な話だが
Ironically,
久
thanks
里
to
のおか
her,
げで
I'll
私
be
は
able to stay
宮
near
代の近くに
Miyashiro.
お前お金
You're a scary woman. You figure all that out on your own. Or is this thanks to your mind reading?
このゲームの登
I'm
場
the one
人
who's
物
controlling all
を
the
動かして
character
い
in
るの
this game.
は私だ
Game? I remember something. The theory had come. Okay. That it was like the killer was challenging me to a game. The killer was moving people around like a chess pieces. And what they wanted me to be, the other player in the game. But once my dad identified himself as the killer, I'd given up on my theory. I thought that I was wrong. Ini udah kayak Kushida di Classroom of the Elite, nggak nonton aku. But maybe I was right.
なるほど。ゲーム
I see. A game.
俺も楽しいことは
I like anything that's fun. Though I don't like the idea of changing the reason it exists, even for a short while.
余計なことは言わ
You
なくて
don't
もい
need to
い
get involved.
お前は
All you
宮
want
代
is
の
data on
真の
Miyashiro,
ギガロマニアックス
on
の
the
デ
true
ータが取れれば
Gigalomaniac, right?
それでいいのだろ
I'll
う
give you what you
その
want.
欲求は
Well, that's
確か
true.
にそうだ。
I've said this before. The chance of Takuru's mind entering what I'm planning on doing him to him is zero. I picked this method of torture up directly from the guy who ran the basement facility under AH Tokyo General.
彼を見くびるな
Don't underestimate him. I've said that many times before as well. You don't mind if I break him, do you? We both decided that you wouldn't
お
interfere.
前に思考誘導
If you
の
didn't
装
have
置
that
さえ
mind
なければ
control device, I
誰
would
より
have
先
killed
に
you
殺してい
first.
た
面白いな。
Sounds fun.
やってみるか
Want to try it?
グツカ
You scum.
おっとそうだ。
Oh,
もう一つ。
one more thing. Why do you need me to make him look like the killer? You just want him to solve the case, right?
それは
That's... My vision blur. There seemed to be a chorus of buzzing inside my head. This feeling, it was the same as when I used my power. The same as when I saw my D-sword in the corner of my vision. Another vision came to me through her D-sword.
彼の中の彼が私に言う
The him inside him speaks to me.
自分は他の人とは
I'm different from other people.
よくそういう
Lots of
人がいる
people
け
say
ど
that, but most of them are
ほとんどが
wrong.
勘違いだ
They're all wrong
みん
sider
なそのことに気づ
who
いて
just
ない
don't
長者
realize
ばか
that
り
I'm the only one
で
who
も
is
僕だ
really
けは
different.
本当に他の人と違う
Was this me?
あの地獄のような
I survived the nightmare of the Shibuya
そ
earthquake,
して両親は
and
誰か
someone
に
killed my
殺された
parents. The
僕で
definition
そう
of
いう言葉の
special
定義は
is as
他の
something that
明確な区別
clearly
がある
differentiates it from others.
こんな経験をしてい
You
る人
people
はそ
have
んなにいない
experienced these things, that's why.
僕は本当に
That's
特別なん
why
だ
I'm really special. Oh. Hey, did I ever tell you about the comment from the Shibuya earthquake victims? Hmm?
何それ
What do you mean?
地震直後の
Remember
混乱が収まっ
how
た後
just
大量のマスコミ
after
が
the chaos
被災
from
者
the
に対して
earthquake
押しかけ
calmed
ただ
down,
ろう
a ton of reporters started asking the
ハウスチャイル
victim
ド症候群者っていう
before the
言
term
葉が
chaos child syndrome exists.
その取材の
Most of the
論調の多く
interview
は
were
民度の
about
高
what
さを
good
訴えるものだった
citizens we were. After the huge disaster, there was barely any
暴動や略
violence
奪などの
or
犯罪が
looting.
ほとんど起きて
They
いない
said this was amazing,
実際そうなんだと思うよ
and I think they were right.
何が今一番辛い
When
で
they
すか
asked the
って聞かれ
victim
た
what
時
was the hardest part,
大半の
most
被災
people
者
were
は
more
地方の家
concerned
族
about
に
the
自
other
分の
than
物資
themselves.
子供に好物を
It's
与
all
えていな
about
い
how they
ことが
couldn't contact their families and tell them they were safe,
とにかく他人を心
and
配
how
して
they
るさ
couldn't give their kids their favorite food.
でも
But
そんな中で
then
一
one
人の被
person
災者
said
がいた
something
んだ
different. I remember what they said, word for word. It had left a huge impression on me.
頑張れ
The outsider has some nerve if you're telling us to hang in there. I remember it was what I had said to Serika at the cafe. It was just after the love hotel incident. It's incredibly important to him that he be part of things. That's who he really is at his core. I don't know how you people can get so worked up over a single tweet. I could never do that. Let's go. Check out that arson site from yesterday. It's close to here. This one looks pretty good. He dived deep into the internet, drawn in information, and tried to become a right-sider to help himself swim, and he chose an urban legend to test his abilities. That broadened his interest into real-world crimes. It all began with when we were in 6th grade. The new generation madness happened. That was 2009. I was like, gone crazy. We'd gone crazy. What was this? This was me, yesterday. Oh. Serikatis were reading my memories now. At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we live in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer, following the news. When something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. We stayed up all night in shift following the case. Sometimes we will use our cell phone to read the internet as we actually went out to the crime scene and took pictures. Serika hadn't been real then, but she had been with me anyway. More murders kept happening, and eventually they started to say Takumi Nishijo was the killer. But eventually that turned out to be wrong. Erika and I were both very excited. He seemed so cool. Proving your innocence means getting the right information and shoving it in the faces of the people whose information was bad, right? It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do then, and I guess I'm still trying to do now with the newspaper club. Erika said he was amazing. I agree. Okay. Oh, one more thing. What do you need me to make him look like the killer? Just want him to solve the case, right? Because that's how it was during the New Generation Madness 6 years ago. Ended with the person who was believed to be the killer clearing his name and solving the case. I know how obsessed you are with the New Generation murder. It was your idea to make all the dates match. Have people start calling it the return of the New Generation Madness. The whole reason you patterned the murder of the New Generation killing and left the sumo sticker at the scene for Takuru to find is to let him solve the return of the New Generation Madness, right? It was the theory that I had come up with in the newspaper club. It was Serika who was manipulating the characters and setting up the game. And her real goal was me. You came up with the murders. Don't blame those sick things on me. I have at least messed up my mind control a little, or it's no fine. But we've already set everything up fine this far, right? Why does it have to end the same way as the old case? I'll say it again. Don't underestimate him. Huh? Takuro Miyashiro will keep looking. The reason he created me is... Apa nih? The vision changed again. It was me. It was me back then, when I had run into the shelter. That's right. That's right. That's what I had thought then. I had met the people from my class on the way here. They were probably trying to help a woman who was injured and covered in blood. They asked me to help. I couldn't move. I couldn't think clearly, even though I knew how to give first aid. They seemed to think I was going to just let the woman die, so they had looked down on me. I hope I never end up like him, their eyes said. It was what I, as a right-sider, always thought about wrong-siders like them. It was the way I always look at them. I hated when they look at me like that. I knew all kind of things they didn't know. I should go back and tell them what to do. Were they treating her injuries right? Were they doing it in the right order? I could make the right decision. That's what I thought. Takuru, what are you doing here? Suddenly my parents appear. That was right. It was when I had run into them at the shelter. They were yelling something at me excitedly. They grabbed my arm and shook them off. Takuru, what are you doing? Don't start causing problems again. You're safe. I'm safe. Just come with me. All I could do was open my eyes and stare at them. I'm safe. I remember thinking that. But people had never cared about me before. I shook my arms away again. Safe. Me? Why? These people had always neglected me. Now they were going to save me? Why? Just when I thought that. I saw myself holding my head in pain. My nails dug into my flesh. But the pain didn't stop. I kept screaming inside. No, this isn't right. Those wrong-siders in the class never did anything good before. But they wanted to be good now. And they wanted to look at me like I was worthless. I could see myself screaming more. My heart and head felt like they were going to burst. You're going to save me? You, the people who just gave me 1,000 yen instead of taking me out to the dinner on my birthday. Hell no. I'm not the kind of person who just gets saved by parents who don't even want. My mom was yelling something, but I couldn't hear it then, and I couldn't hear it now. Shut up. You just think I'm in the way, don't you? I think the same thing. You're in my way. What could I do? What did I want to do? Why was I here? That's right. Where's Serika? I carried Serika on my back to get her to the hospital. Couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. But I was doing what I was supposed to do. I was saving her life. Serika will understand that. She always told me what I did was right. She was always on my side. Suddenly everything went white. I said, shut up. You people should just go away forever. Oh no. Serika, save me. Please. Please. Please give me. That's right. These were probably Serika's memories. That's when I made my wish. When the fact began to reveal, rasanya kok malah hampa ya? Belum buat Serika. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. Serika memories came into me through the D's word. Pagi Fatalina, welcome to the stream. When my memories went into her, she knocked away my D's word. The vision vanished. When I came back to reality, the first thing I saw was Serika's face. It was filled with despair, like she was about to cry. I'd never seen her like that before. I knew immediately that she had seen the same thing I had seen. Give me something I want to do. Help me do it. That was a terrible wish I had made. It was the only reason why Serika Ono exists. Laughter filled the theater. It took me a long time to realize that it was mine. The pain from the leg my dad had broken was getting worse, but the pain in my heart was somehow worse than even that. As I rose, Serika started to stagger backward as if she was terrified of me. When I saw her, I laughed even more. I had survived the worst that my dad could throw at me, and a single truth was about to drive me mad. I went forward, dragging my left leg behind me. I looked and saw that where I thought Serika had stabbed me in the stomach, it only cut a bit off the skin on my side. It hadn't even reached my organs. This wasn't a fatal wound, which meant this was also. It was all just a big show. The sword that Serika had knocked away came back to me. I reached out my hand for it. And then this end with you declaring yourself to be the real killer. No, I guess not. That wouldn't mean that had solved it. It wouldn't feel real. Stop it. Ini masih jauh kah tamatnya? Nggak tahu. Ini harusnya sih udah mau habis. So that's it. That's job is to be the real killer. I killed that. Then once I think it's all over, you knocked me out and then... No. And then you... I see. You manipulated the information that was sent to the public. Was that what you were doing with your phone? Did you call the police? No. Even without Arimura, I could tell that she was lying. Rika was crying. She was wiping away the tears with her sleeve. She looked like a little girl. No, she didn't just look like a little girl. She was probably was one. She was only 6 years old. That's right. The guy in the new generation case almost got publicly executed. He had half me arrested and dragged before a bunch of people, right? Mau diberesin, yoi. Ini baru ending pertama kan? Katanya ada 5 ending sih. Kalau it's okay kalau masih panjang, bisa kau dengarkan sepanjang what the fuck? And then what? Just when everything looked bleakest, evidence would come out that Sakuma was the real killer, and I would suddenly be a hero. Was that it? Tell me, Onoe. My voice was shaking. The laughter was turning into something different. Erika kept crying and didn't answer me. Tears started to fall from my eyes, and my vision began to blur. It was as if everything in our heart was becoming tears and flowing out. When Otani died in the Don't Look At Me case, and Takayanagi died in the Leaky Noise case, and when Arimura's friend Kakita died. End up with listening. And when Watabe, the journalist, died, and when the Haida died, I was made to look like Senri Minamisawa. And when Ito was mind control into killing Yui. And when Nono died, all of that was my fault. No, I did it. That's right, you did it, and I made you. I told you that's not true. Wait. Serika disuruh. Makanya kaget, dia nggak mungkin nyerang kita kan. But I kept going. Kunosato was right. Too many murders were going on around me. Of course they were. The whole thing was set up so that I could solve it. You killed my parents because I wish they would go away, right? Serika didn't answer. Serika didn't expect her to. The case was perfect. It was just what I wanted to do. I thought it was a great scoop. Any less, and I wouldn't have wanted to follow it until the end. Right? But in the end, after I solve it, all that I would be left with was emptiness and the guilt from what I had done. That's why I knew what I had to do. Dragging my leg behind me, I finally made it to the edge of the stage. Sayangnya kita nggak ditunjukin ya kondisi MC-nya gimana. I could see the steps down into the audience area. All that was left was to go down the stair and out the door. Serika's expression changed. She was still crying, but she seems shocked. Don't do it. Wait. Kita mau suicide. She must have used her mind reading to see what I was planning to do. She ran to the bottom of the stage to block me. Don't do anything stupid. I looked straight at her, as if to say that I wasn't changing my mind. Don't. I said don't. Serika raised her D-sword and pointed it at me. It was a warning not to go any further, but I wasn't stopping now. You can't kill me, right? I can knock you out again. When you wake up, everything will be over. You might know what happened then, but eventually you realize. Realize what? What you really want to do isn't what you are thinking right now. It's to be the hero who solved the unsolvable case. The man the whole world adores. Isn't what I want. You do, I know. No, I'm the only one who knows. Serika's words probably came before reading the deepest part of my heart. I wouldn't deny that. She was right. If I just let her handle everything, I would be a hero. And if I kept going forward, all that awaited me was destruction. When I thought about that, it was scary. It was terrifying. But I still... Why? She was still holding the D-sword. It was clear she had no intention of letting me go any further. I grabbed the hilt of my own D-sword and raised it as well. Come on, I said to her from on top of the stage. I said the same thing to her that she had said to me in that black person. Come up to the stage. Huh? I could see her on the other side of her D-sword, looking hurt. But she must have read my thought and realized that I wasn't going to change my mind because she slowly came up. The bright lights illuminated her beautifully. I took several steps back the way I... Okay. Oh. Beneran hal juga, cok. Teksnya. I must have lost too much blood because suddenly I stagger. Penampakan MC tidak sekacau itu, enggak sih, kayaknya kacau deh. Soalnya sampai too much blood bahasanya. Tadi itu terlalu kayak gambaran MC-nya aja biar dia nggak dibikin gambar brutal. My vision blur. With only my right leg working, I was barely able to keep my balance. I couldn't stop here. I couldn't. Why? Why? Are you trying to come forward as the killer? No. Why are you letting them think it was you? The only one who believe that are the people down there, the wrong-siders. You're a right-sider. They're the people you hate most. The ones who don't even realize that they are being manipulated by false information. They're just a bunch of idiots who came to watch you kill yourself, like they were watching a movie. If you say you're the killer, it will be just what they want. Why didn't he kill himself? He's an asshole. No, he's a god. You can imagine what they'll say. I knew that. I could easily imagine that. The one outside the Hikariwa building right now were probably the same ones who have been partying at Shibuya Scramble Crossing earlier. There were probably a lot of people writing irresponsible comments online. The TV was probably filled with the self-proclaimed social commentators who were telling the audience exactly what they wanted to hear. I've been the same way.
僕は
I am
自分
wrong-sider. What?
小さい
I
頃
didn't
から
even know anything
い
about
つも隣にいた
the friend.
幼馴染のことさえ
had been with me since I was a little kid. I gripped this word tight. The game you created is
もう終わ
over.
ってるんだよ
Ah, kita jadi bunono. My vision blurred as I started to accelerate. I knocked myself forward and instantly closed the gap between myself and Serika. Caught off guard, she stepped back and lowered her blade. She was ready to swing it upward. I ignored her and brought mine down. She brought hers up. Cool. What are you going to do?
あの時も
Back then, another image came to me as the D-sword collided. Her sword knocked mine away, and I quickly brought it back to for another strike. This is something at the end of the video? Here, look, outside the window.
あの時
Or then, I saw flashes of several different conversations. I didn't know if they were my memories or her anymore, but each time our D-sword collided, I saw another. Sarika wasn't just a normal girl who everybody loved. He was a mastermind who had set up this whole game for me. He had killed Nono and Yui just to lead me to the end. Well, the symptoms of blood loss were getting worse. My vision was darkening, and it felt like I was about to pass out. Ugh. She kicked me. The sudden fierce pain in my stomach knocked me off balance. I dropped the D-sword and flung up my hand to try and grab it again. Stop it. She kicked the sword away. It spun all the way to the edge of the stage. Stop it. I fought through the pain and used my power on the D-sword. It flew up into the air. I said, stop it. Serika screamed in rage, but I couldn't stop. The D-sword spun wildly as it launched itself at Serika. Damn it. She knocked it away, but I wasn't done yet. Like this, I used my power to make the D-sword fly again. The sword attacked her once more. Wait. She knocked it away again? Each time it came at her, Serika knocked it down. I couldn't land an attack. Damn it. Why? Why? Oh. Then I realized she was looking at me. She wasn't looking at the sword. That's right, her power. That's why I couldn't hit her. The sword lost its energy and clattered onto the floor. I fell to my knees and collapsed. You've had enough, right? Stop this. Please. Damn, this wasn't going to work. You could read everything I was thinking. You knew the direction the sword was going to come, or more precisely, the direction I was sending it. This was bad. The room seemed to spin. Sometimes my vision would dim. I couldn't move my arm or legs. It felt cold, like I needed to throw up. Just sleep. The police will be here soon. Don't worry, once you wake up, time passes, and you realize what you really want. Serika said it again, that this was what I wanted, but I couldn't let myself believe her. What shall I do? What do I do? What if I change the direction of the light to blind her and then attack? But the second I thought she knew. What if I pretended to make the D-sword disappear and conceal it somewhere on stage? The second of I thought, she knew of that too.
そうだ。
That's right, you can't beat me.
私には絶対
Please,
勝てない。
just don't move. Don't open your
頼
wound
むから動
anymore.
かないでくれ。
I didn't have any strength left to attack her myself.
傷
Even if
口を
I
広
did,
げないでくれ。
it was useless to try and attack someone who could read my thoughts. Then what could I do?
もうよせ。
Stop
余計な
thinking
ことは
about
考
this
えるな。
thing. There has to be a way. I was the one who created her. And suddenly I had an idea. Her expression suddenly changed. Just staring at me with the wide eyes. Her mind reading meant that she already knew. She already knew what I was thinking, but still,
関係ない。
it doesn't matter. Even if she can read my mind, she can't stop this.
この
When
手
I
な
was
ら関
tension
係
on
な
her
い。
face, I was sure of it. There was still a way I could win. I formed a strong delusion in my mind. When I did, I was hit by a headache of 1,000 times worse than when I normally use my power. It was far worse than having a needle stab into my temples. It was like every blood vessel in my head was filled with thorns. The pain was so bad. I started to vomit up stomach acid. Stop it, please stop. Serika tried to run over to me and stop. She kept turning around and looking at the exit near the seat. She seemed to be uncertain as to whether she should run, which meant that this idea was going to work. It wasn't something anyone had taught me. I was sure that I could do it. According to Kunosato, I wasn't like the other psychic, but each gained a single power after being exposed to what she called the casual factor. She has said that I might be a true gigalomaniac, with the power to make my delusion into reality. In fact, 6 years ago, I had created Serika, a human being, which meant I should be able to do this. Don't. Of course I can, right? I twist my body upwards and scream. A huge number of these were appear above my head. Of course, they were all fakes. The closest weapon to me that I could easily imagine just happened to be my D-sword. But I will drill booted them anyway. They shone like fierce beasts in search of prey. My head felt like it was going to burst. I imagined each blood vessel bursting one after another. Or was I really imagining it? Was this going to kill me? But I didn't care. I had to end it here. I had to let my puppet go free. Serika changed the form of her D-sword and spread it out as far as it will go. She was going to try and block them all. I screamed and sent them all flying at Serika. And so,
もしもし。
hello, it's me. May I give you a lecture before we got the ending? Yashiro, are you safe? What happened? Good, it's connected. I could hear Arimura and the other calling my name on the other end. I felt so cold, and my fingers were shaking. I turned the phone to speaker mode and started to type in the data. Let's say, for example, that you live on the top of a tall building. You look down and saw a woman killing a man. You put the phone up to your ear to call the police, but your eyes meet with a woman's. She point at you and say something. What do you think she's saying? Don't tell me you're being mind controlled. You know the psychopathy tests don't work, right? I should have figured she would know that. She would know about it. A normal person will say something like, "Don't move,
例えば
don't call the police."
そこを動くな通報す
But
る
a
な
psychopath will say
とかね
something different.
1
1,
2
2,
3
3. You'll be counting what floor you are on.
こっちが何階にいるかそう
That's right, so that she can
目撃者を
come
殺しに行く
kill
た
the
めにです
witness. Supposedly it's become their
被
thinking
害者側
from
じゃ
the
なくて
killer's perspective, not the victim's, but there was only silence. She must have decided there was no point in answering. But he was listening.
でも
But I don't think that's
僕は
right.
正
If you
直
ask me, a real
そん
psychopath
なのは
wouldn't
嘘
think that.
エド・ゲインでも
If you ask Ed Gein
Henry
or
Lee
Henry Lee Lucas
誰でもいいんですけど
or any of them, really, they wouldn't
も
understand
し
the
仮に
question.
明日の晩ご飯とか
They would be thinking about
質
what
問し
would
た
they
連中の
have
服
for
が
dinner
気に入らない
tomorrow,
とか
or how they didn't like
被害者
the
側でも
clothes
加害者側
the
でも
questioner was wearing.
どっか
They'll be
遠くか
thinking
らも
about
のを考えロールシャッハテストでも
It's the
何でも
same with the Rorschach
彼
test
らの
or
口から
anything
出て
else.
くる回答は
There's no meaning to the answer they give because to them,
全てはきっと
it's all
Kuso
a
talaga
goddamn
game.
stupid game. My fingers stopped. It felt like a long time since I had seen that picture.
だから思うんで
I
す
wonder what they were thinking.
あいつ何を聞かれても
No matter what you asked them,
何を
no
喋って
matter
い
what
て
they
も
said, you're actually looking at something
実は
else.
別のところを見てたん
One
です
single goal. So nothing they said actually
一つ
mattered. You're sure you're not being mind controlled?
思考誘導され
What
ていない
happened
な
to Sakuma and Onoe? Are you
佐久間
okay?
と尾上はどうした
Kunosato must have sensed that something was up because the tone of her voice
あな
changed.
たには
You kind of knew about her,
Nanto-naku.
didn't you? The wound in my stomach and the pain in my head counted the time as regularly as clock. Thud, thud, thud. There was a silence, 10 thuds long.
正確にはもちろん知らない
I don't know the exact details, but of course. But if
私が想像している
if
ことに近い
what I imagine, it is close to the truth. Then
あいつは間違いなく向こう側
she was without a doubt
シリアルキラー
different
という意味でも
in the
そう
sense that she was a serial killer, of course, but also
最もかけ離れた
that she was a different from a normal people like us as you could
で
possibly
しょう
get.
ね
I'm sure if you asked her the question,
さっきの
she
質問
wouldn't
を
tell
され
you
た
about
ら
the counting floor.
回数なんか数えない
Kunosato understood after all. He knew that something was wrong with Serika.
どうすれば
How could I have known, you think?
そんなことはいい
It doesn't matter.
いえ
Don't worry about me. How do you think I could have understood her? I heard a small sigh at the other end, and then a sharp voice that cut it off.
そんなことは
That's
不可能
impossible.
言ったろ
I told you she was a
あ
different
いつ
kind
は
of
向
human.
こう側の人
No,
間
a different kind of creature. There was no way you could have understood her at all. Kunos had the use of the word different and normal. It was perfect, I thought. Serika was different. I was normal.
どうした
What's wrong? I had a sudden premonition and looked down at the dishware in my hand. I had used this to create Serika. That's right, I had created her, which means I could do it again. No, it's nothing.
いえなんですいません
I'm sorry. Please take care of the rest. She would understand. Kunosato and Shinjo could deal with all this. I went to hang up without listening for her answer. But
待て宮
wait,
代
Miyashiro, tell me one thing.
はい
Yes, what
お
is it?
前はこちら側にいると
I said you were normal back there. But what would you say?
さっきの質問ですか
You mean the question I just asked? Of course. I
もちろん
wouldn't be
僕は
counting 1, 2, 3.
123なんて数
Of
えない
course,
で
I
すよ
wouldn't say not to call the cops
だ
either.
って
Because I saw both those answers on the
Neto
internet
Desaki.
already. I ended what will probably be the last phone call of my life, and then I forced myself to get up despite all the blood I had lost. Huh? My vision blurred and I staggered, but I had to keep going. I couldn't fall over yet. I had an idea while I talked to Kunosato on the phone about what I really needed to do with my powers, about the one way to save her instead of releasing her. Serika was lying face down, unconscious. She was a mess. There was blood everywhere, but it wasn't fatal. She was breathing. She was probably just unconscious. I forced my wounded body over to her. I put both hands around the hilt of the D-sword I had been using to support myself. The sword had no weight, but I felt like I had dropped. I would drop if I didn't. What the fuck? Cuci livestream lama sangat lah. Baru welcome to stream ya Bang Tore. She must have heard the footstep because Sarika gave a soft moan. She slowly raised her head and looked at me. Huh? I stood close enough to look down on her from the side. And then... Whoa. Her eyes went wide with surprise, and then she started to crawl away from me. It sure is a convenient power, I told myself, now that it was too late. She knew what I was thinking without me having to even say it. But you won't need it anymore, though. No. Sarika tried to get away, her finger digging frantically into the stage as she crawled. No. She glared at me and got up, but then her strength failed her. This time, she fell flat on her back. She gasped. She was drowning, quickly coughed up some blood. There were tears in her eyes. I readied my D-sword. Stop it, Taku. I stopped this once. I'm not going to kill you. You know that. I'd rather you did. Her scream echoed violently in my ears. Why are you saying that? I was going to use my D-sword to change her. I was going to change her into a normal girl with no powers, who didn't kill anyone, and who didn't even know that I had created her. I was going to rebuild her into a normal girl. I can do that. I'm the only one who can. I had created her from nothing. I knew I could do it. I could make her normal. No, I don't want to. She was crying like a baby. Was she scared? Afraid? What? Don't take my reason for living from me. Tapi bener sih. Kalau nggak ada alasan buat hidup emang hampa sih. She was weeping and her voice was desperate. I've read a lot of minds since I was created. Everyone always worried, and no one ever knows what to do. I can't believe they live like that. How can they smile? They don't know why they are doing it. I don't want to be normal. Her voice bounced off the stage and hung over the empty seats. Rasa banget kayaknya ya, Fit. Gak tau. No one but me heard it. Her tears fell on the floor, mixing with my blood. You're going to be a normal girl. I spoke softly as I raised the D-sword high. No, please. Please let me help you forever. I remember what was in Nono's letter. Forget everything and live the same life as everyone else does. But don't get buried among the crowd. That's impossible for me now. But I know you can do it. This is it. Goodbye. Apa tuh? Apa yang dilakuin? Dipecahin ya pedangnya? Person of interest secure. Person name is Takuro Miyashiro, 18 years old. He is a third-year student at Hekihiro Academy. We have secured Takuro Miyashiro. February 2016. 3 months later. Morning at Children Welfare Facility Oba Dorm. Masih di sini ya mereka? You? I can do it on my own now. When Uki finished washing her face and came into the dining room, Yuta was already getting breakfast ready. I said I will do it. No, you can sit down. She looked inside the kitchen and saw that Yuto had already done all of Uki's work for her. Fine, you thought, I'll do the cleanup myself. Oh, the ending nih harusnya. Then she sat in her chair without further complaint. Lately, Uki had learned to make few dishes without resorting to the recipe scrapbook that Kurusu and Yui had made. Of course, her food didn't taste quite as good, but if nothing else, she wasn't trying difficult recipe and burning the pan. She had been doing right after she came back here. After a short wait, Yuto brought all the dishes to the table.
あり
Okay,
がとう。じゃあ
thanks.
いただきます。
Okay, let's eat.
いただきます。
Let's eat. Lah, mereka tinggal berdua dong jadinya. Yuto could also make simple dishes himself now. It was his idea. He had been working hard at it. 3 months after everything that had happened, with its owners Sakuma and Takuru, Kurusu, and Yui gone, Albadrum itself was in danger. The place had only survived because of Sakuma's salary, so that was natural. But when Shinjo had told them it was safe to go back to Shibuya, they would both insist on coming home to Albadorm. Shinjo insisted it was impossible, but surprisingly, it was Momose who helped them out. Ada Momose. He had called in a few favors, and Oba Clinic had become the property of a completely normal private doctor, and some of the clinic's earnings were dedicated to keeping Albadorm alive. I see. Of course, it wasn't a family like it was before. The doctor just worked at the clinic. He didn't manage the dorm. Instead, a nutritionist and nurse, both of whom said they were acquaintance of Momose's, will come by every day. I see. But Uki and Yuto wanted to keep as much of their old life as possible, so they wanted to make their own food. So on weekend and days, when the nutritionist couldn't come, the two of them eagerly went to the kitchen. It's good.
少し
I
熱く
cut it a
切りす
little
ぎ
too
たけ
thick
ど。
though. Only very recently, Yuto started to talk more after what had happened to Yu and Nono, and then what he had been told to Sakuma and Takuru. He had become nothing but an empty shell. Oh ya, jangan lupa minum ya. The one thing that had saved him was that even then, he had stayed close to Uki. He had wanted to be with someone. Busa ditinggal bikin sarapan aja udah berjalan jauh rupanya. Lumayan. But of course, the wound in his heart hadn't healed. No, they probably never would. The loneliness and regrets will come back to haunt him again and again. Uki herself sometimes had trouble sleeping at night. When that happened, she would go to Yuto's room because he was afraid of being alone at night, he would say, and the two of them would endure the terror together. The two of them were brother and sister, inseparable now. Just like Nono and Takuro had been.
あ、そうだ。
Alright, about the
受け入れ
proposal. Proposal apa tuh? Uki's chopstick suddenly froze.
僕は
I'm okay with
いい
it.
よ。
What? He didn't expect that answer. He had thought Yuto would refuse.
使ってもらっ
It
た
would be
方
better
が
to have someone use
きっと
them. They were thinking of accepting new members. I see. New family, which would mean they will have to use Takuro's or Nono's room. She had wanted to save them personally. Nono wasn't coming back, but she wanted to believe that Takuro might. But if Yuto had made his decision as the older sister, she had to support him.
そうだね。
You're right. She smiled the best she could and started to eat more of her little brother's cooking. Now, it's Hinai. The door opened, and Hinai Arimura walked into the newspaper club room.
あれれ、
Oh,
花んとこも
you
実
guys
習
get free period too, Hana.
うん。
The owner of the room raised a hand in greeting without even looking up. She always did.
今日の
Her mood is good today.
いい方か。
She had learned how to tell from the sound on the keyboard. Arimura sat in her usual spot and took out the book she was reading. Terumiyake's famous 6,000 Life and Death. There had been an awful lot of free period lately, and during each one, she will either come here and read a book, or work on a novel as part of her literature club activities. Miyashiro, Kurusu, and Ito were gone, so Kazuki was always here alone. And she almost never said anything. There was no need to worry about hearing lies. It was perfect place for her. After the incident, he had spent several weeks in Akihabara before suddenly being allowed to go back to Shibuya. Allowed wasn't the right word. She had been dragged back here. Oh, she hated it, but even if it meant another fight with her family, there was nothing else she could think of doing. There hadn't been any problems with psychics since then, at least publicly. Sometimes Shinjo would call to check on her, but nothing special was going on. But she will never expected the case to end like it did. Oh, she saw an unfamiliar expression in the book, so she decided to copy it down into the notebook she kept in the newspaper club. Handwriting was the best way to do this stuff, she thought. There was no class in just typing everything onto a computer. She stood up and looked for it on the steel shelf against the wall, but it wasn't where she thought it would be. She reached out her hand towards the back of the shelf. Oops, and the papers had been piled there fell off. Oh. Harimura and Kazuki froze when they saw one of them. It was big map. Oh, ini yang case kita. He didn't have to spread it out to know what it was. It was the one the newspaper club had put on the wall when they were going over the case. But there was no need for it anymore. So the first thing Kazuki had done after she had come back to this room was take it off the wall. Harimura had come back a few weeks later, but she hadn't said a word about it vanishing. No, it would be more accurate to say that she wouldn't. You know, come to think of it. They will Seri reacted to the light a little. It's a sign she might wake up, they say. Oh no, it was something that Shinjo had just told her on the phone. Kazuki turned around to look at her. What will you do? Her face seemed to say. Harimura frowned and scratched her head. We'll do exactly what Miyashiro wanted, I guess. There was nothing else she could do. That was the promise she would made with him. As she had made, Kazuki nodded and looked somewhere else. Harimura followed her gaze. She was looking at the chair where Miyashiro and Serika used to sit. For what it was worth, Harimura hadn't sat there a single time since she had started coming here. Then it was completely innocent. What was Momose's first question after hearing about what had just happened at the hospital? Correct, he really was just being mind controlled. It seemed it's safe to assume he has no information on the committee. The only other possibilities are Ono and Miyashiro, but on the way things are looking, not the way things are looking, yeah? Kunosata and Momose both sighed at the same time. Sakuma was that. They had gone over everything he owned, as well as his body, but learned barely anything. He had found, with the help of her very strange acquaintance in Akihabara, Sakuma had indeed worked at the basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital, but nothing else. All the data was deleted. There was no data left of Sakuma. He hated to admit it, but the committee was good at their work, and fast. Even the police didn't seem to know who he was. Last night, 3 months ago, he still didn't know what had happened between Miyashiro, Onoe, and Sakuma then. But if she was imagining was if what she was imagining was correct, especially in light of her last call with Miyashiro, there was a need to question what Serika had told her at Frisia. She had talked a lot about the committee, but looking back, there was a good chance it was a lie used to gain Kunosato's cooperation. As proof, even after she had taken the psychic out of Shibuya, nothing had happened. Her hacker acquaintance had checked his network and hadn't seen anything at all. With no real reason to stay in Akihabara anymore, she had come back to Shibuya, but while she was gone, all the threads connecting Sakuma to the comedy had vanished. Either she had screwed up, or maybe Sakuma really was one of the importance at all, which meant they simply gave up on him when he was no longer useful. Iya sih, pasti kayak gitu sih. But there was a lot of equipment that had disappeared from the underground facility, even if he was the one who had moved it. Someone else must be in charge of it now. If she could find out who that someone, the other chances, Momose looked at Kunosato and tapped her own temples. In here, there was child syndrome. You're right. There was the one route she still had open to her. It was the piece of evidence she had chosen to use to get her revenge on the comedy. That strange disease that had started showing up in certain victims of the earthquake. Her phone began to vibrate in her pocket. She saw the name on the phone and realized that it wasn't time for her and for his usual check-in. That meant something had happened. What is it? Onoe has bangun. February 2016. Onoe sadar ya? Wih, Onoe sadar, cok. She slowly stepped into the hospital room. The room was clean. The air was pure. She nodded, satisfied with that. It was disappointing that no one had brought any flower, but in light of his condition, there was no one helping that. The curtain was closed, so she couldn't see him from here. She walked softly without sound. She approached the bed nervously. She put her hand on the curtain and slowly opened it. The person she was looking for was lying there. He sighed in relief, and then he brought her face close to his, as if giving a kiss to the loved one. He was close enough that her short hair fell on his face. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. He has lost a little weight, but it was still the face of the boy she had known for years. He opened the window. Fresh air blew into the room. The weather was great. It was perfectly day to go outside. Let's go, Taku. Breaking news. The killer behind the return disappeared from a prison hospital. The bodies of several guards were found, heavily killed in a struggle. As for the reason, the killer was being kept at the hospital. The police have stated he was being examined as a chaos child syndrome patient, and there was no problem with the site security. Huh? Huh? Wait. Huh? Jadi kita jadi gila gitu. Oh my god, baru satu ending kan? Iya. Gak gantung ya? Gak tau juga, nggak gantung sih. Satu turun lah, ada melon aja dari tadi. Kok dari tadi di sini om? Kita ratingnya nanti lah, pas udah dapet semua ending. Mapa? Ada mapa cok? Aku lah ada ininya. Did you get to do what you want to do? Over Skyan. A hidden story had been unlocked. Anjir. Sekitar jam 5 tapi ketiduran lagi. Yes. Kita bakal sebut nama, ada Aeri, ada Ina, ada Omelan, ada Dewa, ada Galen, ada Dongo, ada Nepu, ada Om XY, ada Om Aldo, ada Om Kepler, ada Om Nara, ada Senpapi, ada Bagis, ada yang lain-lain. So ya, thank you banget yang udah mampir dan juga menemani stream kali ini. Thank you juga tadi yang udah donate. Dan mungkin ada yang nonton tapi nggak live chat. So ya, bakal end sampai sini aja. Thanks for watching and see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye.